Dude,
Alright.
fucking GD community when
I'll send the link.
I'm still
your
eating
levels
my
are your
sandwich.
actions. Oh, I'm playing warm-up melee.
There's a pin with all the stuff that we're gonna go through. We might not go through all of it, but that's just to keep it flowing. Yeah, don't do it.
Oh yeah.
Here.
It'll be a surprise.
Here's the link if you wanna open it.
Awesome. Yeah, I want to get chat up, even though I don't.
We
look at
live
chat.
currently?
We are live.
What should we ball? Okay.
We are so live.
Yo.
Hey guys.
Dude, I'm saying I changed my netplay name,
Shit.
my Slippy name to Nikoshi. It's over. Facts. I'm down.
You gotta get a 256 on Leviathan.
A what?
That sounds like cancer. Right. We ready? We ready for that
Yeah.
We
perfect
are
scene
so
transition.
epically ready.
We're so epic right now, dude.
Also, everybody, I want if there's like audio issues, just let me know. By the way, because the
Nothing
first
works.
episode, no one told me. So,
Channel got deleted. Oops.
all right, we ready?
Oopsie.
Also, I'm using a face cam. Hello, everybody.
Hello.
See, the reason I'm using a face cam this time is because last episode I opened it on accident, but this time I'm going to redeem myself, okay? And show you my beautiful face. But our guest is somebody that needs no introduction, obviously. He's, you know, not to toot his own horn, he's iconic, he knows it. How you been, man? What have you been doing? We haven't called in a fucking while. Not much, just work and that's it. I feel like
I love growing up. Yeah.
I'm still stuck at uni. I'm lucky.
do you just work or is it school and work? Oh, word. Can't hear Riot, can't hear Riot, can't hear Riot.
Oh, it's over.
Say something? No,
What do you mean?
I see it, it's working. Dude, I think I'm just getting trolled. I think I'm getting trolled.
His waveform's a lot lower, so maybe it's a gain. I don't know.
It might be.
I'll see if I can hear on the
Audio
thing,
always
'cause I have it
bro.
open.
They're a bunch
Yeah,
of
they're
bitches.
trolling,
Don't
they're
listen to them.
trolling. I
They're
can hear
fucking
it.
stupid. Don't. Anyway, what is so? How do you feel about 2.2? Do you think it's gonna come out next month? And did you see the trailer?
It's so over.
You want to save it? Okay. I have a good segue. Well, how about we talk about this full situation with Eternis? Because there was just so many things from so many different people, and I didn't know what the fuck actually happened and how it ended up getting leaked. You could just tell us about that and just give us an objective, actual story.
Memory lane.
Oh, they're right. They can't hear you.
Dude, you don't exist.
What do you mean
Today's
they
the
can't hear?
Today's the schizophrenic podcast, dude. Today we talked
It's
to the
not. I swear to God, I can hear it.
Dude, I'm saying they said we couldn't get Riot on, so he's literally.
Dude, I
not
gotta
here.
close the chat. These guys are fucking bitches.
Just turn on the audio on this stream. So over.
Dude, I'm gonna have to like watch it back and then have my time waste. We have a while. This is fine. It's fine to mess around.
Yeah. Our doggy one was long, dude.
Why is there echo?
What do you mean? We're in a big room.
No, I see what they mean. I don't think it shows. I don't think it goes out.
My desktop audio is not on, so there's no way it would be looping. Maybe if I turn desktop audio back on, would that fix it? Or would that just loop it? Say something? Are we looping?
Worst case, no visualizer.
Yo.
It is looping. It is looping. You're right.
Why? I don't. Okay, that's bullshit. The one time.
It is looping. Have you muted the site?
No.
Have you turned off desktop audio?
No. Well, it's on now. Dude, I think this is Riot's fault.
All right, so dude. What the hell, man?
Oh, the echo's coming through Riot's mic.
Oh, is it?
Have you said it was desktop audio or something?
Me.
What's your mic on? Let's see. It says your
Where's
mic is
second?
on default microphone high definition audio.
That's not true. I set it to what it was when I joined.
Okay, how about this? How about this? We can
There.
just say fuck it and not use audio bars for an actual watchable experience. Sound good?
No, that's no problem.
Sound good?
No, I just changed my mic input. Is it working?
We should be good now.
Surely.
Guys,
Surely.
no, is there?
No, I can see.
No more echo. It's fixed.
I can see on
No
the
echo?
waveform. The echo's coming through Riot's mic, so the mic input is wrong on the Ninja thing.
It's good.
Never trust waveforms, bro.
Everyone's saying it's
What
fixed.
What do you mean?
Everyone's saying it's fixed.
Let's go. No more gaslighting? Question mark?
So it sounds normal now?
All right, yeah. There's no delay.
Ah.
All right. Anyway.
We back. We so
Okay.
back.
Anyway, Eternis. So
Yeah.
yeah, what about that? So how did that end up happening? Because there's so much shit I've heard about it, and I don't know what's true.
Bro. Okay. Yeah. So I mean, Nico's here, so he can help me because there's
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot that happened for this, but like, okay, we'll keep it real. When we first started the project, it was like maybe a month or two before Acheron got verified, I think.
Right.
Because we started it last year in the summertime, and maybe like July of last year, and so after it was after Acheron was verified, we invited Zoink to the chat to kind of get his input, and from there he just kind of started playing like the existing layout, and then we're like, okay, we'll just keep him here because at that point we were undecided on if we wanted to make it an open verification or like have him do it, mostly because we knew how hard we wanted it to be, and we didn't know if Zoink was actually going to be able to do it, just because like we're aiming for the difficulty to be so much harder than like anything else, even right now. So we just kind of left him in the group chat, and as progress was being made on decoration, you know, people were being added to the group chat because we needed people for parts, and certain people clearly are a little inexperienced in secret projects, so they get excited, they show their friends, friends show friends, and
Yeah.
I
things
feel like
get
that's how
out.
it always
video.
happens.
Yeah. And things get out. So, I mean, that's really how it happened. Like, I know Zoink showed some of his friends, and some of his friends must have leaked that. And I know there's some other people like Bragadas who also showed their friends. So I don't know. There's like multiple people who kind of leaked it. And I mean, I guess it's kind of a little bit my fault for being stupid enough to think it was a good idea to leave my video unlisted on my channel, because I probably should have just privated it. I should have known better after this long, but
Yeah.
yeah, and that's really what happened. There's not much to it. It's just people sharing information we told everybody to not share.
Do you feel like every time? Do you feel? Obviously, it's gonna piss you off when you try to do something for the community and then just this keeps happening. Like, it's just. Is there ever a point where it's just like, I don't even want to do this anymore? If like this is gonna happen every single time.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
that happens. That happens every time. Literally every time. That's always by the end of like creating a new project. And I use the term creating loosely. I'm just more of like a host. Like, I have ideas that I ask people to create, basically. Like, that's
You're
kind
the
of.
director.
I guess so, yeah. Because like
Yeah.
I have ideas in my mind and I can't execute them myself, so I ask people to help me with them. And then everybody's like, "Well, he doesn't do anything." That's kind of true, but I try to steer the project in a direction that I like saw it originally, right? So Yeah, I don't know. By the end of every project, the last few at least, I'm always like disillusioned by the end. I'm like, dude, I'm never doing this again. And then like a year goes by, and I'm like, hey, I got a new idea. I want to do this again. And it's just like I don't know.
It's a never-ending cycle.
Dude,
Yeah.
we're gonna eventually, things are gonna hopefully fall into place and be as intended. Cause
Yeah, man.
at the moment, like, all right, you say how you feel, but with Acheron verification, IMO fumbled cause Zoink, and Eternis's like whole, like we wanted to do the whole ARG thing, and we had a bunch of shit planned that we just couldn't end up doing. Maybe next time, maybe next project we get things working as intended. Cause unfortunately, not the best to run currently, with luck, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Acheron is entirely different because, like, that Acheron, the finishing of Acheron was way different because there was a lot more. I guess I don't think most people know this. You probably know this, Nico, but there's a lot more hostility at the end of the project, just
Oh yeah.
for different reasons. So I left Acheron before it was even fully done because I just what I was talking about already, feeling kind of disillusioned. I just left before it was even done, so I really wasn't keeping up with what was happening with the level at all, pretty much until I like saw. I mean, Zoink, who had like I think at the time when I came back and started like paying attention, he had 96 or something. So
And by then it
Dude,
was
that
like, too
must
late
suck,
for everything.
man.
Yeah.
I remember with most of like Acheron Eternis stuff. Usually I don't talk about it too much because I don't know how much I should or shouldn't say. Because at the end of the day, like we work on the projects together and stuff, but it is your project. I remember with Acheron near like sort of the end of it, like this we had everything built up for so long, and then like we had a bout of inactivity, and then you left, which sort of like it was originally like it's so funny that Acheron was originally started sort of like a joke project, and ended up becoming like a real thing. And then was gonna be like the Tartarus sequel that wasn't. Like Acheron had such a bumpy ride that like people have no idea about, because hosting levels and stuff like that, especially of like that magnitude, is really difficult, and a lot of things need to fall into place. And unfortunately, sometimes they just don't, and it's happened like twice now.
yeah, I mean, dude, that's how like a lot of things in 2020 and 2021 happened. It was like I came back and beat Sonic Wave, and then I was hanging out for a while and doing stuff, and a lot of people kind of that I was already friends with, like Nico, our old group chat, right? With everybody, we would play Halo and shit, right? But it was, I don't remember which day or like what we were doing or how it happened, but I do remember Liam just bringing it up. He's like, "Dude, we should make a Tartarus sequel." As like
Dude,
a
it
joke.
was so
As like,
funny.
it was just like as a joke, and I was
Yeah,
like, "Okay, sure, go ahead."
Yo, like, it was completely a joke. We were playing I think it was like the Halo night or the night after Halo. We were all playing together, and like Liam just said like as obviously a joke, like, dude, thermodynamics, let's make like a Tartarus sequel to this. And then like we legit started building, and like at first it was just like, oh, like whatever, like we're all just gonna hop on and build for 5 minutes, call it a day. And then like it started becoming an actual thing, and we're like, oh, we kind of like this. And then
Yeah.
like the fact that all of Acheron sort of stemmed out of like a just sort of a joke of like, oh, let's make the Tartarus sequel.
Yeah, that's pretty much what happened. And then like yeah, so like and then at the around the same time, Sonic Wave Infinity was getting close to being done.
Oh,
And like
God.
Zanny was in that friend group kind of too. He was not as like much, but he was definitely hanging out with us. And that was kind of the same thing where I was still involved in SWI at that time, and Zanny was just like, "Yo, what if I like wanted to verify SWI?" And I was like, "Why would you ever want to do that?" He's just like, "Dude, I don't know, but it's so fun to play, and I want to do it." And I was like, "Okay, dude, I don't think you know what you're getting yourself into," but he wanted it so bad, so I was like, "Okay, go ahead." And yeah, everybody knows how that went. I mean, he did it, but
A lot of people don't know what's it called. Like the whole SWI verification project was really like your involvement was really secret. Like I remember with Zanny and stuff, we were originally gonna have it verified on like the legacy version. Like me and Liam were working on the legacy version that you wanted, like the original like
Yeah.
Vibrant one, but remade and upgraded, and we had made like half of it, but that just literally never came to be, and like nobody even knows that was like the plan or even existed. I mean, I probably still have a
Yeah.
copy somewhere, but Swy was almost so different. And then he was just told last minute, not by you, because you wanted it to be super hard, right? You wanted it to be like the #1 demon for sure.
Yeah,
And
which
by the
it
end of the project,
was.
APT,
Yeah,
I
you're
forget
right, it
who
was.
exactly at APT, but somebody at APT is like, dude, just like nerf it, like just get it out. So Zanny nerfed everything he died to, and which I mean, he just did what he was told. But yeah, like
Yeah.
there's been so much mess when it comes to projects that people just don't know.
Dude,
Yeah.
my we could go into this too if we wanted sometime,
Yeah,
but my like eternal beef with fucking APT, dude. Oh my god.
dude, I've
Don't
heard
get
so
me
much.
started. Don't even get me started.
Oh my lord, that was something else.
Oh my god, I mean, if you want to go out on record and just be like, you know what, I'm not gonna stop you. That's all I'll say.
No, I mean if we wanted to come circle back to it later, that's cool.
Yeah, yeah, we
I
can.
really
Yeah.
like I don't know. I don't the thing is I get the impression that some people think I just hate certain people. That's not true because I don't know, the way I am online is like I can't really hate anybody personally because I don't know people, you know? I don't know.
Yeah.
So it's like me being critical of someone's actions or behavior online is not me hating them. I can't hate them because I don't know who they are. I don't like it. It's kind of the same. I wish people would treat me like that, where they've seen things I've done in the past. Because like I have basically 10 years of like online activity that people can look at, and like I've done things that I'm not proud of looking back. It's not like I've said slurs or something, but like things that like certain ways I've behaved, the way I exposed people in the past, you know, in certain ways that could have been handled better. You know, certain situations that I didn't handle the best, and so it's like people, I guess, because of my status in the community, people hold me to such a high standard, which I get, but I'm just a person, and like I make mistakes like everybody else, and that's the thing. I always see certain people who just always comment things, you know, about like the Dolphy situation. It's like people hold grudges against me. I'm like, dude,
Oh,
I make
man.
mistakes sometimes.
Yeah.
Like, you don't know me personally, and so that's kind of the attitude I take on other people. Like, you can't hate on people online when you really don't know
When
them
you're
at
talking
all.
about
Yeah.
Tartarus, are you just talking about the Russians and just the mob that they are? Because I agree, that's a whole different animal.
You know the
Just
the
Russians
remember
specifically.
for the Dolphy exposal stuff, may that exposal rest its soul. That was such like a insane shock to see. Like I don't know about you, Ryan, but I remember I didn't get any messages or anything like that through anyone. But I remember N level did. He got like so much hate sent his way, like in his DMs and stuff, like over and over and over and over. And like at the end of the day, it's over a video game. And also with like online, and when it comes to like being, I guess, as around as you are, like everyone knows who you are, everyone like makes up their mind about you based off of like your actions or your levels, which is just like not who you are as a person, and people never make that disconnect. So as a result, like a lot of people just push aside a lot of things that like you do, for example, for practically no reason, just because you're you, and it's like hella frustrating.
Yeah. Well, I
I
think
think-
something people
sorry.
need to realize. It's all good. I think something people need to realize is that, and this is, I think, really important for people who maybe haven't realized this yet. Like Twitter and GD Twitter are not real people. Okay, like the opinions on GD
Oh,
Twitter
yeah.
are not real. Okay, people on there are the stupidest like most brain dead takes I've seen on GD Twitter. Like if they're not bait, they're like AI generated. Like you can't take anything on there
Yeah.
at face value or seriously. Just get off Twitter. Like I promise. When people talk about like the community being toxic, I promise you, those people
just
spend
Twitter.
so much time on Twitter.
Right.
Yeah,
Like
just a
this
phone.
game's community is way better than people give it credit for. And now it's not perfect, okay, but it's way better than people give it credit for. And like people think I just kind of come in and out of existence in this game's community, but nobody realizes how closely I pay attention, and I always have. I like Blue. Even when you were setting this up, you're like my British friend. I'm like, dude, I know who FNM is. Like, I know
My
who people
British
are.
friend, what have you done to me?
Dude, like I pay attention, man, way closer
Yeah.
than people think. Like I have a pulse on the
He's
community.
lurking.
I wouldn't have thought
I have
that,
my finger on the
honestly.
pulse.
I
have
thought
my
you were
finger on
just
the
kind of
pulse.
doing your own thing.
No,
Yeah, I thought you just popped out of nowhere every once in a while, but I guess
No.
yeah, you just kind of like.
I
That's
lurk
it.
in the shadows and I hear and see everything, dude. I got ops everywhere. Like I just saw this whole thing on Twitter like yesterday or the day before, where people were talking about this stupid ass layout level. They're like, "This is
Oh my
this is
God,
fine
dude.
art." I'm like, dude, what are people
It's
tripping
not.
about?
It's bait. It's a bait
Yeah.
level.
Oh yeah, for
Really?
sure.
I considered
What?
getting into that. I was before we started. I was like, because
No, I made the mistake of getting into that.
Hold on, wait. This was the day before we were gonna air, and I see that, and I wonder, like, we're gonna have to talk about this, aren't we? Like, I'm gonna have to say, I feel like because the podcast is tomorrow, we're gonna have to say something, and we'll probably get into the nook and crannies of the argument of art, and just the
Yeah.
insane objectivity that some people have about levels like that, and like objectively, like compared to conventional levels, it's fucking garbage. Like, of course. And I think the only reason people even resonate with levels like that at all is because the second you put something like that in front of something and give it meaning, people are just gonna. It's literally. I said this last time. It's the same thing with Titan of Machina. That level's fucking bad on purpose. But since it's
Yeah.
bad on purpose, it gets flipped and people like see more into it.
Yeah.
But Test Tube is like unique in itself. But I'll let Riot keep talking.
Well, so I mean, all I'm gonna say on this is like people care way too much. Okay, on both sides. Here's what I'll say about this test tube level. Right? Is it a good level objectively? No. Does it have? If you watch the whole level, can you get through it and say that you saw nothing interesting? Also, no. Like I watched it and I was like, "There's one thing in here." I was like, "Oh, that's kind of interesting looking," but like this level shouldn't be rated. It's not a piece of like fine art. It's not like, and that's what I hate when people sit here and they're like, they just make things way too deep. I'm like, dude, it's a level. Like it doesn't have to be this like
Yeah.
thing where you bring up your childhood. You're like, this represents, I don't know, the fucking,
Well, yeah, 'cause-
like my sleep paralysis demon. Like nobody, that's just not relevant.
Yeah.
Nobody cares. Like stop making it so. That's just what I hate when people make like a GD level super deep. I'm like, dude, it looks cool in some places. It shouldn't be rated, and that's really it. Stop taking it so seriously.
Yeah, you can kind of just pull that stuff out of your arse. All the levels that are like that are so... You can tell they were easy to make as well. Like, 99% of them, like, test tube look like, oh...
Can I say something, though?
That's not going to have taken as long as, like, a Zenda game solo has it.
Can I say something,
So...
though?
Yeah, what's up, Blue?
I don't think
Yeah.
that's the point, though. Like, art is made to view some sort of outcome and emotion from it. And I don't think the fact that it's easy to make necessarily means that its outcome is bad. Like, this is just coming from someone who has a pretty deep passion for art. And while I can see both sides of the coin here, I can
yeah.
also appreciate things like even something like Test Tube for the unique things it has, while obviously objectively not being good. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's so easy to just make a level and not put in much effort, and then just afterwards start to say, "This is art. This
You
is
want-
just
okay.
my art. This represents my inner demons, my struggle."
I got an interesting take, I guess, considering I have delved in the level making that a lot of people, I guess, sort of associate with that, like stuff with like Final Destination or Crystal Edge, like extremely simplistic levels that for like people like connect with, and people don't understand why. They're like, why do people connect with this? I mean, I do intentionally try and like convey. It's not like super duper deep. Obviously, it's a geometry dash level, but I do try and convey an emotion, and usually it doesn't have to be super complicated. Most of the time, like the song will do the work. Like "Say Less" by
Oh
Bach
yeah.
is
Yep.
such like it's a nothing burger. Like it's just like it happens and that's it. But the song is so good to the point where like I like "Say Less" just because the song is amazing. But a lot
Yeah.
of people read into it too deep, and in my personal opinion, at the end of the day, if you are really creatively inclined to make someone like make something to express yourself or to make someone feel a certain way, there is a lot better ways to do that than a jump dash level. And I feel like honestly, if the community that feels that way would take their talents and make it into other forms of art, I think they would be like just
Yeah.
way more successful in what they're trying to do. Because currently, like yeah, on Twitter, dude,
It's like
oh my
anti.
god, every time that something's on Twitter, it's people have to make they have to form their opinions right there and then, and they have to be on a
Yeah.
side, and it can't be just like an independent viewing. And I kind of miss that because back before I interacted with Twitter at all, with levels, I'd find levels on my own and be like, oh, this is cool, and that was my only exposure to it. If it was something that was relatively unknown, but nowadays, if anything is like slightly interesting, it's going to be put on people's timelines, and people are going to form their opinions and do this and that, and you're just sort of like, you can scroll past it, but it's always just there and it's there, and a lot of the times, people that make their opinions on these levels change it later. Like, right, you remember with Acheron when it first came out and Twitter had a field day with it just to later like sort of revert their opinion like in two
Yeah.
weeks. Like when that happened, I remember we were all super like as a team sort of sad that like people were shitting on it for like sort of no reason. And then like a month or so passed, a few weeks, and then like all of a sudden people were like coming back around to it. Like what happened? It's just people stopped looking into it so much and stopped like over analyzing it and forced themselves to choose a side and just be like, oh, it's a level and I like this
Yeah.
and this, and like you don't have to take away everything from a level and agree with every like test tube or whatever. I watched it a few times just because some parts of it legit like the ending part with the trees and stuff. I was like, oh, this reminds me of like an old retro game. That's pretty cool. Like, does that mean this level's objectively a masterpiece? No. Does it mean like something caught my interest? Yeah. I mean, that's like what the game is. Not everything's Picasso.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think a lot of levels also take time to grow on you as well. Maybe
Oh
it
yeah.
was like that with Acheron, but I think recently with Eyes in the Water, I saw that for the first time. What, like a week, 2 weeks ago? I've seen it so many times since then. Recorded, upload it. I like it a lot more now. Like at first, I was thinking, I was like, oh, this isn't very good. But now I really like this level. It's pretty good. Um, I do think half of the level is the music. Like, if you got good music going into a level, it's hard to make people not like it because it is half of the work.
Oh yeah.
Right.
And the same thing is like someone could put a ton of effort into a level, but I still won't really like it because the music is boring.
Oh, dude, I have
Like, I
a great
think
question off
what
that.
was like a 9 out of 10 to me because I don't know, it just the music was so boring
Hey, I
and it
want to
wasn't
ask.
interesting to me
Because this
in
is
that
something I don't
sense.
even fully remember. Riot, for Eternis, what was the I remember you picked Rip and Tear, like really early on, you were very sure of it. Like what made you want to use Rip and Tear? Like I sort of forget, to be honest.
Oh, yeah. What? So okay. So Acheron was like Ryamu's idea, right?
Yeah.
And this one was my idea because I was sitting there last summer. I was playing Hypixel Skyblock. I was playing, and I was just farming shit, right? And then I was like I was listening to the Doom soundtrack while I was just going and farming stuff, and I was like, dude, it would be awesome to make a level to one of these, like a layout to one of these songs. Because I was like, I've gotten into a lot more heavier music in the past 5 years probably, and so I listened to a lot more heavier stuff. And so I was like, I've never experimented with this before. I think it would be awesome. And so then I remember I messaged Ewop because he's one of the only people I still like kind of talk to out of that original group. And I was like, yo, I want to make another one. And so he's like, okay, let me ask people and we'll put together a group chat. And that's how it started. And then we from there we all kind of like picked through the Doom OSTs and tried to find something that I could imagine getting turned into like a layout, because that's kind of the way I do it in my mind, where I'm like, I listen to the song and I'm picturing like what is going to happen at each point in the song. I don't know if everybody else does that, but like when
No,
Oh, yeah,
I
yeah.
do that.
Yeah.
Same here, same here.
yeah, so that's kind of the way I envisioned it. And Rip and Tear, I had like the most clear vision of like how it could be structured, and so I was like, I think this is the song that we should use.
Turned out
Everybody
great,
else
by the
pretty
way.
much. Yeah, thank you. And everybody pretty much
Yeah.
agreed. Like, yeah, that. So I know there's people that were saying like, oh, BFG would have been better. Like, I like BFG more, or some of the other songs on the Doom OST, but I think the one we picked works best.
Not for a
it.
level.
Yeah, I think the one we
It
picked
doesn't really
works
have
best.
a break.
Yeah, like I agree, and so I think Rip and Tear works best for what we wanted to do. But I do think there's better songs on the Doom OST, but Rip and Tear is like great. So, anyways, that's kind of how we came to deciding on that song.
Is the level is it going to be like how it was with Tartarus, or is it just going to be something Zoink's going to verify over like whatever 7,000 years?
No, okay, so it's interesting because right now, me and Nico have talked about this, like,
Yeah.
and everybody kind of knows in the project at least, like, we are kind of stuck in limbo state right now because everybody knows about the whole 360 240 with 2.2 thing, and this level is kind of built to be played on 360 and potentially even higher FPS. Had 2.2 not like been such a hot button topic right now, because I don't know, like the difficulty of this level is just so beyond anything else, and like you kind of need, if we had stayed in 2.1 for another like 3 years, I think 360 is like minimum what you would need to beat this level.
Oh, at the very least.
Yeah.
540 ideally.
Right, and like that's a whole thing too, right? Because 540 hertz monitors are coming out now, and so like if we had stayed in 2.1 for another couple of years, imagine where like the limit would be and how much farther you could go. But anyway, so that's kind of where we're at right now because we don't know what to do. So I guess we're just gonna hold off until the update comes out, which kind of sucks. Like I wanted to release the level, but I mean, what can we really do? Like the level is built for 360 and higher potentially, and like so if everything goes back to 240, the level is just not going to be doable, and so we have to wait and see what happens before we can release it, because
then it'll be a shit show.
We Zoink is not the chosen verifier. It's going to be open, and we've decided like whoever verifies it can upload it to their account. It can get rated, but yeah, that's kind of where we're at. And like the not choosing Zoink is deliberate because again, this is built kind of like Nico's put before to be like a modern day silent club step. Like
it's supposed to last a long time.
Yeah, I don't think like Zoink is an unbelievable player who I don't think he has hit his like peak skill yet. I think there's so much farther he could go, but even still, I don't think peak Zoink can beat this level. And so that's kind of where like I don't want to give it to him, because giving it to him, like I just know how it is because I've been there.
Yeah.
With Bloodbath so many years ago, like when you have a level and it's like the most high profile thing ever and you're the person who's responsible for getting it out, the pressure that you feel is so much greater than just being somebody involved in a verification race and like you might be the person who does it. And so like in the back of my mind, I'm always like, yeah, he could actually do this, but it would be so much easier for him, I imagine, if he was coming at it from a point of not being the guy that everybody's counting on to do it. If he was just another guy in the race.
You want to know what's interesting about that? We talked about this with Zoink with some level, and we mentioned how it's actually kind of interesting that for some players, and even top players, something that you're verifying that no one's beaten, like sometimes just the fact that like it's possible or that somebody's already done it, or that whatever is enough for someone to actually like throw all their eggs in that basket and really just go for it. And another thing that's interesting is Zoink, he can already do the waves. Like, it's scary.
Yeah, I think Zoink is like, the way he is progressing right now reminds me of players like beating their first main list or like legacy list and just working up. Like, he's getting better about
SpaceUK
that
if he was
fast,
legit.
but his base level of skill is just so much higher that he's like beating the top ones and stuff right now. I think he has a long way left to go. Like, if he was in future GD, he'd still be going up the list.
Yeah, I want to say like currently, cause I gotta, as much as like the entire team for Eternis, we're all on the same page for like how hard we want it and stuff. Actually getting it to that point is probably way more difficult than most imagine, especially since most of the levels 4 times speed. Like, trying to make parts that are that fast and still like humanly possible in the sense of like they're not too fast or too precise and too fast at the same time
Yeah.
is such a balancing act. And I think that like I want to have this done, have it like released, and then we don't have to update it because the whole thing with Acheron and the multiple versions made it a mess. I want to like one and done with this level, and like really like spend like, I know Liam said he has like over 100 hours in the editor, and like same here, like when it just for that level, like it's insane. But I remember the whole 240 thing I've discussed a lot, but legit the first jump in Eternis is not possible in 2.2, like the first one. Like, if this level came out, we'd just be like, well, we gotta redo the whole thing because it's just not possible. Right. Do you wanna bring up the original quota, quote unquote?
Oh yeah. So
The
yeah,
quota.
I wanted to like make something interesting in the level. So kind of like how Silent Club Staff has Final Destination, right? Or like the
Yeah.
7 or 8 jumps of hell, whatever it is, right? So I wanted to do something kind of interesting and similar in this level that people could like just kind of talk about in the future whenever the level is actually getting really developed in terms of people playing it. I wanted to kind of put something in there like that. So I had the idea of I wanted to spread out like, I don't know, at least 5 360 frame perfects in the level, so people could talk about like, oh, like 360 frame perfect number 2 is like the worst one in the level, or you know, something like that. Like, I passed 3 of the 5 frame perfects in this run, or something like that. So we had, I mean, they were in the level. We had them spread out, and they were each in a different game mode. We had one in like ship, one in cube. I think
It was so brutal, dude. Oh my.
No,
I don't know. We
shit
had one
frame
in like.
perfects. Those are the hardest
Dude,
ones.
I remember it was me, you, and Liam all in call. We're sitting there like tweaking that click over and over and just sort of laughing at how stupid it was. And Liam's like, wait, and we'd play it for 5 minutes and like do it once. He's like, all right, we good. Like,
Yeah, it's
that is
so fun though.
Yeah, that's how we were trying to figure it out. Yeah, it was so much fun. But like, again, that's the kind of thing where it's just not going to happen anymore. Like, that's just, it can't be a thing, and it really sucks.
When I haven't shit frame perfects, those are horrid.
What do you mean?
Well,
don't we? You know what's not spoiled?
Have you not
where it
learned
is?
from
You don't-
Athanatos?
If only they knew where it was. Right?
Yeah, I was gonna
If only
say,
they
you
knew where it was.
You don't know where it was.
It is in the probably the most deliberately evil placement in the whole
That's
level.
for you to
Yeah,
find
but
out when you bought
also,
it.
it's like, it's not that
Yeah, I need a copy
bad.
to buy it.
It's not that bad, though. That's the thing. It's not that bad. People are overreacting, dude. It's not that bad. It's
Like,
just
here. I want
Yeah,
to say this
100% is that bad.
'cause
There's no way.
no way.
here's the thing. There was a lot of concern with the initial showcase regarding balancing, because obviously balancing that thing from someone who has experienced that stuff is a behemoth on its own. And then when people on Twitter think they know what they're talking about, it's even more of a concern. And I remember a lot of genuine and like good criticism or in worry was in regards to basically just being like trying not to just be like the entire level is impossible the whole way for like all 1 minute whatever, and it's just like the worst thing ever. Like, I plan at least on, like, again, like with the quota for example, that entire thing is supposed to, it'll be developed more into like more sections and greater things. We're not going to make the level carried by a few clicks obviously, but to give the level choke points, to give the level some slightly easier parts, like a level with good progression difficulty wise that matches the song and intensity. Because right now IMO, like the colors and everything like that is great, like for the intensity. The song's super intense, and if the gameplay like reflects that really well, sort of like how I'm gonna toot my own horn, like Slaughterhouse does, where it sort of the gameplay captures the intensity, and so is where the difficult parts are. To do that with Eternis would be amazing, but we legit can't do anything. It was so sad because like I was, me like Liam and Pluff were working really hard on it, and I was about to get my head back into it because I had been away for a while, and then all that happened, and now we're just like, well, there's no more there's no more work to do, guys. Sorry, like, and we were talking about, oh, like playtesting it on 240, but then if Rob changes it, then we have to redo it all over again. Like, we legit have to sit here and look at our level that's like done and just wait. Like, it's so frustrating. And that's assuming not other things break, but I mean, hey, none of the projects have had. Tartarus had the smoothest like release by far, right?
Tartarus?
Yeah, like compared to Acheron and
Yeah, we could talk about that, but
Yeah, we will. We will.
real quick aside, I just sent in this group chat.
Do you want me to show that on the
yeah.
screen?
Yeah, you can.
I remember
yeah.
helping. I remember
Thin
helping with that
V5.
GP.
Yeah, dude, this is
Me and
the
you working in Call of Duty on
exclusive.
this?
Yeah, this is the
Oh,
exclusive.
this is my video. Oh.
Yeah, this is the exclusive scoop. I saved like 5 or 6 videos of the original layout of this.
Is the audio
level.
still good? I switched the scene just to make sure.
Yeah. I know, I've chat quotes because it kept making me laugh. I kept reading
Yeah,
it. So I
we'll
was
show
gonna
it.
whip out
You
a
giggle, yeah?
skateboard.
This is just.
Yeah,
A
like
little bit of a giggle,
oh,
mate.
you know
Yeah.
what?
Like
No, go ahead. I was gonna say after.
the gameplay has been, it has gotten refined in this level so many times.
Yeah,
Like-
this looks a
It's
lot.
painful, but I
the-
like it. Not gonna lie.
The waves are the same.
Mhm.
I like the waves. Those are fun. But yeah, it still looks worse than what you arrived at in the end.
Don't wanna leak
It's
Discord.
definitely
There's 3 videos.
better.
This is the second one. You guys can keep
What's it called?
talking.
Yeah, I wanted to say like, especially with. That's why we were also so upset, like as a group. Like I'm pretty sure everyone's motivation, like on the Eternis team, was like, I know for speaking for myself, when everything got leaked, I was like, I had never been more demotivated to work on anything, like in like probably playing this game. Like it was so bad because we had worked so much, and then it all just got like sort of ruined in a second, and then people were making their opinions on what they thought was the final level, and like, it's funny since our creating process, like. Right, what we usually do is you'll like be like, yo, hop on VC, we're building, and we'll like do parts, sketch out parts, and like finish a part, and then we'll wait and see how it is, and then we'll change it later. Like we had what, that part got redone twice, and then it had like 2 other revisions once decorated. I had 2 scrapped gameplay parts, which originally was Vars's like 3 scrapped gameplay parts. The ending was different. We originally stuck with like the ball click ending, that went away. Your original intro part, like the blue orbs were 8 CPS, like that level
Yeah.
has gone through so much that people would like never ever know.
Yeah, and this happens with every level, but it's progressively gotten worse. Like
Oh yeah.
Tartarus really, well, honestly, dude, even Tartarus had a lot of scrapped parts. Like anybody who knows
Cyclic.
about Silent Akbar,
Cyclic.
anybody who knows about Silent Akbar, which is the original version
Jesus,
of Tartarus,
yeah.
like there's a lot of scrapped parts in that, even, right? But it's progressively gotten worse with every level. So like Acheron, there was a couple more parts that had to get like remade and repolished, and this level is definitely the worst in terms of how long it took to actually just get the gameplay in a state where I felt happy with it. And like, I think out of the whole group, I was probably the most temperamental when it came to the gameplay for this level, because I just kept asking people to like tweak things and remake things, just because I was just never happy with how it was. And the current version, like the finished version, I am happy with it, but you know, it took a long time to get there. It really did.
Remember when I made I got replaced one of the gameplay parts when it ended up getting leaked, and we were on call and you're like, yeah, this is dope, and then like 2 days later you're like, nah, I'm replacing it, it sucks, and then like we would go over and do that stuff over and over again. Like
Yeah.
people don't get it's not as lazily like thrown together and like not thought out like as people think. Like honestly,
Oh,
you spend an
Jesus.
absurd amount of time on projects like this, even if it just sort of will come. People will look at it and be like, dude, the wave and the ship are so hard. Why would they do this? Like, there's a lot more to it.
I'm surprised the thought of all the gameplay retained in your mind for as long as it did to actually like get it on paper.
Yeah, I don't know. The way a lot of these levels start out is like, I pretty much always have the pre-drop in my head because every one of these levels is just like basically club step. So like, I can always imagine the beginning, and I always start building the beginning because it's just very easy for me. And then everything after that, like I said, I have the game modes in my head and like what speeds they should be at because I can just imagine it. But like, when it comes to actually building in like gameplay that has depth to it, that's not my specialty. Like, I'm not very good at that.
Yeah. Like that video you just sent, it's good, but it reminds me so much of Acheron. It's like almost too similar to it.
He roasted me. It's mine.
I mean,
mine.
he did say it was down to a science with the club step model.
Yeah.
It literally is like it's trial. When you make levels this hard and like you really want it to be something special, it's just trial and error over and over and over and over and over until you get it right.
Do you have any scrapped projects you want to talk about that never saw the light of day?
Yeah.
You have any?
Ram Ranch by me and N Level and Riot.
I don't know, dude. There's been so many, but there really haven't been any that like basically got finished that just didn't come out. There's a lot of levels that, especially when I was like coming up in the game, that I was just building shit for fun that stayed layouts that really never got anywhere. So like I could bring up a couple, and you know, actually, I think it would be interesting one of these days. I still have my original PC from 2015. I still have it, and I haven't opened it up in like years. And I bet if I like plugged it in, and one of these days I'm gonna do it. One of these days I want to plug it in and go look because I'm sure I have so many. I'm sure I probably have like 1.9 GD on there. Honestly, like I have. It's been that long, and so like I bet if I open GD on that computer, or like somehow accessed my save, I could recover so many things out of my save that have just been lost to time, and like probably videos that I don't even know exist.
Yeah. So
I want to do that one of these days. But there's been a lot of levels. Like there's one. There was a level I was building with Mifiwi and Cyclic and a guy called Wabbit back in the day in 2016.
Yeah.
In 2016.
Such an OG lineup, my god.
Stop DMing me.
Lineup.
Stop DMing
In 2016, we were building. It's kind of like a cosmic cycle, and it was. We never had a name for it, but I just called it Science Circles because it used "This Is Not Science Rocket," I think, by F777, and I'm sure you can find a video of it on YouTube. But it was one of like.
Science.
I just called it like Science Circles.
I do remember that existing and being like
I built like I built like quite a bit of almost all the gameplay in that level, and it wasn't good, but like it was one of those where I like started it and it just didn't really go.
Was it also called Terminal Velocity?
Somebody made that name up. I never.
Okay.
That.
So this is the right thing. All right, let's see. There's gonna be no.
Someone just made it up, and people actually.
I actually
That's
found
kind of
the video. It's a
Also,
VOD rip.
Right.
Oh, Jesus.
I'm curious if you remember this, but I'm gonna send this in the group. Tell me if this rings any bells. Remember when me, you, and Liam were working on this, and like this was like such a I'll be surprised if you fully remember what happened at all. But this level was.
I do remember.
Yeah,
I remember this because I watched your like unfinished levels video, and you had an NC layout with this song, and I was like, dude, this song is sick. I want to make a level with this, and we tried doing it, but it didn't really go anywhere. But yeah, that was awesome. There's that, and then there's some others I can bring up, like let's see, what else? There's there's stuff that kind of I'm sure people know about, like when I split with AP Team, I tried making my own version of Cosmic Cyclone. Same with like SWI, like so there are like, and I guess Viper and SWI never really did come out officially. People have like verified it. Oh yeah, easily. Dude.
Yeah,
that's
mine
like
too.
Because like Yeah, back in the day, I mean, I think a lot of people forget. Like, I almost verified Sonic Wave. I didn't, but I almost did. And like, on SWI, and that was a buff version on SWI. I had like 82 or something on it. Like, so I had made a lot of. Anyways, that version never officially got released, but people have like, just fans have gone through and actually legitimately verified SWI, like the Vibrant unbuffed version.
Is
But
the feeling of getting 96 on Sonic Wave, especially back then, is that even like a describable feeling? Because in the third person, when I've talked about it like countless times on videos and whatever, like a third person view of it doesn't really do it a justice to how it feels to you, because you actually got 96 and you actually were like in it. You know what I mean? Like, is that even a
Yeah.
describable thing?
I don't know. I mean, it's honestly, it's just like any other fail
Yeah.
on a really hard level. Like now, dude, and I think this will actually be a really interesting story to talk about the whole Sonic Wave verification thing, because
Yeah.
it goes so deep. It goes so deep. So, like, okay, so everybody knows. Hopefully, everybody knows. Anybody who knows their history knows that in 2015, when Bloodbath was kind of coming into creation, Sonic Wave was as well, right? And this was the original light blue Sonic Wave, okay? And I think before Bloodbath got verified, Cyclic put out light blue Sonic Wave and claimed it was verified. And kind of everybody knows how that went. It wasn't. It was weird because like he put out a video and admitted there was like a splice in it, but he just said, I don't know, whatever. So that happened, and then Bloodbath got verified. He updated to dark blue, and then my next step after Bloodbath was always going to be that, because it was the only thing that was hard or harder. So the entire time after Bloodbath, I was grinding other stuff and beating other like top 10 levels, but always was practicing Sonic Wave in the background, always trying to make progress, always uploading like start position runs on my YouTube and shit. And so I was trying really hard, and then like out of nowhere, a guy called me Feely uploads like a 72% progress video, right? And like this is back in the day where okay, it's gonna sound like I have an ego here, but it's kind of true. Like I was at the top, like nobody was close.
Yeah.
And so
I mean,
when I saw
it just is true.
when I saw like some random guy I've never heard of put up like 72 on Sonic Wave, and that's like nobody at that point had ever made it to the second wave from zero. I was like, who is this guy, right? So I was like, we started looking into it, and it was like, it turned out he was more of what you would call like a journeyman in sports, where he's like, he's not technically like super skilled, but he's the kind of guy who's so dedicated that he'll put in so many attempts and so many attempts. And
Can I stop you for a sec?
Yeah, go
just
ahead.
Real quick. I just want to show people this, and you, if you're not aware. Did you know that Sonic Wave was almost a different color? I'll show you on the stream as well. Sonic Wave is actually... Do you want to know why he made it dark blue? He made it dark blue because he made a poll on Naver, and basically this says, like, give the color for Sonic Wave, and the choices are, like, orange, green, whatever, dark blue, and dark blue ended up winning. And this actually is a screenshot in a second of all of the entries and what they look like. I don't know if you've seen this before. Dude, check that out. That was the 6 colors that people on the Naver Cafe had to choose. Dude, Sonic Wave could have been orange.
Bro, would have been it looks like the other ones look like problematic, bro. Oh
Yeah.
my god.
Anyway,
Black SW,
keep
Black
going.
SW. No way. So
I can't imagine it differently. But I think they did pick the right thing. Dark blue is definitely like...
Thank God for the neighbor.
that is
Keep
Sonic
going. I
Wave.
need to
That's
BRB real quick.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So where was I? I forgot.
We're talking about Mr. Mifue.
Oh yeah. So like he had gotten to the second wave from zero. That was like, okay, this guy is definitely like good. And so I was explaining how he's kind of one of those like journeyman players where they're not necessarily the best, but they have put so many attempts into something that the muscle memory is so strong, right? So they can just get there. So at that point, I started taking it a lot more seriously, and me and him, we were kind of like frenemies in a sense. Like there was hostility between us because obviously we were the two like front runners for SW, so we were kind of had some hostility towards each other. But
Yeah.
eventually, we became friends. We made like a small group chat with me and like so many other like people like Wabbit, guy called Gigas or Gygas, and then there was the notorious Auroras in that group chat, and we would just, dude, we would have so much fun together. We'd build layouts, we would fucking troll, we'd play Counter-Strike, we would do so many things. And so, like, throughout that time, me and Mifi, we became pretty decent friends, and he was dedicating his Sonic Wave completion to, like, I think his grandpa who had passed away, I believe.
Run Mafiri, I just came back.
And so at a certain point, I felt like I wanted to let him basically do it first, just because of like out of respect. So I kind of stopped trying as hard and just kind of let him do his thing. And I promised him, I'm pretty sure I did like actually promise him that he could do it first. And so that is one of the reasons like why I never actually fully went through and completed it. And I kind of sat back and let him do it. But then I think eventually he just either quit or couldn't do it. I don't really remember how it went, but I know obviously Sunix popped up and I started playing it again because he had stopped.
Yeah.
He had stopped. And like,
Yeah.
That whole thing, like obviously I didn't verify it, but that's like, if I have any regrets in like this whole online thing I've done throughout most of my life, it would be not pulling through with Sonic Wave. Like, if I could just go back and like slap myself in the face, be like, dude, you have to do this. If it's the last thing you ever do, you need to do this. It's so important.
Yeah.
Because like I just know how different things would be. Like, I know I have a great legacy in this game, but like Sonic Wave would have been the cherry on top, and I still regret it to this day that I wasn't like mentally strong enough to be able to pull through. Like, I was just at that point in like my playing career, if you want to call it, in GD, I was so like, it's kind of edgy to say, but I was kind of like damaged. Like, the way I viewed levels because of Bloodbath, like the experience of verifying Bloodbath, I don't think anybody can really share that experience today. It's just so different. Like, I think maybe the only person who could share that is Vision with Silent Club stuff, but he didn't even get to like actually verify it, right? So I don't know. It's just so hard. The process of verifying Bloodbath was. This is. I don't know. Like, I've dealt with a lot of stressful stuff in my life outside of this game, but like still, the process of going through verifying Bloodbath was one of the most stressful things I've ever done in my life, and it's crazy to say that, but again, you'd have to be able to like experience it. You had to be there to know what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
but it was, and so like from that experience and feeling like everybody was counting on me and like I was at the top and everybody was watching me for so long, I had so much pressure, and so like by the time the Sonic Wave 96 thing happened, I was just so like mentally damaged. Like the level had beaten me mentally. Like, I was good enough to do it. I had put in enough practice, but that level had just beaten me mentally. Like, I couldn't do it. It was just so... It scared me. Like, every time I got far, I was just so nervous. I just couldn't do it.
Man, that's
so,
back
like,
then when levels were just so... They still are, but with our own bias from just being from that different generation, just levels are just so, like, scary. And that's no exception.
Yeah, and so, like, I think that's one of my... Probably my only regret is, like, not having the mental fortitude to be able to pull through, because I know, like I said, my legacy in this game is great, but that would have been the cherry on top, and I just really wish I would have done it. And that's probably the only thing I would ever change about what I've done in this game is I wish I had been the guy to do Sonic Wave. I really, still to this day, regret that I wasn't. And honestly, like, that's, like, those experiences, like Bloodbath, even though I did pull through, and Sonic Wave are a lot of the reasons I am the way I am today with this game. Like, I don't know, people like to joke that I'm super old. I get it. It's like a fun gag,
Yeah.
right? Like, I'm only like 24. It is a lot older than most people in the community, but like
Yeah.
24 in like gaming terms is not really that old. Like, you still have really strong fast reflexes until like, and if you've been playing games competitively for most of your young life, you can get into your mid to late 30s and still have really good reaction time. But I'm only 24. Like, if I wanted to, I could still play this game at a high level, and I know I could. And I'll never be someone as good as Zoid because he's just naturally talented to a
And he's
point that
fucking
nobody
15,
else is.
dude. He's actually just in the prime time. Well, not
Yeah,
really,
and he
but you know
has
what I
so
mean.
much. He has so much more time than like I could ever have to play this game. But like, I know I could still be really good if I wanted to. It's just like this game has mentally defeated me, like hard levels. Like I said, it's just I view it from a different point now. Like, I don't have good nerve
Yeah.
control. I don't have the discipline or the want to sit here and practice a level for hours anymore. I don't, and like I have hand problems too. Like, there's so many things that prevent me from being able to go through and like. But there's a lot of times throughout the years where I've been like, there's a new top one, and I'm like, dude, I bet I could do that if I really wanted to. And I know I could. And I know I could because, like,
Yeah.
that's just the way I am. If I believe I can do something and I want to do it, I know I can do it. But there's external factors. Like, my hand is the biggest one. When I was beating Sonic Wave, I had to, I don't know if anybody remembers this, but, like, the way I did it, I was working full time, and I didn't really have a lot of time to play the level, but I had made the promise I was going to do it. So each week, I played the level 1 day a week. So every 7 days, I played one session for like 4 or 5 hours, and I streamed it, and that was it. And it took me like 6 weeks to beat the level, or something like that. But like, so people think I took a long time on it when I came back, but like, if you put that into playing hours, it's not that much. And that's the way I had to do it because I had to basically like ration the amount of time that I was playing the game. I could only play for like 5 hours a week, and then I had to give myself an entire week's break to like recover my hand.
Yeah, that's
the way I had to play it. And like, I know that's why I can't do things that I want anymore. Like, I just can't. I've tried so many times where I've come back and I'm like, oh, I want to like play this level, and I don't publicize it. I just kind of do it on my own thing. My own time.
Is it kind of like, you know, that scene from The Incredibles where he's in his office with all the memorabilia and he's just looking at his suit on the wall? Is it like that?
I don't know. Maybe.
Oh,
But it's like I come
relive
back.
the glory days.
Yeah, I guess so. And it's kind of like I said, I know I can do it if I wanted. I can make it work. I could sit here and play a level 1 week for 6 months and do it. It's just a matter of I don't have the drive to anymore. Maybe one day that'll come back, but I want to do other stuff with my time, you know.
Plus, you're busy, bro. You got work and stuff like that. Like, people don't realize like GD is such not only time consuming.
It's very time consuming.
But also mentally time consuming, because to sit down and like say like I'm gonna play this level like does take like a level of sort of like preparation. Like, GD is no longer a game at like a high level play where you can just sort of like, I'm gonna get on and start playing. Like, no, you gotta get on, you gotta warm up, you gotta do these runs, you gotta do this, this, and this. I wanted to ask too, in relation to Sonic Wave, I was curious because back then, right, difficulty gaps were so absurdly huge. And at the time, people didn't know it, but like if you go to like 2018 demon list, you'll see like the #1 demon. I remember like Erebus was 1 and like Sonic Wave is 2. And like Erebus was like way off the list when Sonic Wave was still there. Like, it was like a 30 or 40 place gap or something like that. And people didn't realize like back then that was like one singular place. So back then with Sonic Wave, like, did you realize how like absurdly hard Sonic Wave was for the time, considering like the fact that Bloodbath and Sonic Wave are sort of like held together time wise, despite one being like, obviously Sonic Wave's so much harder because like Cyclic just sort of hacked it, but it was so much harder than Bloodbath, and people didn't even like realize or notice it yet. I'm like curious if you at the time noticed like, wow, this is way harder than I could have expected.
No, actually, like, that's the thing that is so easy to talk about now because there's so much history we can look back on. There's been so many levels since 2015 that have released that are between Bloodbath and Sonic Wave in difficulty. So it's so easy now to see how far they truly are in difficulty from each other. But back then, when Sonic Wave was brand new and Bloodbath was brand new, those were the only two levels you could compare to each other. So there was debate, believe it or not, which one was harder. Because there was only two. There was nothing to compare to. So like, I knew Sonic Wave was harder. I didn't know how much harder it was. I just knew it was definitely the hardest level, and I was trying to beat it. But yeah, nowadays you can sit here and say, wow, like Sonic Wave was really so much harder than Bloodbath, and it really was. But
yeah, it is.
That's the kind of thing that you just couldn't know at that time. It's kind of like Bloodbath to Cataclysm or whatever people would truly consider the number 2 when Bloodbath came out. It's kind of like that where you really just can't know until years later how truly big the difficulty gap was between the two.
Yeah.
Plus, like, I'm sure that mentally weighs on you, considering like if you're in a time period like even like modern day will still happen where someone will be playing the hardest level and all they have is the one right below it to compare it to, and they don't know like how hard it is. Like, and funny is like as funny as it is, like nowadays with the slaughterhouse verification race, R&D
I
space,
was gonna mention that.
I made a poll in the server asking who thought it was harder than Tartarus, and 4 people thought that Tartarus was harder than Slaughterhouse, and only 2 people thought Slaughterhouse was harder than Tartarus. Tartarus currently sits at like what, 26, 27, and Slaughterhouse is still 4. Like 4. People don't, in retrospect it's so obvious, but like mentally, like that weighs on you. I remember although space stuff is horrible, obviously Doggy got a bit of a blessing in disguise in terms of motivation, because there's like no way he would have been able to sit
that's
down
what I
and
was talking
tolerate
about
that level.
earlier.
Yeah, like it's incredible. Sort of like how, but that, like, again, that will weigh on you even if you don't know it, and I can only imagine like Sonic Wave for you like would most likely just be that.
Yeah, I mean it was. But
by the way, Riot, how does it feel that you verified Bloodbath in 1.9 physics? When 2.0 came out and you started straight flying, were you just like, this is what?
He didn't
Come
know.
on.
I told him this.
Yeah,
I taught you this, and you were cheesed. Like,
I was like,
that was so funny.
Yeah, can I be honest? I didn't know that was a thing. I'm gonna be honest.
Oh, really?
Until people told me. Until people told me
call.
years later. Like, I'm pretty sure Nico was the one who told me. I was like, what?
Yeah, we were on call talking
about. There's no way
Acheron.
that's real. Yeah, I was like, there's no way that's real.
I thought you would notice.
No. And coming back to it now, like years later, and people say that, I'm like, yeah, dude, people should give me more credit. Like, people are like, oh, he's dude, I could go. Listen, I could rant on this for hours, and people love to like shit on me. They're like, oh, he's like refresh rate carry. That's the only reason he was good back then. Blah blah blah. Dude, I could sit here for hours and fucking argue with that, because that's just so disrespectful.
Never played 1.9.
That's so disrespectful to say shit like that. You weren't there, you didn't experience it, but like that's one thing you can say for sure. Like, I was the only one who beat that level on harder ship physics. People, and I didn't even know that, by the way. But like people, so like,
did you just play 2.0 and you're like, oh hell yeah, I'm better at straight fly now. I got a skill boost.
I'll explain, because it was very slight. Because again, like in like retrospect, Rob did silently change the physics, and what happened was, it was most likely a direct result of Bloodbath and straight flying, because the ship physics basically just made it so straight flying was easier, and you'd go up and down way slower than before. So most people didn't notice it, because, especially you, right, on 144, you would have noticed it the very least. The only people who would really have any noticeable difference would have been on 60 hertz, and even then, like back then, people weren't. Now we have like 0 millisecond delay, 1 millisecond delay, like everything's super smart. Dude, back then people used to play on like death adders and like the worst equipment possible. Like, the slightest change in physics didn't mean a thing.
You're
so
right.
Like we were talking about Acheron, and I was discussing physics in relation to like one of the parts, and I'm like, oh, if only Rob didn't change this, and you're like, what do you mean? And I'm like, oh, you don't know? And you're like, no, and I'm like, Rob just changed how the ship works. He's like, no, you're lying. And then like we slowly found out, you're like, oh.
Yeah. Yeah,
I still
dude,
don't know if
so-
anyone's ever done it on 1.9 other than
No, and this is a point I wanted to make. Like again,
I'll look.
this is just
Keep talking.
something. This is something that I swear it actually like pisses me off. But it's just because people are so disrespectful. They weren't there. They don't know how it was. But when people always say like I'm monitor carried or whatever, dude, fucking you. The game nowadays, the meta is so far from what it used to be. Like I guarantee you, if any of these people, any of these top players right now, if you made them get exactly the hardware and the shit that I was using back then, they would understand how different it was. Like people sit here with their mega hack shit, their 360 FPS bypass, their fucking show hitbox on death, all this stuff that makes it so easy to like learn levels and do all that. If you took away, if you stripped away mega hack entirely, if you stripped away FPS bypass, put them on a native 144 hertz refresh rate.
Oh, it's
Give them
Yeah.
a death adder, which is what I used. I used a death adder. I did not use an 8K hertz polling rate keyboard. Okay, you put them on all this shit, I guarantee you, the game wouldn't be even close to where it is now.
We have it so good.
My point is, people love to call me like overrated or whatever, but these are people who play with the modern amenities that people have spent years developing. They just really don't know how it was playing without like a meta. Like I just sat there, I didn't even know what I was doing, dude. I'm just sitting here like I wanted to beat a hard level. That's what it was. And now all the new players come in and they have everything like laid out for them. Like this is the meta. This
That's
is what you
so
need to.
true.
This is what you
like
need to buy.
tutorials on everything.
It's like this is the
people-
keyboard you use. This is the software you use. This is X, Y, and Z that you need to use to be a good player. And like back then, nobody was there to tell me what to do. I had to figure it all out. I was just a guy with a keyboard and a mouse, and I was playing a game because I wanted to be hard levels. And like,
I wanted to ask.
So, dude, the meta wasn't there.
Yeah. I think people
That's
forget the
very
game
true.
at that point had been out for like maybe 2 years. It's been out for 10 now. And the community, especially on PC, was way smaller.
yeah,
back then.
it just came out.
Most
Steam
people
was
are on
new.
mobile.
Steam was
Yeah.
new in relation to GD. It was
So
crazy.
people really had no idea what they were doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could get a basic idea.
That's
You could be
definitely
like,
something
okay,
people
well,
don't even
gaming
think
mouse.
about.
GD wasn't
Yeah.
solved. GD is solved now, and I know 2.2 is going to shake
Yeah.
that up a little, but the game's solved, and I
We'll
wanted
solve
to
again
ask,
in, like, a
honestly.
week.
Do you want
I
a hot
forget-
take, Nico? Do you want a
Yeah.
hot take on that?
Sure.
I kind of enjoyed. It's also because I was younger. It's because we were all younger.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
back then,
Mm.
I kind of liked how I was kind of in it during, like, watching it develop. I know that's like stupid as
Yeah.
fuck to say now because we have everything's figured out, whatever. But back then, being along for the ride, like before Mega Hack, like 2.0 just came out, whatever, Bloodbath, Sonic Wave. It's a feeling that it's a feeling that's hard to explain to people who literally just don't know. And I
Oh,
know
yeah, no, and
Riot
plus-
and you and me and Finn,
Yeah.
we can all attest to this. Like, how do you even explain that?
It's difficult since like a lot of players nowadays will never ever experience that, or like will never have an idea until 2.2 comes out, which I'm thankful for, just because of that. Because now most top players that join like a year or two ago or stuff like that. Like Zoink's Zoink started playing like what 2020 or something. Like
Yeah,
he
First
Mega
main
Hack
list
was
about
already a
year
thing.
ago.
Yeah, like he joined the game, and this is obviously not a shot at anything, but
Yeah.
when you join a game and it's solved and everything's there, versus like back in
Yeah.
the day, like I wanted to ask, like, with the monitor carried whatever, which is such a stupid thing. I can't believe people even say nowadays. But did you even were you even aware as to the advantages you had on 144 hertz? Because I remember, if I remember correctly, you didn't even know like exactly why your trail was cutting. Like
Yeah.
that was like new. Like we didn't know why that was a thing.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I'll get into that 1 second though. I saw Doggy say he missed when he used to not know what hitboxes look like, and that's
Yeah.
so true, dude. Because like back in the day, dude, and this is kind of similar to what you asked me. It's like when I would go and try to beat levels that are built on 60 hertz, and I was like one of the only 144 players, and I wasn't the only one, but I was definitely the only one that was like pushing the skill limit. So I was playing
Yeah.
the hardest levels that were built on 60. And like, so I was the one to figure out that like 60 hertz, there was you had to do like 60 hertz bug fixes. I was the first one to like figure out that was a thing that had to happen. So like, the process of learning levels was so much harder because I would sit here and I would just die to like stupid shit that didn't even make sense. Like I'd be just dying to invisible stuff, and I'm like, what is happening? Because I can't turn on the show hitboxes. So I had to just sit there and start positioning in practice mode and figure out how to play these levels. And people don't realize how annoying and bad that was. Dude, people nowadays would just quit the game if they had to deal with that. And I'm like, so developing that kind of shit. Like I remember I was learning Galactic Fragility, and that level was so that level is such a garbage, buggy piece of shit on 144. I had to sit there, and it took me so many attempts compared to other levels. It took me like 7,000 attempts because that level was so fucking bad on 144. And there's like retention, which people said I like nerfed with a 60 hertz like bug fix, which is so dumb. Like I didn't nerf it. I did not nerf that level. I don't know why people say that. Like I bug fixed it. People are so fucking stupid.
Yeah.
But I think. Oh yeah, you go
on. Sorry. What did you originally ask me, Nico? I just went off.
I was gonna say no. I had like I was saying like if you even knew like the benefits, because obviously like nowadays we know like higher refresh rate equals like basically higher TPS, higher TPS per second, and all that shit. And you have more window for timing. Your ship physics are calculated faster. Like we didn't know that was a thing back then. Like I remember, this is funny. This affected me as like I built Slaughterhouse when I was 12 years old on my phone. But when I wanted to get Tosh Deluxe to upload my level to his YouTube channel, he would ask us to make autos for it, right? And that's how things worked back then. Yep. So I'd go and I'd spend a day making an auto of my level. I'd send it to Tosh, and he'd be like, "It doesn't work." And he just wouldn't showcase it. And guess why? Because he had a higher refresh rate monitor than me. And we didn't know that for literally years. The official like Slaughterhouse 2 that I made, that I deeply regret, that did exist for a short period of time, only didn't get showcased because the auto happened to bug on his monitor, his refresh rate. And I am so glad, because if Tosh had a 60 hertz monitor, history would literally be different for me. Like it's horrible to think that, but like back then, yeah, things like even simple like auto parts were horrid on 144. Like a random auto part would just be impossible, and like you're like, why? Like the game's not solved. And like even in 2.0, like God rest the soul of Uprise by Bladum. There's a part at like 70, the dual transition on anything above 60 will just like 90% of the time launch you in the ceiling and kill you for no good reason, just because you're on higher refresh rate. And back then, like, guess what? Nowadays, yeah, we have bug fixing and all this and that, whatever. That's never an issue. You know what, like, we had to do? We had to just fucking man up and die there over and over and over and over, because you're on higher refresh rate. Like, times are so different.
By the way, Riot, aside from the levels that you've already talked about, are there any more from 144 from back in the day that stand out as just being so goddamn awful that you would never ever want to play them again? Is there anything else, like any other ones?
Galactic Fragility is like the worst offender, and I say I had to bug fix retention, but that's like the only like actual good level that had some weird stuff with it. But oh man, I'm trying like no, I really can't think of anything that stands out that bad. The Janus Miracle, the original one that I beat, was like super bad, but like I didn't have to bug fix that. It was just fucking bad. That's really what it comes down to. And like, dude, the original Janus Miracle, the one that I beat, man, that's a story. That is a story. But so to answer like Nico's question, the way I figured it out is the short answer is like no. I had no idea what I was doing, dude. I played a lot of, besides GD, I played a lot of COD on Xbox, okay? And I watched this guy on YouTube. He was a COD commentator. He had a sponsorship with BenQ monitors, and I was getting a new PC set up in like May of 2015 because it was my birthday. So I got a new PC. I needed a new monitor, and he was sponsored by BenQ. And he would always sing the praises of like BenQ monitors. So I was like, okay, I'll get one of these. So I got it, plugged it in. I used a DVI cable, not a display port.
Same.
So I used a DVI cable, and then like I opened GD and I started streaming, and I was playing the realistic, and I was like, dude, why does the game feel so easy now? So I was like sitting here straight flying, and I was just flying, and I was like, dude, this feels so easy to control. Like, what's going on? And then I was playing the realistic, and if you know anything about the realistic, my name is in that level.
Yeah.
And that's how I discovered what was wrong with like 144 stuff slowly. I was playing the realistic, and there was that one part that you just can't get past on 144, and I was like, dude, what is going on here? This level's not possible. And so so that like Softable had to like fix the level for me. But slowly I started realizing, and I remember like the whole trail cutting thing was what originally. So back in the day, when Neptune put out his videos of his levels, and you watch, we all know now his videos were like spliced and speed hacked.
Yeah.
But back in the mobile days, the way you could tell somebody was cheating was their trail, because their trail would cut. Okay, and so like when I'm sitting here on PC and I'm basically the best player at the time, and I get a new monitor, and all of a sudden I'm beating hard levels and my trail's cutting, everybody's like, "Oh no, like that looks like speed hack, right?"
Yeah.
And because that's the knowledge we had, and so I was like, "No, my trail's not cutting, guys. I'm not cheating. I don't know why it's cutting. I have no idea, dude. I just bought a new monitor. I don't know what's going on."
that was like the innocent era, dude.
Yeah, and Michigan was like, "Dude, you should just like delete your trail file. Like it looks bad because it looks like you're cheating." I was like, "Okay, yeah, you're probably right." So that's why I started playing with no trail, because he was like, "Yeah, you should probably just delete it because it's making you look bad." And I was like, "Yeah, for sure." So like now that's a thing that people do as like a strategy, like a meta to play without trail. But that's not why I did it. Cool. That's not why I did it.
I don't have a trail.
Yeah, and that's not why I did it. I didn't do it as a meta. I did it because it was my trail was cutting. I'm like, dude, people think I'm cheating. Fuck. so
no, yeah, I just do that because it looks better in showcases.
When you bought your monitor, did it feel like the first day or two? Did it feel like you just like discovered something and you're like, oh my god?
Oh yeah, for
like,
sure.
Do I tell people? Like what?
Yeah, well, commentator came in clutch, bro.
Yeah, that was the whole thing that that was like, now it's easy because it's been so long that I don't really think about it. But I know back then that was like something that I was always thinking about in 2015. I was like debating with myself. I'm like, do I tell people about this? Because like I feel kind of guilty, because I'm like I eventually realized what was going on. Like this monitor was really good for this game, and I was like, do I just keep this a secret and just like farm, or do I tell people?
Just gatekeep it.
And like so like people would ask me what monitor I'd use, and I'd tell them. I just would never really disclose them. Like, yeah, this is basically like the secret to being like good, because honestly that's not really true. It definitely helps. It like unlocks your true potential. It's the way I've always seen it. Like high refresh rate, high FPS just unlocks your true potential, or the capability to get there. But so I never tried to gatekeep it. I'd always thought about it. But ultimately I was like, no, that's not right. Like if I want to be like the undisputed best, other people need to have access to the shit that I have, and I need to be able to prove myself that still with other people having the same advantages I have, I'm still the best. And like eventually that happened, because like after Bloodbath got verified, there's people like and so again, this comes back to the thing where everybody says I was the only one with 144, but that's not true. There's people, I can list like 4 or 5 people that had it after I verified Bloodbath. There was RPG Ricchetti, there was Mabby01. There was
that guy.
There was, why can't I think of his name? Serve. I'm not talking about Serve when I was thinking about the name, but Serve obviously.
Yep.
There was another guy who I think made progress on Bloodbath. Quasar is another one, but I swear there's another person that had 144 as well, and I can't remember their name.
Sandstorm, or wasn't Sandstorm?
No, Sandstorm had 60. Yeah. Sandstorm had 60. But there was like a decent pool of players who had access to this stuff, and so yeah, eventually like people came around and they had access to it, and like I think I still proved myself to be like the best even after all that stuff came out, or after all those people came out with 144. But so yeah, eventually like people discovered the kind of the secret behind it, but for a while I was the only one that was really like playing the game that had access to it. But after Bloodbath came out, people had 144, and it still took 7 months for someone to beat it. I'm just saying.
And easier,
okay? I'm just saying. All right.
Yeah,
would've
that
taken-
reminds me
no,
of
I hate it. It would have taken longer if the shift physics weren't
Huh?
changed. It literally, like, Bloodbath would have taken longer to
yeah,
beat.
it would have been.
There's finally a first victor, and Riot just goes, "Oh yeah, well guess what?"
Yeah, and not to mention like first Victor took like 6 or 7K more attempts than the verifier, which was me. Like
Yeah.
I had
Nowadays,
the,
nowadays it would
usually
be the
takes
other way
longer.
around.
yeah,
Yeah.
like that. So that's kind of crazy to look back on. Like the first completion took a decent amount more attempts than me, who was like playtesting and verifying. And like
Oh, that's
Bloodbath took me
just-
less attempts than Cataclysm.
That's
Crazy, actually.
Yeah, but that's because Cataclysm I played a lot on mobile and a lot on 60 hertz.
Yeah.
Also, right, you know what you reminded me of? Something that like I just realized so many people didn't experience was like I remember when I was playing GD on PC for like a few years on 60, and I was trying to beat extremes, and I just like I was capable of, but it was really difficult, and especially since I was trying to do like Cataclysm and ICDX. And then I remember because it was my birthday as well. I ended up getting a 144 Hz monitor, and like the feeling of like going home with your new monitor that you know, like, oh shit, it's time for me to like become
Same, by
good.
the way.
And I literally did Cataclysm and ICDX, which were both like top 60, top 70 in the same week as I got my monitor. I was like, that is a feeling that nowadays like people open the game, they have mega hack and they turn it to the highest, and that's it.
Yeah, I remember. I went from 60 to 240, and I think
That must have been
I was pretty
huge.
bad. It was insane, but I went from beating like I was still shit when I got it, but I went from decode to I don't know if you remember Chaotic Hell.
Oh my god, that
I
level.
made that jump after getting 240,
You know,
and that was
Mafui.
so fun.
I remember
And I
Mafui
repeatedly
jumped.
tried to
Sorry,
beat
I keep-
Aku and just never did. Huh?
No, I thought you were done, and anyway,
No.
but you
Random
reminded
joke.
me of something. You reminded me of one. I also got 144 for my birthday, and the same thing, same goddamn thing. I'm like, okay, it's time to get serious now. No more fucking around.
Yeah, no,
I have
legit.
the I have the hardware. I have no excuse to be bad. I still struggled on Summer Breeze by Andromeda.
Oh yeah, I was still a G502 user.
I had a
So I was
G. Well, yeah,
double-clicking.
G502. Yeah, that's the thing too. Back then, again, like people with mouses and stuff. And I remember I saw Muffy in chat say it a while ago. They're like people used to soft click. Like now, like there's no soft clickers. The last soft
Yeah.
clicker known to man in this game was Aruni. God rest
Gold
his soul,
stub,
wherever
too.
he may be.
Mhm.
And Rico LP was a soft clicker as
Yeah.
well.
Ah, but he nerf played it, Justice. Does it really matter?
Dude, I don't know how the
No,
fuck people do that.
Dude, we should talk about the parallels between Zoink and SpaceUK versus me and Cyclic. But
Oh yeah,
you
dude,
know,
I was gonna get
yeah.
to that.
Crazy.
there's actually
I was
even
gonna
more.
talk about Space UK because I have a good story for that as well. Well, once you're
Yeah,
done.
just say
Sure,
it.
sure. But I was gonna say there's even more depth to like the whole history repeating itself thing, because I don't know. I mean, people know, but I don't think people really remember that. Like, actually, I was in competition with 2 cheaters at the same time, because at the peak of like the 1.9 rivalry, it was me, Andromeda, and Cyclic.
Oh,
it was
yeah,
like us
yeah.
3 together at the top, and like
Yeah.
after Cataclysm had been completed, the next hardest level that needed somebody to beat it legit was ICDX. And so like all 3 of us were racing to beat it, and I still beat both of them. I still beat both of them.
Beat
I was still the
hackers.
first one to complete it. Dude, and people like, come on, you gotta give it to me, dude. I was just on some shit back then. I was going
Yeah.
crazy.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I don't know what was
Like-
in the school lunch you were eating, but
Yeah, I remember, dude. Let me just say this though. I remember like, okay, I got 144 hertz, and then like the next week I beat so many hard levels. Like I beat Cataclysm, ICDX, Necropolis in 3 days, and then I beat Supersonic and Fairy Dust in the same session. And all these levels were like so hard back then, so hard back then.
yeah.
And so like, and then I beat like Poltergeist. I was beating so many hard levels in the same day. Like I think I actually beat Poltergeist, Fairy Dust, and Supersonic in the same day. I think. And I know I beat Necropolis. And I know I beat Necropolis,
Yeah.
ICDX, and Cataclysm in 3 consecutive days. Like I was doing so much grinding, so much
Going
grinding.
on.
And just the
And
fact that no
so-
school, or sorry,
Yeah, Doggy asked how old I was. So in May 2015, I had just turned 16. That's how old I was. So
Oh,
'cause
yeah.
I'm 24 now. So I had just turned 16 when that was my 16th birthday when I got my 144 hertz monitor. So I was becoming a junior in high school, I was going through my summer break between sophomore and junior year when all this happened.
Bro.
So you got infinite time, essentially.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I was getting at, but
Yeah.
That's the infinite time era when you're like 16, 14. Just, you have so much more time.
dude, remember
Even at
summer
uni.
2016?
I don't want to have a job. Like,
Yep.
uni, I have spare time, but I had so much more back then. I had, like, homework. That was
Yeah,
it.
Get home, like you play GD and do homework. Like that's like what
Yeah.
life was, dude.
Yeah, teachers don't understand that
oh.
I have to be the first to verify Sonic Wave.
Yeah,
They
Yeah.
actually don't
literally,
get
my
it.
math teacher can never understand the rivalry between me, like
Yeah.
Cyclic and Andromeda. They
Yeah,
just wouldn't.
bro. And you know, there was people at my school that knew what I was doing. Like there was because there was back then GD was still mostly a mobile game. So like
Yeah.
people at school would still play the game on mobile. And like I had told some people about like my closest friends knew what I did. They knew what I did in my free time. And so they would kind of keep up with it. And there was one guy I remember he dude, this kid was fucking weird because he was like such a jokester. He would go through classes and he would like at the start of the year he would like come up with some stupid ass name. He's like, oh, I go by like the name he went by in my biology class. He's like, call me Coat Rack. So everybody called him Coat Rack for some reason. It was the weirdest shit ever. But this kid Coat Rack,
What?
I don't know, dude. I don't fucking know. But this kid Coat Rack, I forget his real name. I think it was like Colin or some shit. But
Oh my god.
this kid
of
Coat
course.
Rack, for some fucking reason, whatever, he always played GD on his phone. And I remember it was like one of the days after I beat ICE after Cataclysm, I come into biology and he's like, yo, dude, I saw you beat Cataclysm. That's crazy. And we just had a whole discussion about. So, anyways, people back then they like knew what I was doing, and these are just like random
Yeah.
people that keep up with the game. And it was like people just at my school that play the game and were kind of keeping up with the community. And I remember the next year in 2016 when I had started junior year, I was taking like a U.S. history class or something, and I guess my teacher had overheard my friends talking about me, and he like brought it up in front of the whole class. He's like, "I heard you
God.
do YouTube," and it was this fucking. It was one of the most awkward, embarrassing moments I've
No,
ever had.
I
Yeah,
heard
know
you
what you
beat
mean.
ICDX.
Yeah, he's
Pretty
like, "Oh, I
crazy.
heard you do YouTube," and I was
Dude,
like,
explaining
"Dude,
GD to
I
wanted
know
to, like,
exactly what
I
that's
wanted to,
like,
like,
because
crawl
I put it
inside
on
of
my like
myself, dude.
university application. I built a channel with blah blah blah.
Yeah,
Oh my god. Then he'll go, what do you do?
Bruh.
And I'm like, gaming.
That's
bro, I
the
had to
worst.
like, I wanted to like crawl inside myself. So I was like, "Oh god,
Yeah.
dude!" Like, I had to like quickly end the conversation in the most polite way possible, just like not really
Yeah.
interact. But yeah, that was like one of the most awkward, embarrassing moments.
It's also like
Yeah.
explaining GD on like a super as being someone in the niche community of like the top 1%, explaining that to them is like
It's impossible.
You need like an hour.
You know how
can't
many times-
explain it.
Even nowadays, like I can't imagine back then. But even nowadays, like if I tell, like the occasional person, like oh, what games you play, or whatever, and I'm like, like I want
I
to
don't
avoid
even
it. I
say.
won't. No, like I'm not the type to avoid it. I'll be like, you know, that old mobile game Geometry Dash. They're like, oh yeah, like they still know it as the mobile game, and like even like in 2023, it's the mobile game. So
Do you know
back
what someone
then,
said to me?
dude, oh my god,
Oh my God.
it's like playing a Clash of Clans YouTuber.
I was
in
at a
their eyes.
party the other day, and well, not other day, but a few weeks ago, and I was playing it on my phone because I was bored. I'm not a party person. And they're like, "Oh, have you beaten the hardest level, Bloodbath?" I'm like,
Nice.
What?
Nice.
I just gonna be like, Bloodbath's not on the. I wanted to say like, Bloodbath's like easy now.
Just play
You fucking
Bloodbath Auto on
idiot.
your phone. Whoa,
Yeah.
whoa,
Like-
whoa! Not with Riding Call, man. Not cool.
No,
son.
no.
And
Okay, well now it is. It wasn't before. That's the point. Oh yeah, I was gonna say, SpaceUK, as weird it is, mentioned to me once. He's had a similar experience to you. Obviously not similar at all in some ways. He was walking home from school once, and the people behind him were talking about like SpaceUK and Slaughterhouse, but obviously he didn't tell anyone at school. But that must be weird. Have you ever overheard people talking about you like that didn't know who you were?
never, no. And I've never been
Never.
public. I've never been publicly recognized either. Never.
I have.
I've never had
At
anyone come
school.
up to me. Never
You
had
have
anybody
at
come
school?
Really?
Yeah.
Oh,
That's
And-
I
weird.
haven't.
Well, you
I
know
think
what?
Nepesta Nui did.
I guess it would be more accurate to say if somebody recognized me publicly, they've never made it known to me. So maybe it has happened, but I've never
Yeah.
been approached. I've never been approached. And
Yeah.
I think in the future that'll change because like next year I plan to go to PAX East in Boston in March, and so like in a couple months I plan on going. So I guess this is a shout out to anybody that's listening. If you want to meet me, I'm probably going to go to that. So if you want to go there, I'll be there. But I'm sure if I go there, I'll probably get publicly recognized. But I've never.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You definitely
You know
will. A
what's
lot of
the-
GD people go to those.
Oh yeah, no. GD players love PAX. You know, the weirdest.
Yeah, GS people a lot as well.
the weirdest experience. I've never been recognized, or whatever, obviously, because I'm not very public with like my identity and stuff.
Yeah.
But the one time that made me like, even if it wasn't necessarily GD, I was just walking with my brother. We were going to get ice cream, and someone was on their phone like with their group of friends, and they were showing them like a TikTok, and it was. I didn't see what was the TikTok was, but you know what I did hear? The slaughterhouse drop. And when I heard that
Oh.
passing by, I'm like, no, please, for the love of God, please do not be my level. Like, that made me so uncomfortable. I don't know why. Like, just having, like, online stuff,
I don't know.
like, see it at all, IRL, even if it's like, oh, it's only the song, it might not have been, like, still, like, it doesn't, I don't know. I've never
Yeah.
gotten a good feeling from that. It always scares the shit out of me.
I think actually once, it doesn't really count, but when I moved into accommodation use, someone there knew who I was, but they didn't recognize me. But when they found out, oh, you're FNO, and I'm like, yep.
I've never had that.
No, yeah, I want to talk about SpaceUK,
Yeah.
and I actually want to talk about Crisis. I don't know if you knew. I knew Crisis for a while, like since he hadn't been anything really. What hardest was Sakupen Hell, and over the years he became like a really good player. It was nice to watch him grow. And we had a friend group, and it was. You remind me of this when you talk about your group chat. It was me, Swyborg, SpaceUK, Crisis. I think 12 Kelvin, Kyoto, and Artsy Burn and Max. That just British people and Crisis. When we started the group chat, we were pretty much no one, and then there was obviously SpaceUK and Crisis. Crisis at one point would have been the #1 player, and his name was inspired by Riot. So that's weird. He told me once, he was like, oh yeah, I saw Riot, so I just named myself Crisis. But that's so weird, because he was #1 player. Because Space was cheating at the time.
He's
Yeah.
you if Cyclic decided it was time to go overdrive and get away with it.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
I'm familiar with, like I said, I pay way closer attention than people think I do. Like I know all the shit. I've watched all the videos of people. I think you put out a video that was like
I
covered
did,
everything.
yes.
Yeah, and I watched that
Yep.
video, like when it came out. So I know everything about that. I know Crisis was inspired by me for his name. I know if anybody knows Rampage.
Dude, I miss
He's kind
him.
of an OG. He also was inspired by me in terms of name. I think there's somebody else too. I forget who it was, but
Definitely someone.
there's somebody else. I don't think they're in the GD community, but their name is Pandemonium. There's a lot of people who have like used names
Right.
after me that have been inspired
Yeah.
by me.
I forgot
But-
where you got your name.
Halo,
Yeah.
old Halo days. Yeah. Yeah, dude, that whole thing is a fucking mess. And
Yeah.
yeah,
What do you think of it?
I mean,
Apart from that, it's a mess.
I don't know. I mean, I feel like I summarized my thoughts pretty well in that one video description I wrote. I don't know if you've read it.
I can find
Might
it.
have.
In my Eternal preview, like the original one I put out months ago, I wrote
Oh,
pretty
yeah.
long description. That's kind of my thoughts. Like, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, what? Yeah. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah,
Well,
this
go on.
is how we feel. Like, He's just Space is selfish. He only confessed because he was caught. The same thing with another guy from a couple years ago. And once he was backed into a corner, he just kind of fucking got out. He was just
bro,
bye.
just a circle, bro.
Same
just
thing.
A flat circle.
No, I don't know. I mean, Space is way. Again, this is not everything. Like I said about Space, and I'm going to say, I do not know him personally. I'm just speaking strictly from the way he conducts himself in this community, or did.
Right.
And it was very selfish. And the way, you know, it's different because like people like Cyclic and Andromeda, or like even Nubes from way back in the day, like or like a Nocktoly is way worse actually than these
Oh my
people.
God, we'll
The
get
Space
into that
SpaceUK
later.
is worse than Nocktoly, but like all these people, eventually they reached a point that didn't take super long for them to just kind of cave in, but for someone to do this for like multiple years and garner such a following and profit so much from it, there is, and again, I don't know him personally, but I'm just saying, for being able to do that for so long and keep it up and lie to everybody, definitely for me calls your character into question outside of like just the community.
Yeah.
I think that's a fair. I think that is genuinely a fair assessment to make, like on somebody's character.
And you know, it's
As
another
someone
thing.
who did know him personally, I want to
Okay,
say, he was very, very closed off. He didn't really form like friendships with people. Obviously, talking group chats, but like, he never talked to them in DMs. So I think he just never had any bonds with people that were like made him feel as guilty.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that's part of it, but yeah, he just felt like, I don't know.
I mean,
He
the
was distant
argument.
from what I knew.
Sorry.
Very distant, yeah.
The argument can also be made though that because apparently he sold his PC, gave whatever people like money, and if they didn't want it, something else, whatever. But the argument can also be made that like he would have never fucking did that if he wasn't caught.
Oh, yeah,
I
you
don't
know
think he
something I
would
never
have.
said?
Why would he have?
Dude, you reminded me. There was an interaction I had with Space, pre-exposal. I remember he DM'd me out of the blue. It had been like a year since the verification or whatever. And I remember his video had hit like 2 million or something, and that's why he DM'd me. He sent me a screenshot. And he said something along the lines of like, oh, like, we should have like gotten our videos monetized, dude. And I remember just being like, but it is what it is. I don't really care. Like, and now like in retrospect, it's like, you didn't even do it, dude. Like, why do you care about that? You didn't even fucking beat the thing,
well,
man.
he was so deep in that character that he was just, he really was the top player, like in his head.
The thing is,
he had to get into that mode whenever he just talked to
That's
people.
also another thing. How do you
Which
even?
is why he never formed bonds, because he's always got that like the mask on.
How do you even get
He's
into
pretending
someone's
to be
head
someone.
like that?
It's like Saul Goodman.
I want to ask, Riot.
Riot's
this is
taking a
something-
piss. Unless
He's
back.
taking a shit.
Dude. No, I'm
don't
gonna
know
talk to the
about
ghost.
that. He just said keep talking. So, hey guys.
No, I was gonna say though,
Hey!
I still have something else to say about Space until then, but it's gonna be a parallel with Space and Cyclic because I'm curious. Because honestly, like even I've been around for such a long time, but I want to ask like whenever he's back, like how was Cyclic as like a person type thing? Because like we have like nowadays,
I can't tell you.
a lot of the times we have cheaters who gain and develop a online presence because it's necessary.
You
Like
wanna know what I think?
people, yo, what's up?
I think that's people say that Cyclic was not as much of a show off as people like Space, but I feel like Cyclic was more nonchalant about it. Like he would just.
I think he was
upload
way
shit.
more guilty about it, honestly. Like I don't know, like for some
Like
reason,
just
keep in
from what
mind,
I've seen.
yeah, from my like personal like just watch of it, I never felt like based off Cyclic's reaction, I felt like he really did not enjoy like cheating, like from what I understood. But nowadays, dude, like back then, again, like keep in mind, Cyclic was so relevant in the community and was one of the best players. Yet our community didn't really care or develop personalities and like that. Like you liked a player because a player was good, and there was only few
Yeah.
people who were in like basically being like I'm a person and I have a voice and I have opinions and because back then like you
Alright,
could
I
legit
guess-
come out of nowhere and beat hard stuff.
I guess
you
we're
know
doing
what
a
I mean?
Yeah.
bathroom rotation because now I gotta go, but Riot's back, so you guys can keep
Alright.
talking.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Riot.
Yeah, I've interacted with Cyclic I think once, but that
What?
was post like yeah. It was,
Dude!
I have him added in GD.
Oh,
I
same.
met him in Twitch when I was like
Oh,
basically nobody. I met him in Twitch and I was like, "Yo, it's Cyclic. Can you add me in GD?" I was one of those people, but he was like, "Yeah, I'll add you,"
dude.
and I still haven't added.
You know what? You know
So,
what?
yeah, I've had my Cyclic
What did-
interaction.
What did I
Little side-
miss?
Yeah, I got a question for you. We were just talking about like sort of space stuff, and I was talking about how like nowadays people have to develop personalities around their characters online, and it makes like cheating so much more of a personal thing. Like for example, like I wanted to ask you because I don't even know this. Like Cyclic as a person in relation to cheating in GD, like a lot of people just knew him as, oh, this guy, you know, he doesn't speak English. He's just like a top player. He's really good, and then he cheated. Like that's pretty much the depth that Cyclic has on a surface level. Yet, like, you know, there's a person behind that screen, and like people, like even me, who was super active back then, did not know anything about Cyclic other than the fact that like he existed and was really good. Like, did you ever have like, I guess, sort of like a connection with him where you knew how he was sort of like, especially in relation to like hacking or how he felt with that?
I don't know. I mean, I spoke to him on occasion. I can't really say I know too much more about him than most people do. Like, he never spoke like about his personal life to me at all. Like, I know just about as much as everybody else does about him now because all of this has been like talked about so many times. So like,
Yeah.
and I haven't spoken to him in actually, I guess it hasn't been that long, maybe 2 years, because he came to one of my streams in the past few years. So, but no, honestly, I really haven't spoken to him on a personal level. I mean, back in the day, in like 2015/2016, I definitely spoke to him way more than like any other English person did. Back on like the Skype days, but
What did I miss, by the way?
Oh, not that
pretty
much.
Not
Nothing?
much.
'Cause-
We just
Yeah.
kind of waffled while you were gone.
Yeah.
We should talk about when Cyclic dumped that message in your Skype DMs and was like, please make an exposing video, whatever, and just all that unraveling. And just that whole thing, man, that...
Sure. I mean, yeah, what do you want to talk? What do you want to go into?
Just to kind of get it laid out, because we were already talking about
Okay.
Cyclic. It just seems natural.
Yeah.
To just cover
Okay,
it real
let's
quick.
honest. It's been so long. I mean, I'm sure you've seen the video of the
I think
Skype
everyone has.
conversation. Yeah, like that can probably do a better job at like covering it than I can because it's just been so long and it's not one of those things that I can remember super well. Just because there's some things I remember really well, and this is one of them that I don't remember that well. And it's a good thing that the Skype video exists to like archive what actually happened. But yeah, I don't know. The most I can say is like me and him always used to go back and forth about Sonic Wave stuff. And like it just never made sense to me why, if he was a legitimate player, why he never had a recording of Sonic Wave. And then like in early to mid 2016 he started verifying stuff like the Hell Zone and a Bizarre Phantasm, and like kind of out of nowhere and like it was just all very like suspicious to me.
Back then,
And
cheating was so different.
yeah, it
That's
was all just
crazy.
very suspicious and strange to me because he would come out of nowhere and like drop something basically as hard as Bloodbath and then disappear again, and he would keep doing that, and so it never made sense. And I would just kept like asking him. Again, this is like a really vague memory, so I could just be wrong, but from my memory, I would just keep asking him like, you know, what's up with this, what's up with that, and eventually he kind of just dropped that whole thing on me. Because
that
we were just
feeling must have
talking
been
about-
like so weird. Like this changes, like you literally said in the video, this changes everything. Like we had suspicions, everyone else did, a bunch of people, but then now that it was actually just put on top of you on paper, like that, there you go. I mean,
It was your first real
Yeah.
like competition that you ever had, and it was all like not real.
I mean, kind of the only in terms of like true, like, because in 2016 it really, I didn't I don't know. Sunix came through and like eventually was better than me, but when he beat Sonic Wave, I don't think he was better than me at that moment. I think he beat me to the punch, and then after that, he was better than me. But like, and then after that, I just kind of stopped playing. But like, so Cyclic was really the only one who was, even though he was cheating, was kind of challenging like my skill level. But
That seems like it. That's
everyone
what it was.
else, yeah, like Serve was really good. Serve was really good, but I still think at that point in time I was peak. And Serve later would come through in like 2017 when Yatagarasu got released, and like he beat it in a day or something.
You had
like,
plans to verify. I've heard that like when the level was finished, and remember back then before showcases there were montages of like just
Yeah.
clips and
Oh.
just things stitched together. And I remember all the
practice
videos.
runs.
Yeah, all the videos would be like when the level first got shown to people, everybody was like, "Yeah, Riot's gonna verify this," and everyone was thinking, we all thought it was gonna be another bloodbath where we're like, "There's no fucking way," but it just unfortunately just things change. It didn't happen, and
yeah, well, the thing about Yata is, and like I'm pretty sure unnerfed Yata is still really high on the ILL nowadays, but which is kind of crazy.
Yeah, it's about top 1.
But yeah, dude, like when Yata was being developed, I saw it from a mile away how ridiculously hard it was for the time. And like I've been this way. I've always been this way. I'm always against like hardcore nerfing something. And so like as the level was getting put together, I could tell just how unattainable it was. And like I talked about mental damage earlier, I had already kind of experienced that. And so I was already sort of defeated. Like the level had already beaten me. I was like, dude, I just know I can't do this. And I was so against nerfing it that I just never played it. I really never played it. I think people sometimes think I actually like made progress on that level, and the truth is I really never played it at all. Like never.
that's
I maybe-
surprising to me.
I maybe played like Cosign's part, or like, you know, I played some individual parts, but I never did runs. I never played from zero. I really never did anything other than playtesting and a couple like completions of single part runs. Just because I knew in my heart like I was never gonna do it, and I was against nerfing it, so I kind of just stopped playing it. Eventually, like Viper and the rest are like, okay, can we just find somebody else to do it? And I was like, yeah, sure, dude. Like I just don't really care.
I think the montages with all the individual videos of you actually playing the parts, I think that gave people like me and other people the illusion that you were actually going for it at some point. But so that's kind of surprising to hear, honestly.
Yeah, no, I was never truly going for it. I always knew in the back of my head, I was like, yeah, this is just not possible. Like I'm never gonna do it. And I was so against nerfing it that I was just not gonna play it. Because I was also preoccupied with SW at the same time. Like I was more focused on Sonic Wave as well.
Yeah, man.
I gotta ask 2 little things.
Go.
One of them, both Yata related, because I remember, I don't know, I could be misremembering, but because of the montages and stuff, and obviously there was so much hype around that level, everyone knew what Yatagarasu was. And when you had the montage stuff, people thought you were going for it. And when you're like, I'm not playing this game, like whatever, people were like, oh, like this like Yatagarasu made Riot quit GD, and that sort of started off as like a bit of like a joke. And then like it was, I believe, Serve right after who like tried doing Yata and then quit, and people were like, this level is making the top players of the game quit. Like I remember that being like Yata's like reputation, and it was the scariest shit on earth. And I really like, that's something that I don't think will ever be back, even if it was like not even super true at all, considering you didn't really play it. But that was such an intimidating, like people don't realize how scary Yata was when it was first like made and stuff. And the second question, I guess, first is not really a question, but this is sort of, considering you were so against nerfing it, do you have, because I know the whole trust a nerf whatever has become like, people still make jokes about that to this day. Do you have any feelings in regards to like the changes that were made to Yata at all?
No, I think I'm agnostic on that, because like I told you I'm against nerfing, and like when the level came out, I wasn't really I didn't really have a strong opinion. I was just like, oh, that kind of sucks. Like it's kind of a shame, because it was built up to be the next Bloodbath, where it was like going to be so beyond everything else, but it came out and it had gotten pre-practiced like crazy, and it just got beaten in one day, and I was like, okay, like that was kind of anticlimactic.
Oh yeah, Serve.
But But so yeah, I don't know. I viewed the whole level as pretty anticlimactic. Same thing with Bloodlust. Like both of those, in my opinion, they're cool levels, but they're like failed top ones. Like they got beaten so fast, and like that's why I've always strived to make a level like Tartarus and continue making levels like that, where it's a level that goes unbeaten for a very long time, because that's what a real top one is, in my opinion. And a top one that gets beaten really fast, that's so boring. That's not a who is that challenging? That's not challenging anybody. So that's what I've always strived for. That's what I've always strived for in my levels.
Yeah, was Tartarus made just purely to be extremely hard?
Yeah, well, yeah. So like Tartarus, I don't know. We were built. I mean, when we were first building it in early 2015, I was just building it to be a silent level. Like it was just going to be a fun impossible level. I was not building it like a serious level.
Yeah.
And then it was dead for a long time, and then like Auroras and his group of friends just took it and revived it, and I didn't even know about it. And then eventually, when it was almost done, they're like, "Hey, like we're just kind of building this level like on our own volition, and it's pretty much done. You want to like be involved in it?" I was like, "Okay, sure." And that's kind of how Tartarus came to be, whereas like they basically filled in all the gaps that were incompleted. I didn't even really like source them to do it. They just kind of did it, and then they're like, "Hey, it's done, and you want to like, what do you think of it?" kind of thing. I was like, "All right, that's cool." And so from there, we kind of decided what to do. But I knew from just like playing the level, because I did a lot of playtesting, believe it or not, on Tartarus. Like nobody else had. And if you look at like the version on my account, I think it was updated like 7, 8, or 9 times, because there were so many things I had to change. And like in the original showcase on my channel, there's a lot of differences in gameplay. You can see in the first wave that everybody complains about now, it used to be way worse, and you can see it on my preview.
Yeah.
I remember that rewatching it, like just on your channels, going through your old vids, and I watched that Tartarus video. I was like, "What the fuck? Why is so much like different?"
Yeah. There's a lot of different stuff in that original version. There's like an orb spam after the swing copter, I think, that used to have an orb that like tracked the player, and it just didn't work sometimes. So I just deleted it and spammed blue orbs and called it a day. There were so many things that I did just to make it like functional, and but eventually I was just like, yeah, this level's like way too hard. So I think I'm just gonna put it out and challenge people as like a challenge kind of thing, because like I didn't want it.
Such a good job at that.
Yeah, and it was. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that was an original idea. Like it's the first time it was ever done, and I had just like randomly come up with the idea to do that.
More
like
people
an open
should
verification.
Do that.
People did that accidentally just by like hacking shit, but you were the first
honestly,
to ever,
I feel like
do it on purpose.
Maybe I just can't think of any, but your projects are like the only ones I can think of that actually do that. That actually like make a full level, then make it an open verification. I'm not saying any others exist, but I can't think of any other levels that actually do that.
Yeah.
It's because a lot of people.
Yeah.
Someone's saying in chat, Avernus has been is taking longer to get first victor than Bloodbath had.
Today.
I don't care. Well, we talked about that last time, about the whole reason that Avernus doesn't have anyone playing it is because it's atrocious and nobody wants to, and also the fact that it was not #1 when it was placed, and the fact that it was going to have a quote-unquote nerf date that never came out. So
and then there's Bloodbath, which is like everyone was going.
Yeah,
for
everyone and their mom was playing that level.
If everyone was going for Avernus, probably would have had a victor by now.
Yeah.
Also, compared to the life of the game, like GD had been out 2 years, now it's been out for 10.
Yep.
Yeah.
So it's like
there's a lot of differences
in players.
A lot of differences. Yeah.
Biggest difference is
I think
the straight
without
fly
context,
mechanic.
it's impressive, but Bloodbath still was like insane.
Yeah.
You know, not a lot of levels are built to scale now. Like, that's one thing that I think, like, why we make projects, like, for example, like Tartarus, Acheron, Eternis, or like me with Slaughterhouse and Grief and stuff. Like, we want to, because we remember a time in which levels pushed the boundaries like so much, and it was a community event, like where everyone was coming together for one thing, and everyone wanted, like, Bloodbath was one of those, etc., etc. Like, people really wanted one thing done because it was just such a big thing for the community. But nowadays, like a lot of top players and stuff don't want to challenge themselves that much. They don't want to go for something that's like so far out of like their comfortable range that they just won't do it. And it sucks because like we could have probably pushed this game a lot further. And like I said it last time, but like some verifications I'd ask players like, yo, do you want to verify this? And they're like, no, I'll beat it whenever it gets rated for list points. Like that's like
It's all
what
about
some of their
list points
mindsets
now.
are. Yeah, but back in the
Yeah.
day, it was legit just like, I want to do this because it's impossible and it's cool and it's interesting. And
Yeah, like now people won't. I've seen people like they won't celebrate or like as much until their list record's accepted, or in case they got a good recording. Like just celebrate beating the
Wait,
level.
guys, hold on.
Sorry, that was my alarm,
Your
bro. I gotta take my
alarm?
fucking pills.
Wait, I didn't hear it. Did you?
I
hear
heard-
I
it
heard
go
chat
off?
erupt about it.
The
I was
chat just
trying not to laugh.
freaking out. What
I didn't even
happened?
hear that. Oh no, your Discord probably has
The riot alarm.
suppression. so
Wait, did you
didn't
guys
hear it,
get
but
like the
stream
life
did.
sucked out of you by the sonar alarm?
Oh,
Yeah,
we
dude.
can't hear it.
No, so-
No, there's no
Yeah,
noise
man.
suppression on
Donkey
stream.
just saying his pills and all caps.
Yeah, dude. No, they're my schizo pills, dude. I need them to stay sane.
Yeah.
The voices are telling him to buff the level more.
Dude, your
Yeah.
9
Yeah.
o'clock is going off.
No, it is because like
We
so-
also heard his fucking
Yeah.
toilet flush.
yeah. Yeah, you did. Yeah.
I
listen, when
didn't.
you gotta
That's
piss,
beautiful.
I
when you
didn't.
gotta
This is real.
piss,
We real, bro. We real.
dude. When you gotta piss, you gotta piss, and that's the thing. Yeah, honestly, I realized.
exactly.
I realized that I'm like, fuck, dude. The fucking this website thing that we're using it like doesn't have noise suppression because I was like,
Oh,
I'm muted on
shit.
Discord, and I'm like, oh, we're chilling. Like, I can go piss.
Oh no, that happens all the time.
You know what some of
Yeah.
the people were pointing out earlier on stream, and I just didn't say anything because I was like, "What are they talking?" They were talking about me clicking, and I'm like, "I'm not." They're like, "Are they?"
No, that was me. That was me. I was.
I
Like,
thought
was
I had
clicking
my
shit.
Hear
GameCube
it.
controller. I was just doing wave dash stuff, just stimming, and I'm like, "Why the fuck? Like, dude, are they hearing me like wave dash right now and think I'm playing DC?"
Okay,
like,
Oh.
wait,
bro,
I need to explain to the people that don't understand why we can't hear it. So what we use for audio on these podcasts now is different than desktop audio. We use a website that people connect to a room to get the
Yeah,
audio
no.
to the stream. And so that's how you have this. That's how you have this. See this down here? That's how that is a thing. That's how
Yeah,
everybody
that's
has
how
it.
we get the.
also
stuff.
how you hear the
And we
toilet
can't
flush
hear it.
and the alarm.
I discovered
Yeah.
this.
It's real.
We're
It's
listening-
basically- It's real immersion. Okay?
We're
This
listening
ain't
to
no fake
Discord,
shit.
but you guys are listening to a control room on a website that
Yeah,
provides
you're
it.
getting cleaner audio.
Anyway,
Yeah. Apologies
And
for the
video,
piss
whatever.
and apologies for the.
Yeah.
But I gotta take my
Game's
pills,
a game.
man.
You gotta piss.
Bro.
You gotta piss.
I gotta
Man,
take my
don't
pills because if I don't, Slenderman's gonna appear and he's gonna start
Yeah.
telling me to do some crazy
You
shit.
gotta-
Or what if
Omega
you're
3.
verifying fucking Sonic Wave and all of a sudden you woke up and Cyclics like collect my pages? Like,
Yeah,
shit must have been wild.
dude, Dude, I don't know if
Collect
you've
my
seen it, but there's on Eternis. There's like some scary shit that can happen sometimes. I don't know.
Oh
if you
my
guys-
god, stop with that video, dude.
Dude, I don't know if you guys have seen it, but I would check out Riamu's channel. He has some
Dude.
interesting stuff that can happen sometimes on a run on Eternis.
I hate you so
God
much.
damn it!
Dude.
Now I have to see.
Dude, right, you know what's the best thing about that video?
What's up?
I thought he directly made it because of my video, right? And
Okay.
I sent him a DM like, normal people will realize what I did and just be like, whatever. But
Wait,
no,
what do you
you had
mean?
to make this. And he's like, wait, you did that too? And I was like, bro, like he didn't even notice that I did that.
Wait, what do
by
you mean? That's real though. It's real.
I did it, dude. I didn't really.
What do you? But it's real though. I don't
I'm
know.
not even gonna try to
Dude,
find
it was a
this.
strange. It was no,
It's
no, no, no. Go to
real.
Liam's channel. Let me send. No, this isn't like something you get to skip out on. Let me pull this up.
Well, we have to experience this. What if I don't want to
right,
experience it?
Is it sound related? I'll put it on the screen.
First of all, look at the thumbnail and tell me that you're ever gonna say no to this.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's
that's
that
Oh,
video.
Dark Secret. Oh, it's gonna be at Cold level.
All right, let's check it out.
Turn it as a dark secret.
Oh my god, no! It's got an ARG. It's got like a secret.
This
like,
was what the ARG
Dave.
was supposed to be for Eternis.
By the way,
This is
Ryan,
What's it?
There was actually supposed to be a real one, but now
There's
this
like
is
a
all
funny
that there is.
face. That...
hold on. By the
Whoa,
way,
whoa, whoa.
Riot, was it so?
Wait.
Guys, hold on. I have a question about Eternis. Was it originally called Eternal, but you guys just liked Eternis more, and so you changed it?
No,
No.
Okay.
That was the
just
funniest,
wondering.
dude. It was so annoying whenever, because remember how there was leaks and stuff,
Oh
right?
my
So I had
nope,
to like.
I'm not. Nope.
I
don't
No.
Wait,
care
what's wrong with the
anymore.
video? What's wrong with the video, dude? No, but
Dude, I
The
don't want to see
alpha.
Slenderman. It'll reignite the terror within me. I can't do this.
when people were talking about like the leaks and stuff, everyone was referring it to as Eternal because of your video. And
Mhm.
because of the leaks, I had to like I decided like I'm not sure if you saw on the server. I don't know if you're active at that time, but we just said like someone's got to deal with this fucking shit publicly, so I'm gonna just do it. And like I'm gonna declare that I'm a host just so like I can dispel the stupid shit about this level. And
Yeah.
I would refer to it as Eternal because if I referred to it by its actual name, people didn't know what I was talking about.
Yeah, well, it's just kind of like Tartar. It's just a code name. Eternal was like the code name that I used publicly because I didn't want to reveal
Yeah.
the name of the level yet. It was never
I
called
forgot a
Eternal.
full video on YouTube in question.
It was never called Eternal. That was never what it was called.
I don't know
Didn't
which
I
name I like
forget.
more.
Did
We
you
were
think about it?
Eternis.
yeah, I was thinking of other names. I had thought of a couple different names. I had thought of I was thinking of just calling it Doom, just Doom at one point.
Oh no, you've already got a Chris level called Doom.
I don't even want to
Yeah.
talk about that guy.
Oh, that would
I
have
was
been
Moving
thinking I was thinking of going like a different route and including blood in the name. Like I wanted to call it like Bloodshed
Blood
or
Hell.
something. Bloodshed. I
The
thought was a really cool name.
Infinity.
No.
Thing
I
is,
wanted to call it like Bloodshed or
Ice
something
Blood
really
Hell.
cool. But
You know-
everybody was like, no, that's really dumb.
You know,
We don't wanna
because
call it
nowadays,
Bloodshed.
like back in the day, man, like you can name a level Bloodbath and people are like, "Oh, that's cool." But now people are like, "You're trying too hard to be edgy." Like, no, it's self-aware. We all know that this shit is not scary. Like, grief. Grief. People are like, well, like I'm actually happy most people at grief realize that like it was being edgy on purpose and like being like it played into what it was. Like you have to like make it self-aware. Because people will legit think like you're trying to be like some mysterious like
That's-
really edgy evil no, like dude,
entity.
That's a
If I put-
societal problem.
it's dude, I don't get it. But yeah, like if you named it Bloodshed, people would be like, Riot's trying to be all emo and things. They're like, no, like dude, it's a fucking level, bro. Chill.
Yeah,
That's just.
But it has a dark secret, to be fair. So
it does. Some
a
people
very
may
Dude,
not
don't
know.
reignite this
do
in
you
me.
do you
It's
want
a
to
very
bring up?
nitty secret
I'm
to
I'm
it.
curious if you want to talk about this. It's completely up to you. Do you want to bring up your thoughts on the color choice?
For Eternis?
Color.
Yeah, for
Oh,
Color
purple.
choices? Well, I didn't really decide purple. I mean, from the beginning, I mean, listen, everybody knows me. I'm a hell level enthusiast. I always wanted this
Yeah.
level to be red and black, and I still think it looks way better as just red and black than having purple in there. But I know, like Liam and Deadlocks and a lot of other people from the beginning always wanted purple in there, and so I kind of made a
Oh.
compromise. I told them like, if you can make it good, you can have it in there. I'm not crazy about it. Still, even the level's done now, I still just like it as red and black more. But
You
I
should have it
know
gold.
it adds a little bit more to it, and like people seem to like it more.
I
This
like
way?
I
it
don't
personally.
know. I don't like it. I saw it with purple and I was a bit confused. I'm like, what? This doesn't make sense.
If you had to choose, if you had to put another color, would you just do purple anyway, or do you have?
If
did
I
you,
had to
would
do
you
another
have,
color,
Yeah, if you had to add a second one that wasn't red or black.
or gray.
Put
I mean,
white.
or
it
orange.
would probably be purple. It would probably,
Okay.
yeah, it would probably be purple. I mean, originally I wanted it to be more of a maroon, something closer to red, but they went for definitely a way more purple. Again, like this level had died for a while because the last few parts were taking forever to finish, and so for the last like 6 months of this year, between literally from now, the last 6 months. The project was mostly dead, and like I've been so busy that I really wasn't involved in it. So like Liam and Pluff and Deadlocks and Nico to a little bit of an extent were really the ones who were doing everything, and like I didn't really know what was going on at all. And like that's a little bit of my fault. Also, they really just didn't share a whole lot with me, and there wasn't a whole lot going on in our group chat.
Yeah, we just had to.
So I
wait.
was really disconnected. I didn't know what was happening. I knew they wanted to do purple a long time ago, but they just kind of did it, and I was like, all right, like I'm not going to sit here and argue about it. It's fine. I'll tolerate it. I don't hate it. I would prefer it just being red, but
Yeah.
I don't care that much. Like, the people will always be 50-50'd on it, and a lot of people do seem to like it. So I'm like, whatever. It's a little bit different. We'll just leave it.
I'm
Yeah.
curious
Just
to
a red
ask, I
dye.
guess. I mean, I asked you this, like, off stream, whatever. But for the level, I had more of the idea because, you know, the purple introduction. I always thought if we were going to add purple, we'd add, like, blue and purple, sort of like Satanic Club Step. That plus wondering, we could totally make, like, yeah, the level's done, but we still have to, again, now wait for 2.2 and all sorts of. We can make it, like, have a trigger that makes it red and black. Like, we could do
Yeah.
that, but would the community, like, go, like, act, like, crazy for no reason over that? Or, like,
Well, I think that's more of
We
a.
just had a hell trigger.
I think that's more of a question of like, I don't really give a shit if the community wants it or not. If we want to do it and like Liam and Pluff are cool with it, like let's just do it. I don't really give a shit if people want
yeah.
to cry about it. There's who fucking cares? I don't know.
That's
This was my
my
attitude before. This was my attitude before the level even got revealed. Like even before it got leaked, I always said like, and I told this to everybody in the collab, and they all agreed. And I will say, when the level got leaked, people started caving because everybody was calling the level shit. But before
people
that
just
happened, I
fucking
always
talk, like
yeah.
It's a loud minority.
But before the level got leaked, I told everybody from the beginning, we're making the level that we want to make. Don't let people in the community push us around to make what they want. We're making what we want to make, and we're making it for fun. We're having fun. Let's do this like one last time and do it right and have fun. And when the project got leaked, I think a lot of people in the collab, especially the people who were like responsible for the deco, felt pressured because everybody was like lampooning the level. They were just calling it bad, calling it blah blah, whatever insert invalid opinion here. They were just calling it all that.
They were throwing stones at something that wasn't done. It was the most frustrating thing I'd
people
ever
always
experienced.
do that.
Yeah.
Dude, the gaming community did that when the GTA 6 leaks came out that were from 2019. So many people unironically being like, "This game looks so bad," and it's like, I don't even know if I want to engage
Is
in
the
that.
development
Like,
version?
wow, wait, you're telling me an alpha version of the game looks like shit? Like, I don't even. I feel like an idiot when I engage in
have
stuff like that
any
because I can
shaders.
never tell if people that say that actually think that. You know what I mean?
You know, it was stupid because I remember because I was working on I didn't have a decoration part. I strictly did gameplay, and I remember when in the leak there was two of my parts that are literally not in the level anymore, and people were shitting on the entire level's gameplay, and I'm like, I'm watching it, and I was like again, me and Riot would be in call and redo parts, or me and Liam, whatever, like we'd be doing that like every other week. And people are like, this part sucks, and this part, and it's not even in the fucking level anymore. Like, you're not even supposed to be seeing this. This is, like, not even in the level. It was so frustrating. Like, look at this gameplay. Yeah, it's not there, buddy. But, like, we didn't want to say it because we're still clinging on to the secrecy of that level.
Yeah. I think also, a lot of the time, this community does not know what it wants.
No,
They like to have their cake and
People
eat it
be
too.
like, I don't
They
like
know
this.
what they
And then
don't
2 months
want
later,
sometimes.
they're like, yeah, people just change their minds later on about a level. Because I think also it's grown on the creators, and when people see it for the first time, it hasn't grown on them yet. And the creators can be like, oh, why don't they like it? Like, it needs time.
You know,
Aternis will
of
grow
levels
on
grow.
people. It will.
Oh, yeah. As long as someone makes a red and black version, so I can be happy.
Right, remember when you sent me someone made a video where they just slapped a filter on, making it red and black, and you're like, dude, and you sent me a screenshot.
That was only like
If I ever
that was
show
like
you,
last
I'm
week.
changing the
That was
trigger.
like
ever
last.
sent me.
That was like last week. I was like, bro,
You
look at
sent
this.
me-
Look at how
it was,
much
like,
better
kinda
the level
late.
is.
You just
But
sent
that's
me
just
screen-
my
changing-
that's just my opinion, and that's a beautiful thing
100%
about it.
changing it
Dude,
when I upload it.
I am like, keep in mind, I'm fine with literally anything because I think the main thing that matters with that level, it's like, you know how people were saying that like Acheron should have been blue, and like people will literally die on that hill that like the red should have been made blue. It's
Or it
like
should
with
be, like,
those
injury.
levels, if the level's decoration is good and executed properly, it doesn't matter what fucking color you make it. You can make Acheron blue or green or whatever color you like more, and you'll still like it. Like you could do the same with Eternis. You can have Eternis be red and black. You can have Eternis be like all sorts of cyan, and people would still like it because the base of it is good. And people don't realize like colors are such a non-thing, I guess. Like they're not, obviously they're super 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 important, but at the same time, it's not like it shouldn't be the thing you take away when you watch a level. Like if
Yeah. It
people
should
like
be
when
an
people watched
aspect.
yeah, when people were originally judging the original Grief previews, like it's red. Wow, no fucking shit, it's red. Who would have thought? Like, what did you came here to see
Yeah, it
fucking
is. Well
green?
done.
Like, I don't know what
Your
to tell
eyes
you, dude.
work.
and
Yeah.
and people will legit like will spend so long, and then obviously like this stuff doesn't. We don't change anything about the levels process over comments like this, but like we'll legit work on shit for so long, and then they're like, it's red, so I don't care. Like, dude.
They're
Really?
good. It's
Yeah.
not for
Do you
you.
remember the person? It was ages ago. There was this dude who was verifying like every color of Bloodbath. But
Oh
that
my
was, like,
God.
When it was still hard.
That was
Sunix.
Sunix.
It was Sunix.
Yeah, it was like
Sonic's
blue bath and pink
grinding the
bath.
bloodbath
I think
machine.
with that, people were like, "Can you stop?" And he just stopped.
People are, can you cut that out, dude?
Like we get, it's like the person who's beaten VSC like 5 times. He's beaten like.
Okay, well that's just
VSC.
like hyper autism to like the top 0.01%.
I hate
It's
that
like
he's right.
I know the click pattern. I want to make sure people know I know the click.
He could
pattern of
actually
VSC.
play the level on piano. Like,
Sonix was called Deem at the time. Don't ever bring up that name ever
It's
again. Those
Deem.
bring back
But
bad
the
memories.
buff you get from knowing quick patterns as well. Like when it's programmed into you, I swear your CPS is like higher.
Yeah.
I want to ask, by the way. This was legit. I'm not gonna lie. Zanny did sort of feed me a question, though. I was something that was honestly pretty interesting. He wanted me to ask you, right? If you think anything about Swy being moved above Tartarus like 2 years later, like with that level's like horrible mess that we discovered, or like that discovered we talked about earlier.
discovered.
I mean,
Well, the general public has
well-
now discovered it.
Okay,
well,
Hmm.
the thing
We
is,
discovered it together.
the thing is, we all knew it at the time. I'm pretty sure Zanny knows me, him, and I feel like you, Nico. But I know me and Zanny talked about it when it first happened. Like, dude, it deserved the first place spot. Like, it easily earned that spot, and it didn't get it. And that was so disappointing at the time. But like, I feel like me and him both knew that it should have been number 1.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think
it's
the
crazy.
controversy might have made people just not want to think of it as like a top level.
People hated the idea of anything being harder than Tartarus for a really, really, really long time.
Yeah.
To think that like
I feel like to
even
be
if
fair,
it's
is it gonna go ahead?
oh, it was pretty much like even though like now it's sort of there was a lot of levels that technically were harder than Tartarus, like Swy for example, but they only discovered like again 2 years later. But the fact that the level that like did it, like even though there was others before, being Slaughterhouse again, that's like 20, 24 places above. Like that is a really big jump for it to finally move off that spot. They did not want to move that level,
People
man.
are inflating Tartarus in their
Yeah,
brains.
it
Like,
was
took that much for it
unless-
to actually.
It had
like,
to be
oh.
the hardest thing ever conceived for them to be like it's harder than Tartarus. And I don't know why they were so stuck on that.
Wasn't that a thing with
know.
Silent Club Step too?
Sound comes
No,
at
because if you
2?
said it's not harder, people would be like, "You're an idiot.
I mean,
Why do you
like-
think that?"
I mean, like, cause they kept moving it up over time.
Silent Clubs, I cannot believe that level did not place at number 1. That was something that, because this was a, keep in mind, obviously I have a like good connection with Silent. I've known him since I was literally a kid,
We should get him
and
on.
like I honestly could, but pretty much like me and him,
Get
like,
him on.
we used to
We'll get
talk
him
in
on.
2015. He was like, I looked up to him, and he's the reason why I started making impossible levels and shit. And then like the Silent Club Step update came out, whatever. And like I know about him and his life, and I got to know him as a person and stuff like that. And after like all that over this level, and it finally got verified, and he went to bed, and 20 minutes later it was rated. Like it was actually, he's like, I'm gonna go to sleep. Good night. Then I just sent him like 80 screenshots of it being rated, and then all of that like climactic storytelling for Silent Club Step just for it to not place where it should have. Because if it placed correctly, it literally would have been number 1. And then everyone's like, oh, this level's a disappointment because it wasn't 1. And it literally was. Like he placed at like what 4
Yeah.
or 3? And it was 1.
History
Like,
So
keeps
many
repeating
levels
itself.
like get robbed of that kind of being top 1. Like Oblivion was Oblivion top 1 at
Yes,
some point. True
yep.
effect.
Yeah.
Um,
I don't think True Fat was in
Many
reality.
levels.
I think
I-
that it was at one point. but-
Crimson Planet, even Tidal Wave right now is not.
I
really
can say
getting-
this. I was making.
Yeah.
I was actually compiling a list of every level in the last 5 years that would have been number 1 if rated when it was verified, and I would have to go find it, but I can name a lot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, there are some of them like SPL was never top one. It's
Oh
just
my
stayed
God.
the same difficulty because memory is always going to be hard.
That poor level is just like when levels get underrated, it's such a painful process to watch them just never fall. Like they'll fall and then come back up.
Yeah, the thing is, I don't think SPL is underrated, but it just hasn't decreased in difficulty for the player base just because no one practices memory. Memory's
level's
always
suck.
been the same difficulty for people, whereas
Also-
times they get easier, but memory doesn't.
You know what's a fun contrast? The fact that like Tartarus was so invincible at moving, and then Slaughterhouse was the most vulnerable to moving. Like it was dethroned
Yeah.
3 times. Like it was Sakupen Circles, then AOD, then Acheron, which was placed below Slaughterhouse, and then finally Acheron did it. Like the fact that they would just like would look at Slaughterhouse and like, fuck it, and just move it. It was so funny in comparison. Stuff like that. It's so weird to think that
Avernus.
a number as stupid as it is, an arbitrary number that usually when these levels are placed don't even have like a proper opinion, like because there just isn't enough, and like that will legit change the game's history and the public perception is just like fucking insane. Imagine Bloodbath came out and someone's like, no, we think this is like I don't know, below Necropolis. GG.
Imagine if Bloodbath came out and everyone was just like, it's red.
It's just like,
Dude,
what the hell,
I'm
it's red,
tired
bruh.
of red levels.
Oh, by the way,
Look,
No,
Cyclic
at that
made a
point there were
blue
only
one.
like 2.
Riot, what do you think about
So-
Tidal Wave?
I like it. Yeah,
Dude.
pretty
I'm glad
simple
I'm glad we
opinion.
think the same. Like, it's not
I like
amazing,
it.
but
No, it's not. The song is alright. The decoration is okay. I don't see any reason why it shouldn't be rated. I think people
Dude,
complaining about it is
same.
just stupid.
it's
what?
stupid, man.
I
We could
think
go on all day
it's
about
not
that,
like
too.
it's not inspiring, but it's like it is still there.
Yeah.
It still exists.
It has
Acknowledge
enough-
it, at least.
There's enough effort put into it that it should be rated. Maybe not
Yeah.
featured, maybe definitely not epic, but like,
It's still like a solo.
dude, to say it
The
shouldn't
Verdant
be
landscape
rated.
can get rated. That
And you know, we could go on for forever about like I don't know a whole lot about this, but like how political it's gotten to in terms of like the process of how a level gets rated. It's just so crazy, dude. Like people are so delusional. They get like they see a shiny mod badge in game and they think it gives them this like supreme like divinity to like decree what should and shouldn't be rated. It's like, dude, I can't believe there's a mod vote to like
Yeah,
to get
it's
levels
fucking
rated.
stupid.
And there's like people who think they're so self-important that they have this stupid little badge in game. They think like they can gatekeep levels and shit. Like, why are people voting on if a level should get rated or not? Just send it to Robzob, and he'll rate it if he wants. How about that? How about why do we need all these like random people to vote on
You know
what
another thing?
should and shouldn't be rated? It makes no sense. Like,
You know another thing?
Mm.
There's like 2 player mods. All the rest of the mods literally just cannot even judge the gameplay without watching a video or taking 1,000 attempts in practice. And the system
Yeah.
just does not benefit extremes in the high regard of really tough ones.
No, it's the
Tidal
worst
Wave-
decision
Tidal
ever
Wave
to
did
make
make
a
it
hard
through.
level.
Like, I can't believe,
Yeah,
I just can't believe it. Like, all of us,
I think
especially Riot, we started playing the game in the time where levels were just cool because there were levels, and this was before the
Yeah.
era of just insane criticism for them. And this was before everything kind of got taken into this way more intricate look. And this is back then where if something was just fucking cool, like, it's on Raw.
we were
But
just like,
now,
yeah, it's cool.
but
like,
now
rate it.
it's just not like that. It's just sad. Like, especially
Yeah, there's a lot more to keep up with.
especially if you
I
were a
think now.
player back in the day. Like, just to see that happen is just like mind-blowing. Like, how is this even a thing?
Yeah,
I
don't know.
I think I know why it became a thing, but like it's so dumb. It's Rob wanted to be less hands-on, probably because of 2.2 and stuff like that, and he was willing to finally let the community do something, I guess, but then proceeded to like, again, dude, there's no player mods, and I'm sorry, but like, as like, even like Riot, you're an amazing player. You were one of the best players to ever. Like, you're a legend in this game. We both create some of the hardest projects in this game. We know so much about the editor and all this and that and balance and what makes these levels good and bad. And like the people who vote and decide on them are people who, like 90% of the time, will just never even play them.
And you know what's crazy?
It's not the
Even
demographic.
someone's opinion like Riot, they don't give two shits about.
No,
Because
What do
it
you mean
does
anything?
not fucking
it
matter.
means nothing.
It means
No.
absolutely
Is Riot
nothing.
a mod?
No, I wish Riot was a
No,
mod.
That'd be
dude, I
fun.
remember, dude. Let me talk about a few
No.
things. Let me talk about a few things. I remember back in the day when
Seriously?
there was no such thing as a mod. The first person to ever get access to like a direct line to RobTop was a guy called RobBuck,
That guy.
and he had like a secret link.
Oh.
He had a secret link that he could basically like talk to RobTop with, and he would send him levels. He was the first ever like technical mod, and he would like
Huh.
basically send him levels. And like, dude, back in the day when like 2015, 2016, I talked to RobTop in like just myself, like individually a lot. Like he would come to my streams all the time and I would recommend features to him that ended up like getting put in the next update. Like I remember like 1.9 and then 2.0 before 2.1 came out, I would always tell him things like, hey, why didn't you do this? Because he would just show up to my stream and he'd be like, oh, let me look into that. And like eventually he would implement it. Like I remember back before, again, a lot of people that play this game right now who are listening probably don't remember this. They're like, what? But in 1.9, your mini icon used to just be the mini icon. You couldn't have it match your big icon. And one time he came to my stream and I asked him why that was. And he was like, I don't really know. I never thought about it. I just thought it would look weird. And I was like, hey, you should look into like doing that because at the time you had to use a mod. You had to like replace the file to make it look like
you
your
have to make
original.
a texture pack.
Yeah, and that's what I had done. And I told him as a recommendation, I was like, you should look into that because like I think a lot of people would really like it. And eventually he added it to the game. There's other stuff like that I recommended to him that he would add it in. But that will never happen again anymore.
Yeah,
and
that's the benefits
we
of
miss
a small
communication, bro.
community.
Yeah.
yeah,
Well, not even
like
we missed communication with those who
yeah,
like should like again like you, especially like during that era, like yeah, you still do have such a big voice, but then like yeah, like
well,
what
not
you
anymore.
said was like well no, you still do. Keep in
Well, I
mind.
have a big community voice, but like this is the point I was making before. Like the people who it's funny to even call it power, but like the people who hold all the power now, they literally they do not care. They don't care
They don't
about
give two shits
what
about
anybody who like has influence or power or whatever. Like they don't care what anybody says. They have their own like snob opinions, and they don't really give a shit about what
Yeah.
anybody else thinks. And
They like to have them too because it's just being like, having a different opinion to
well,
everyone.
yeah, they're just very self-important, and
shit
people have
doesn't
got to get
affect
over themselves that like you're a mod in GD, dude. Like that you're not some
Yeah.
important person. You're literally
I-
you're like a filter to RobTop basically, and like ultimately you shouldn't even exist as a mod. Like it shouldn't be
Do
a
you
thing.
know what? Do you know what I saw a few weeks ago? I won't say what moderator it was, but someone basically was doing a level request stream. You know, if it's good, I'll send you a level, whatever. And someone donated, I think, $150 with an ID,
Yeesh.
wanting it to play, and he refused to play it
Yeah, that's another thing.
because of the whole Rob Bug thing that happened,
Yep.
where he got like
He
unmodded,
and
he
he's
just
not
didn't play it.
asking. It's not
Yeah.
even if it's
There's a
asking
fucking
for a
clear
Like, just
send.
play out of
Yeah.
courtesy.
If you're saying
And,
like here's
send it off stream.
$150, send my level. No, if he's asked for you to play, whatever. Anyway.
There is a
Yeah. I will
fucking
say-
difference between being Rob Buck and literally saying, if you donate to me, I will play the level, which encourages donations. There's a big difference between that
Yeah.
and then somebody voluntarily giving you their money to be like, hey, can you look at this? Fucking idiots.
Yeah.
They can't even think for themselves. They can't even sit for 1 second and be like, yeah, sure, I don't see why not. They're just
Like,
so
they'd rather-
afraid of being unmodded for something that would not do anything. It literally
They'd
wouldn't do
rather
anything.
take, like, shove away that much money than like maybe lose mod. Like,
All I'm gonna say, by the way, in relation to the whole mod shit, because we're super critical, but it
You have to
affects
be.
us the most. Yeah, it affects us the most too. Like especially like me and you, right? With like again, like just like that, our fucking project is now on hold. Like we can't work on our own fucking level now. Like doesn't that feel awesome? Whatever.
Yeah,
But
I
the whole,
wanted
like
so new.
with the whole mod shit, dude, there's so many people that I know who are genuinely great. They think like they hold the same opinions and values that are like important to the longevity and like the health of the game overall, and they agree with this stuff. It's just again like you are one voice out of many
Can we also
voices, so
say-
nothing ever gets done.
Can we also say, before people inevitably take that out of context and be like, how can you say... I don't know about everyone else, but for myself, I am more than willing to have conversations with mods and find solutions, but I'm more than willing to listen. It's just from our perspectives as players and people with no insight, it's just like, what else do they really want us to think? Like, we don't know anything aside from like what we're seeing.
Can I say one
Yeah,
thing too?
tune
By
in
the way?
next
yeah.
week for that actually.
This was something that really, like, this is something I've been doing for a long time, because I know I talk a lot, and I never am the type to want to, if shit needs to get done, I rather fucking message somebody about it, or if something they're just passionate about, I'll message someone about it. I'm not going to make a public fuss about it, because I don't think that gets anywhere, and a lot of the time you get negative responses from doing that. And there's a lot of people that I'm friends with who genuinely care, like I said earlier, that I will go and we will have like really, really long-winded conversations about the issues that we're describing. And they 100% understand and they 100% agree. But at the end of the day, it's like you're talking to one person out of a huge group. And yeah, that one person can agree with you. But because it's such a huge group, it doesn't not mean anything, but it means that nothing will change. And at the end of the day, like, I've had so many of these conversations to the point where it feels like I'm talking to a wall, because I will give suggestions. I will say, like, this is the issues that we're having as a community. This is a way that you guys can maybe go about it, whatever. I don't know how things work because I'm not a mod, so I'm not allowed to know,
Nico.
but this is what I would do. And it's a brick wall, dude.
You know what I
Nothing
just
ever happened.
realized?
What's
I
up?
think I might know why some of these mods think that. Something just clicked in my head when you were saying that. What if they think that since they're the one out of however many bringing something up, what if they already in a minority group of people think they're the minority and will just get shut down? What if it's that? Like, who knows, man? Like, all we can do is assume. Like, seriously.
It's that, plus remember when
It
I'm
should be
saying
anonymous.
everyone is no, it's just everyone is like they were originally modded to represent their own communities and they're all subgenres, and since they're all like particularly picked out to be unique, to get everyone to agree on something is just dumb. Like, it's not a good idea for that system. Like, it's just like, I really just hope in 2.2 they just fucking throw the whole like system out. Like, it's garbage. It's horrible.
Yeah,
And we tried it.
is
It's
an
bad.
important issue. I mean, it's come up in every episode we've done. We've talked about it. We talked like this
Yeah.
system.
It's a plague, bro. It's
Is
just like
crap.
it's unavoidable. It's unavoidable.
It's
Everyone
bleh.
who comes on here will have an experience with it, and that's like not a good thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
sure I'll-
something kind of adjacent to this topic, I think is worth bringing up, and it's like literally the same issue of like people acting like they're government officials is the demon list.
oh,
Like, and I remember years ago in 2017 when Diamond Splash was like coming up, me and him tried to like, we had discussions about like how inaccurate the list was at the time, and like me and him sat for hours together and like reorganized the entire list into what we felt objectively was the correct one, and we like tried to propose it to the mods, and the way the demon list mods have always been is they're like, yeah, go fuck yourself kind of thing, where it's like, cool,
Yeah.
like cool idea, bro. How about you like go fuck off now? Like, we don't care. And like, it's always funny because I'm sure people know, like, at one point I used to own the demon list and like I used to run
I
it,
forgot about that.
and it's
Well,
kind of
we
the
was on
same thing.
forums.
Yeah, and it's kind of like the same
Yeah.
thing with like the whole thing where you guys like, how are you not mod? It's kind of the same thing with the demon list. Like, I used to run the demon list, and like, just nobody really. Yeah, dude, that's such a funny
It's
quote.
a
That
neglection of
You
players,
are
'cause they think
wrong.
only creators
you
can
are
be
wrong,
mods.
dude. The "you are wrong" quote, that is so iconic.
Well, we can get
I
into
fucking
that
love
later too.
Yeah, dude. But anyways, that's always been a thing. And what I've always said is like, dude, they should bring me in and make me lead of the demon list again. I'd fix it all. Cause like I just get rid of all the stupid fucking like mod votes. Like, shut the fuck up. Just move stuff around. Stop being like, oh, we need to take like 3 months to place a level. Just stop. Just place it. If it's wrong, it's wrong. You can
Pending.
fix it later.
3 months.
Stop
Yeah.
waiting. Stop doing all this voting. I can't stand it. Yeah, I could rant about it for hours. Like, they want to be so self-important. They want to have votes. They want to do this and that. I'm like, bro, it's not that deep. It's a game. It's for fun. It's a demon list. It's to track the hardest levels. We're not. This isn't life or death if you place a level wrong. Just fucking do it.
Yeah,
You want to know the
It's
result?
so dumb. It makes me so mad and irrationally frustrated.
You know what's the counter? Something that they do by accident, which is so funny, is because that currently how the system works of needing opinions or whatever, they won't place things, and it'll take a long. And since like, keep in mind, most of the top players now only beat things when they are placed on the list. Nobody beats it for like 3 months, and I go, oh, well, we gotta place it somewhere.
Negative feedback.
And then guess what happened? My level. If Zanny's in chat, shout out Zanny. Fever Dream was verified. Paco said it was like 40 to 100 when she beat it. Then Hippo Smokeweed said it was like 133. Really accustomed to my gameplay and stuff, so I'm not surprised that like they found it super easy. Zanny was just like, he just lied. Like he thought it was funny and he lied. And like, I have no feelings for it. I do not care. But now if you check the demon list, guess where Fever Dream is? Like the mods found out that Zanny had literally just lied, and
what else was he supposed to do?
Guess what happened to the placement of the level? Nothing. Guess where Fever Dream is right now as we speak? 150. It is about to go into the legacy list, and it is most likely like near the 100 spot. Like, come on, just move the fucking thing. Like, Jesus, dude, you placed it off someone that lied. Like, the list will always be wrong. Remember, Riot, your very famous words towards Sakupen Hell.
Yeah.
This stuff is like, it's how the game is, because especially nowadays, people only beat things because it's on the list. So just put it on the list.
Yeah.
And I remember
that
last thing I'll
influence
say
is
about this,
insane.
bro. I remember
people just need to beat shit to challenge themselves, not because it's on the list.
Yes,
no,
that's,
for sure.
That's the whole point.
Bro,
I want to talk about that if I can.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
Well, I just want to. That is something I feel like, and people are probably not going to listen to me, but like this is what I wanted to point. I always want to drive home to people: like, play the game for 2 reasons: for fun or to challenge yourself. The problem we have now, and the reason that we haven't seen a level push the limits for years, is because people, just the way the game is now, like I said, it takes itself so seriously. Okay.
Yep.
People want to be a list grinder. There's a leaderboard now. People want to be on the leaderboards. People want to be a demon list mod. People want to be an in-game mod. People want to do this and that. I keep saying it. They want to be self-important. Like, people are taking themselves so seriously. Why not just play the game for fun? Play the game to challenge yourself. Why does it have to be? I just hate it, dude. Like, if I was running the demon list, and this would be controversial, I would get rid of the stats leaderboard. Like, I would get rid of like all this shit. Like, we don't need any of this. The demon list dictates so much of what happens in the game, in the community, and it really shouldn't. People should be playing this. People should not be playing this game and beating hard levels to have a leaderboard position.
Yeah.
They should be playing this game and beating hard levels because they want to beat the level, or they want to challenge themselves. The way it is now is people complain about everything because it's on the demon list. People complain about hard levels being inaccessible because it's on the demon list, when if there wasn't a reason to beat these shitty-ass levels that are on the demon list, people just wouldn't play them. The only reason people are playing these dog shit levels is because they have a list point value to them. And that's why people complain so much. If these levels didn't have any like list point value behind them, nobody would play them. They wouldn't get rated. And
something that's
and that would fix so much of these issues. Like, people just don't think about it and realize it. But
yeah,
I don't know. And it would fix so many other problems. So like the elitism that people have in terms of like top players being above everybody else, and like feeling the whole better than thing. It's just a fucking made up number, dude. You're not better than anybody else just because you have more points.
You know what sucks about that too is that I know that the list did not intentionally add like list points as something that was supposed to be taken seriously.
I was gonna say that too.
And it's the fact that the playing community has attributed so much value to it for no fucking reason. Like, remember when they changed like the formula for how list points were calculated? Because like obviously like they weren't supposed to be like whatever they are now. So when they changed the fluctuation, I remember top players like randomly would move drastically on the leaderboards because of that change, and people were freaking out like, It's fictional points,
Who
dude.
cares?
We can just be like
another
Tartarus is now
thing-
worth 10 billion
Stop
of them.
caring.
They could just change it. They could. It's something that started out as something so harmless back in the day when, list points turned into this monstrous incentive to just fucking grind everything for the sole purpose of being higher up on a leaderboard, when that shit, what Riot said and what I and everybody here probably agrees with, is just that is just the worst incentive ever. The incentive and the motivation for these people are just in the wrong place. And I don't even know if I should repeat what Riot said because he worded it so well, but like, that should not be why you're playing extremes. It shouldn't be because of the demon list.
I want to say another thing about this is that if I was running the demon list, I would delete the top 140 and it would be the top 10 hardest levels, and people would be like, "Whoa, that's extreme." The thing is, and the thing that people complain so much about the list is that it's inaccessible, but it's not meant to be accessible. It's the list original purpose was to track the hardest levels because the game was so underground at a certain point that people didn't even know all the levels that existed on the fucking servers. So people would go through and find a hard level and they're like, whoa, people don't even know this thing exists, so let's put it on the list, right? It was a way to track the hardest levels in the game. It was never meant to be accessible. It was meant to be a list of the hardest levels. And in a sense, it motivated people because they'd go there and be like, whoa, I've never heard of this level before. Let me go check it out. And if they liked it, they would go for it. Nowadays, it's totally different. And people, like, again, they just complain about the accessibility. But that's not what it was meant for.
A top list is never meant to be accessible. Like, that. The whole point is that it's not accessible.
Yeah.
It should be special to beat something that's, like, in the top 10.
If it were me, I would probably go to like 25. Or maybe, I don't know, 50
I would
would
just
be
do
pushing
10.
It
it.
used to be in the olden days.
10 is a very
video of the top 10.
10 is a
I would
very
do the
simple
10.
number, but
I would do 10, and that would be
top
it.
17.
And I think that would be such a controversial change, but I would really love to see it if they would ever want to bring me back on to, like, they would never. They
would literally just be like,
would you,
anyway.
if they offered, would you?
I would, but they wouldn't.
Beer
I
beer.
would absolutely take charge of, like, the demon list, and I'd make
Run
drastic
the
changes,
Russian
but
demon list.
I'm telling you, they would never. Just they wouldn't. I think
You
a lot of the I've done it before, but nobody really cares. Because it's not pointer crate. That's the reason people care.
Yeah.
Anything other than
It's
pointer crate, people don't care.
established.
Yeah.
now.
But I would love to. Again, they'll never do it, but I would love to come in there and just shake it all up because I'd get rid of the stats viewer, I'd get rid of everything except the top 10, and I'd let people have like a profile that just showed what you beat. But other than that, there would be no points.
Yeah.
It would just be like a little way to track the levels you've beaten and your progress on levels, and that would be it, dude. There would be nothing else to it. And I think at that point, the playing community would be so much healthier because people would because if you beat the top 10, you very quickly either move on and get bored with the game, or you start pushing the limits.
People just
Instead of just sitting there and farming
Being
easier
yourself.
levels for like a full year and then burning out and disappearing, you could maybe create a new level like I did and inspire a new generation and make something truly interesting instead of basically just being a fucking level list farmer and then burning out and quitting the game like everybody else does.
You know what I think it is? I think it's mainly because for some reason, I don't necessarily 100% blame like list points or whatever, because again, it's their fault if they decide to even value them. But a lot of players like to judge their achievements much differently than what they did now. Like the fact that people are like, your monitor, like, dude, do you know who the fuck you're talking to and like the historical value of everything you're like speaking about right now? Because like nowadays, people judge your achievements off of not like, for example, in my opinion, right? I think that Vision's completion of Silent Clubstep is one of the most impressive things ever done in this game, because not only is it one of the hardest levels ever, it's the fact that he pushed himself and he did that, and that's such a huge accomplishment for him. And it doesn't matter that Vision hasn't beaten like the top 50. To me, if he was capable of pushing himself and doing Silent Clubstep, in my mind, he's capable of literally doing anything, and he has proven that. But with other players, how they go about proving that is they just like beat everything on the list, and that's how they like validate that they're good at the game instead of trying to be ambitious. Because to be fair, being ambitious is scary, man. Trying to like do something like that is a lot. Like as you said, even with you, right? Like a
Well, it's
lot of
mentally
the
taxing.
yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. It's mentally
It's not
taxing.
easy.
Like levels, like legit, like mentally, like had an effect on you and stuff like that. Like over time, like that stuff is very real, and I feel like subconsciously or like consciously, people stray away from that as much as possible, and like try to just be like, well, I'll do whatever's like out right now. Like think about if every single top player right now, right? If Zoink really wanted to, I'll say Zoink just in particular. If Zoink really wanted to, Acheron would have been dethroned in like 2 months if he could have just had a level and just like buffed
Mhm.
it, because he literally verified a buff date to Acheron. Like people forgot that happened. Like he just verified the new hardest just for fun after he already did it,
God,
and now we have
man.
tidal wave. Like this guy can just fucking do whatever.
And guess
he
what?
wants.
Tidal Wave is still not fucking rated because the fucking group of people who judge them literally can't get past 10%.
Just they can't get
Yeah.
past the first 3 clicks.
The thing is,
without luck.
I'm reading
Well,
the chat, and someone says like it's too. Most list
Yeah, I
mods
saw
agree
that.
that the list extension was stupid, but it's too late to go back. The thing is, it's not. It's not. People are boxing themselves into, oh, it's too late. It's not. You can do whatever you want. If they wanted, they could delete the entire list tomorrow and say, yeah, fuck this. We're
Dude,
done.
they should do that
Yeah.
on April Fools. Just be like, oh.
No, they should just do it.
You know what I
Or
think?
they should do what I said, but
They
they'll
should do a
never
low
it.
death and just make it be real.
Yeah.
I don't think what's it called, the fact that the list extension did anything, because you know what, again, like people say this all the time, and a lot of people usually don't say it for the right reasons, even though it's right. People do now make levels for the list and not like, you know what I mean, like not vice versa how it used to be, and it's so apparent. Like here, I'm gonna do this just at a glance. I'm not gonna name any level names because again, I'm a bit like out of touch and behind currently, but if I just scroll through like the demon list, and I'll see levels like I'm gonna name this one in particular because fuck it, like Tunnel of Despair by Exen. Like, dude, I look at the list and I'm just like, what the fuck is happening?
Mm-hmm.
Like a lot of these levels are cool, but there's so many levels that I'm just like, why do you even exist?
It seems forced.
And does that mean I need people need some
Yeah.
grandiose reason to create? No, you should be able to create whatever you want. But it gets to a
Create
point
something
where
fun.
it's so unbelievably oversaturated. There's a reason why so little people care and know about the levels that are even on the list anymore, unless they're top 10. It's why everyone's like, oh, if it's not top 10, we don't care. It's not because
Man, it pisses me
necessarily
off.
just difficulty. It's because those levels will be memorable for something. Because nowadays, like, keep in mind, this, like, the game's fucking hard. Silent Club is 76, Bloodlust is 82. Yet, if a level comes out that's, like, top 70, no one would care. Like,
Man.
literally,
Yeah.
nobody would care, despite that being an insane accomplishment, because we are so normalized to that just being the norm of, this comes out, places, everyone beats it. This comes out, places, everyone beats it. There's
I
no,
don't-
like, where's the limits? Like,
Yeah.
I rather have a new top one and a new, like, someone ambitious really trying to do something and break out of the box with this stuff than have fucking 50 more levels placed on the list that I don't
Yeah.
care about.
That's why I
This
respect
is-
players like who
Shout
will
out Doggy, dude.
grind. Like Doggy, Vadercraft, even like that guy puts like
I have a lot of
1,000,
respect for him.
100,000 attempts.
he's very passionate.
everything.
He is very passionate.
Yeah, we need more people like that, and I think again the list changes. Right, we're talking about that would encourage more people to be like that instead of just list demon, list demon,
Yeah.
list demon
Yeah.
points.
If
mean,
there's anyone
I
on the
think-
list, sorry, go ahead.
I'm just saying, I think all the changes I suggested would make the community and like the playing community so much healthier. Like, truly.
would.
Yeah.
If you can figure out a way to change the incentive to not be fucking list points on a database, then you're already off on the right track. And
Yeah.
that should be a more normalized take, but as of right now, that is the best, most flaming hot take we've had on the show, by far.
Oh yeah.
And I agree. Like,
You know, I have a
I
lot
think
of
only the players would.
contrary takes. I
like
think.
man, that would I have a feeling that it's so far gone though.
Yeah. Well, it's never too late. Just the people in charge of these like arbitrary things, they just like want to control stuff and feel
Yeah.
powerful.
Like you said, they
instead
just
of
don't
like
give a shit.
letting,
Yeah.
yeah. Like I said, dude, bring me in, bring me in, bring me
Hear that
in.
demon
Let me
list?
shake
Bring
it
him
up.
in. Come on.
Let me shake it up. They'll never do it, but
Yeah, they
it would be interesting.
Bro,
Yeah,
if they
demon list people watching, consider.
If I was robbed for a day and I could rate levels, I promise
Nah.
I'd make the entire.
The problem is,
It's-
the problem is,
I would make the community rejoice, bro. It
Yeah,
would be
dude.
insane.
This is like your daydream. You're like pretending you're
No,
Rob.
dude, I'll legit, oh, my perfect dream. I wake up, I'm Robert. I just am rating all these levels that, just should be.
Rate.
And just to be, and everyone's like, oh my god, yay, these levels are, like, dude, like, the fact that this is not, whatever. Fuck, I'm not gonna get into that.
the problem is I would never be allowed to like run the demon list because they'd have to vote on it.
yeah. I would
I'd
never
never
be a
pass
mod
the
because
vote.
they'd have to vote on it.
Yeah.
I think it's
Anyway.
good to have
Do a mob vote.
opinions, but I think it's good to have opinions, but not hold a level for so long to where it's like what Riot said, like just fucking place it.
Dude, I want to
It's
say this
so
because this was
annoying.
one of the realest things. This was back when I was on the list back in the day. Basically, Atomic beat Thinking Space, and it got rated a year later. And because Thinking Space was Thinking Space, and the current era of Extremes being like Crimson Planet was like 3,
Crimson
or something,
Planet got
Zodiac was
robbed
like 1.
so bad.
It was like Thinking Space placing that level. We were literally on the list and like, well, we have no one with an opinion, and like the level had been out for a year, and we had 0 opinions. So you know what we did? Instead of being like, oh, we're gonna just fucking just not place it. Literally, we just sat down and we're like, oh, we're just gonna put it here. And guess what? Funny enough, based off me and Atomic's opinion, it placed 100% accurately in 2023 when we placed it in like 2019, 2020.
You know what's funny? You know what really
What's up?
fucking pisses me off? The
What?
fact that Diabolic Clubstep is still not fucking rated, man.
That screenshot, I'm convinced that one screenshot ruined the rate chances by 10 bajillion. That like one,
What
you know what I'm talking.
screenshot?
You know the copy pasta of like these levels aren't rated and it has the screenshot of Diabolic. Like that one screenshot. I
Dude,
think
none of the
ruined
mods
that
can
level,
even
dude.
play it. None of them. There's like
Dude.
2. There's 2 people who can fucking play it. And they just look at it at face value and see that there's 1.9 deco and they're just like, bye-bye. Like, you fuck!
It's like, no.
You stupid fucks! You stupid fucks! Sorry.
See?
I'm good.
We
Yeah,
talk
we're
about
good,
the
we're good.
issues people
Over.
care about. But yeah, also creating should definitely.
Sorry, I am
more
passionate
be
because it
about-
was like Tartarus difficulty, and I don't give a shit. It gets fucking. It has a whole story to it, whole fucking verification, and they just don't give 2 shits about it. They literally do not give a shit. They just don't care at all.
You-
It
Dude,
pisses
the
me off
worst
so
thing-
much. I'm
Wait,
sorry.
I gotta say, this is something that hit me recently, and I'm not gonna say here. I was talking with one of my friends, Garrett Moderator, and we were talking about verifications, right? And
Sorry.
they brought up Death Corridor, and they're like, "Oh, do you plan on having it rated?" And I was like, no, "Please, no! Like, guys, like, come on! Like, don't be trying to tell me that this shit won't get rated." And I literally said, like, "Well, I really hope if it doesn't pass, the community will flip shit until it does." Because, dude, if, like, now he made me think, like, if Death Corridor now doesn't get rated because I decided to go with a classic style that I think the community would like more than, like, like, a bland remake or remake
Yeah,
that
why
level
isn't there
so
a
hard.
Kuluk redeco?
Yeah, there's no Clutch
Cringe.
Lightning in this. I can't rate it. But, like, if that happens, I'm genuinely just, like, I don't even know.
La-
No, you just have to deal with it. Also, I think the thing with not thinking about list points, people need to stop thinking about like a level has to be rated for you to be able to like validate it. Rating is just essentially you only want it to be rated so it can be placed on the list. Like, or you get
Bad
like it doesn't
incentive.
change much. It
shout out
still
to
exists.
every
It's still
player.
a level. The story is still there.
Yeah, dude, shout out to the
People
players
shouldn't care
who beat
about level being
unrated
rated
shit.
as much.
I
Well-
miss the
well,
days of
I
unrated.
have an unrated
Hold on,
hardest,
Riot,
but I
let's-
don't care.
hold on.
Yeah, right. What's up?
Yeah.
Well, listen, it's the demon list for a reason. It's not like the hardest level list.
But
So
the rush and
my argument is if it's the demon list, we're rating demons. But I do want to say I think people are missing my point because they're telling me to apply for the demon list. Like you're totally missing the point that I made entirely.
Yeah, just
just ask nicely.
Yeah.
apply.
Totally missing the point. Anyways, let's move on because this is such a tired topic. Like I could go on for
Yeah,
hours. It's just
I'm sure literally everyone in this call has a level that they would just do the same thing I did, where just like, you stupid motherfuckers. Like,
Oh, dude.
by the way,
mean,
by the
Blue,
way,
you know what
hold
I
on.
did?
Can I say
updated
something as
mine.
well? I don't
Yeah.
fucking hate the mods. They're not
No one
fucking
does.
bad people. It's
We
just they just are so they just don't really they just don't fucking get it. Like, they just don't understand at all from a
They
player
don't in a group.
perspective.
They don't in a
They
group.
just don't. It's just fucking
As a hive mind, they suck.
So anyway,
Again,
Riot, so was it quack, crack, or swag?
I wanted
Yes,
to ask
we need
that.
to settle
I stole your
this.
question, bitch.
Dude, how many
I'm
people-
here when it's settled.
Bro,
All
how
right,
many
sorry.
people have asked me this over the years? I don't get it. I said it so many times.
I need a definitive answer, dude. This
Dude.
is not a fucking joke.
It was swag. I don't know what you're talking about.
Fucking
Oh
go.
my god, dude, we
Everyone
have to
said
end the
quack,
stream.
fuck
That's it.
you.
That's it.
Oh
That's
my
it. We
God.
peaked.
My question
we
is,
peaked.
why would I say quack? I don't
Because
understand.
the Spanish community was so convinced you said
We
quack.
peaked. We peaked. We
I
got
just
it.
don't understand.
We
Like
got
my
it.
mic quality was not good at the time. It sounded like quack, but it's swag. I just don't get it.
Damn.
Riot, can you just tweet out swag, please?
No.
It's not I'm doing it.
No.
It's not I'm
Yes! Tweet out the word swag, please. It'd be historic.
doing it. Dude, that shit bothered
He's
me
doing
for
it right
so
now.
long.
By the way, we haven't talked about Nocktoly yet.
Okay.
Just the words, it was
Yo, do you
swag.
like that
Ooh.
French guy? He semi-autoed yo ass.
So
Knocked a
so
few.
what do you want to talk about him? What about him?
You said you wanted to talk about him earlier.
Oh, did I? I just said we can
Yeah,
talk
well,
about
it's
it
when we
if
were
you
talking
guys
about
want, like-
hackers and you mentioned
Yeah.
Nockton, and I was like, oof.
Yeah, we can talk about it, but like, if you want to, I don't even know where to start on that. Like, you can ask me specific questions about it, but I don't really even know
He
where
was
to go
such a
with that.
fucking. He was so annoying. I mean,
Yeah, I
obviously
mean,
he's a hacker.
Bitter end, dude. Bitter end with that guy.
Nocktoly was an interesting guy because he went from like kind of a nobody to like the #1 stats viewer guy on like in the in-game leaderboard, and yeah, it was one of those things where he was a nobody, and then he was a star grinder, and then he quickly became like a demon grinder, like an extreme demon grinder. And he was beating really hard levels. He was doing weird like just shit that didn't really make sense. And I slowly started catching on, and I heard through like people who tried to recruit me to like the Exposal project, like Tosh Deluxe and Novel Boy and others, who were like tried to bring me in and get me in on it. And that's kind of how I started learning more about it, which is so ironic because like Tosh Deluxe exposing people, that's funny, right? But
Right, yeah.
yeah, dude, that whole thing was actually so much fun to participate in because I love like. As weird as it sounds, I love hunting cheaters.
I
Like
liked
that.
it
Like,
too.
getting
I'm glad I
on their
got
trail and like hunting
Discovering
them
a
down and
cheater,
exposing them.
that is such a weird feeling.
No, it's so
You
much
just-
fun.
You see
for
something
me.
and you're like, I
It's so
think
much
it
fun.
was, I pretty much, it was me and, funnily enough, Space that discovered Whisker. We were in a call and we were like, wait a minute, that's like lag from when you record a bot. And he's like, oh
Yeah.
yeah, it's just, and then we found out Whisker hacked Slaughterhouse.
Yeah.
Sorry, go
But-
ahead.
Such a weird, and then the whole thing with that was so annoying, like saying, "Oh, I just had a skill boost because I left the game for 2 weeks while I was in hospital,"
Anyway,
and then it
sorry.
turns out, "Oh
Yeah.
yeah, I did hack it."
Nocktoly was like some people said in chat. He was more than a cheater. He was a bully. Like the dude had a massive ego for just being a fucking nobody who just cheated shit. Like he'd sit there and like have the gall to just like gaslight me when I was confronting him. He'd be like, "Dude, no, that's just a glitch. That's just a bug. Like I don't know what you're talking about. Like that's not." And I was like, "That's not a bug, you fucking idiot. That can't happen." And he's just sitting there like insisting. He's like, "No, it's a bug. It's a bug." Like I don't know if anybody's seen. I still have like saved
I'll put
images
it on the
of like
screen if you could find it.
memes of his fucking like there was one screenshot where he said he debunked all of my points and like we would just
Yeah,
we
yeah,
were
it
just
was.
making
It was. I debunked all of Riot's point because
no
broken
it
English.
was the broken English was I debunked every of Riot's
Yeah,
points.
yeah.
That's what it was.
Oh my god,
Yeah. Dude, I
girlfriend,
have
like,
so
help
much
him,
funny
like-
when it's like,
And his GF was like, look, the background changing thing it happens. And it's like, who provided this proof? My girlfriend.
The Sakupen
yeah,
Hell
that was
thing.
hilarious.
Source? I made it up.
Yep. Let me try to find some of the
Honestly, I'm gonna find the video from where Nocta actually, what we're talking about, the Sakupen Hell thing, just for people who don't understand what we're talking about. Basically, on the duel in Sakupen Hell, obviously the ball and the UFO move at the same time, but in his video, one of the fucking duels just does not fucking move.
He just has a really interesting computer.
No, it's a bug. It's a 1 in a trillion
I
bug.
hate when
he's
that
just like
happens.
trying to
Ugh.
gaslight people.
You know when
He's
you play
like,
Hexagon
"No, what do you mean?"
Force and you click and only one of your cube jumps up? Fucking weird, man. still waiting.
Yeah,
for
I
me.
don't know. I must have
All
like
right, all
a
right. Check this out. Check this out.
cosmic background radiation hitting my PC.
Guys,
It's like, I
check
believe
this out.
Tosh was someone who was pioneering the Nocta exposure.
Let me know if you guys notice anything weird about this. I'm back to my exposing roots, even though this guy is a fucking. Anyway.
He's a
That's
UFO, bro.
some-
He did not
I
try.
just-
He did not try.
Hello?
I just sent some like old pictures I have in my camera roll on my phone
Dude,
from like
dude.
2017 and
Check it out.
2018.
Oh my god.
This guy's a fucking idiot, man.
These are just like old
feel like it.
camera roll
Stop.
pictures from
The
2017 and 2018.
UFO did
The
not feel like
audacity.
doing it, bro.
The audacity for him to say it was a bug.
Bro, he did it on stream. He did it
Oh.
on stream. Demon 10 stars.
It was on stream.
He did it
Oh
on
my
stream.
god, I debunked every of Riot.
Oh, did you
I
find it?
debunked every of Riot Point. Please.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, I remember
Oh, I heard
those.
from someone, they were calling with you after the Nocktoly exposure. I think this was Synactive, and you were playing Cards Against Humanity. You made it Nocktoly themed.
Dude, I don't remember that, but I'm sure it happened.
Yeah.
Dude, this
I'm not-
little like comic strip is so good.
You want me to
Stop,
show
I'm
it?
I
looking
can't
at
read it. It's so small.
Scroll it, you gotta zoom in.
All right,
You
you
got
know
it
what?
in the
I can
F1,
read
man.
it.
I'll put it up.
You
No,
only
hold on.
Mwahaha.
I got it.
Oh.
We'll read through this together.
There's a Noctoly
Yeah.
Easter egg in Death Corridor, just a by the way.
Okay, what does it say?
Jesus, this is...
Mwahaha. I am the evil Nocta. I will become number one. No. Haha, Death Corridor legit, yes. Not me. Not if me and my hashtag squad help it. Alice, Alice, Alice,
this
Alice.
is-
Alice was
is-
his girlfriend, that was the whole thing.
We don't need to read it.
Dude, it was hilarious. I mean, it's not
My
really
great
funny
value
anymore, but like,
Stormfly.
I just have all these fucking screenshots from back in the day.
I still can't fucking believe he tried to
Why
say
has
the
it got a baguette
Sakupen
dong?
Hell
Bro, he
thing was
said,
a bug.
okay, I not leg. I forget people used to say that instead of legit.
Yeah.
Oh my
Remember when
God.
Owen popularized LO? L-O?
No.
In 2016?
Owen. Dude, remember when
Nope.
fucking Owen decided Bloodlust was gonna be... It's not Owen. He just asked Novelboy to do that, and he just did it. Instead of it's not over, it says it's not Owen. If
thought
you didn't know that
Husey
about
did that.
Bloodlust...
I remember
I
when
forget who. I remember Owen told me he just asked, and
Anyway.
they did it.
I remember when N level verified Deimos with 140,000 attempts and then disappeared for 2 years, for like a year and a half.
Dude, he was just goated, dude. Come on. You know Taco Macho taught
He was
him how
just
to cheat?
busy.
Yeah.
He was just busy, dude. Come on.
Come on,
Don't be like that.
man.
It was
that's-
Husey? Okay, great. Shit.
Yeah, it was. I was actually in the... Okay, might have a jaded memory here, but I was actually in the call when Husey did that because Husey had his Bloodlust copy. And I swear to you, I swear I'm not making this up, I watched him do that. I swear to you. Husey, tell me if that's a false memory, but I remember it. I remember we sat down and somebody in the call was like, you should change the text to something else. And you were just messing around seeing what looked close enough, and Owen just looked like over, and that was it. But
It's not
anyway.
Owen. It isn't Owen, that's the thing.
You guys remember
Oh,
Core?
Yep.
Did you have, did you have
you can't
insight
just
on
be
that?
like, you remember Quirk? Dude, you
Loosely.
just bomb.
Yeah, I had insight on that. They asked me to like beat Bloodbath for them for it, and I was like, dude, this is so dumb. I'm not doing that.
Yeah.
That was like when it was brand new. They're like, hey, we're like getting a bunch of people. Like, Serv is gonna do like a level for us. Like,
Imagine that
Mifiwi's gonna do like Sonic Wave after he beats it, like for himself, and like all this shit. They're like, we want you to do Bloodbath, and I was like, nah, I'm good. That seems kind of dumb.
And they
Imagine-
got
I don't-
Aurora's to hack stuff.
Aurora's.
That was so funny.
Imagine trying to do a Core now. You just could
Yeah,
not
I mean,
do
there's
it.
there probably is one that we just don't know about.
Yeah, we could go into like
it is
GD.
against the rules.
We could go into
Down
like
rules.
GD conspiracy theories.
Is
Zoink
Zoink
is
2?
Yeah, dude.
Nah, he was in Cool randomly playing Slaughterhouse and died at the last spike. There's no way.
No,
Bots.
you don't understand.
Oh yeah,
Gotta be-
Dipper. Yeah, Dipper's the new one.
Dipper.
What the fuck is like? It's just not
if it's
the same.
W
What the
pop-off?
fuck is Dipper?
It could be W pop
don't wanna know the secrets.
Dipper GD. Oh
Don't.
my god.
Yeah, what is Dipper GD?
Oh my god. Riot,
Dude.
what did you do?
What the fuck is
I don't know.
this?
I don't know.
Your actions have consequences, right?
Yeah.
Oh my god, dude, it's just not the same. Like, there's not even icons. It's just an e-girl in the profile picture. Like, dude,
Yeah,
I'm
no,
not-
they're like, dude,
Oh, it's just tricks.
this girl is so good at GD, and that's when you know it's
that's
fake right
yeah.
there.
That's when you reject modernity.
Oh my
When you
god.
see shit
it's
like
a
that.
woman.
Yo! I'm about to hit with. I'm about to make myself sound hell stupid. Combined, queer? Yeah.
I don't
I remember that being a super popular theory back in the day.
I
Like
could
he
ask.
came out of nowhere. His first video was Bloodbath, and his second video was Bloodbath Michigan route at his friend's house. And then like all of GS gave him a shout out.
Do you know what I will say?
I know
I
you talk so
have-
much shit.
There's an unlisted video on my YouTube. No one's gonna find this. Like, you're not gonna be able to find it. But there's an unlisted video on my YouTube channel of the raw footage of Combi's Kenos video, and I can say that he is in fact a person. And he
Yeah,
kind of,
he's-
I could recreate the reaction, right? Wait. Oh my god! There. Now you have an idea.
Bro, Combined was so good, but he was so fucking weird. Like, so weird.
He was the quietest of
But he
them
was
all.
good.
That's why people thought he was a quirk, because he just didn't exist. What was that level that he beat? Was it digital, where his like mom comes in the room? and
Oh,
just
tricks here.
He just put his like he's like, sorry, my mom came in. Like his mom's like talking to me, just playing GD and just doesn't say anything and beats
Combi,
it.
I don't know about any of you guys, even Riot, but Combi has like talked to me physically, cause it's like a weird trust thing. Like, you have to be good enough friends with him. This was like years ago, but he's actually
what he's up to.
talked like to me, which is
Guys, he's
I don't know
real.
if I don't know
Who
if you
promised
guys have that luxury, or have had it, but I can confirm he is a
Yeah.
person. But you know, he's just really
That's the
shy.
thing, but you never know. I visited SpaceUK and he played Kyuki on a brand new PC, and I'm like, yo, this guy's actually real.
Dude, you want me to say
Surely.
something? I hope Combi doesn't get mad at me for this, but a long time ago, he was so goddamn suspicious of space. Before, like, when he was peaking, like, this was when he verified Slaughterhouse. Combi's gonna kill me, but Combi was DMing me in a group chat about, like, there's no fucking, like, and cause I trust the demon list, cause they just seem like a logical authority, right? And I didn't look into it. And I was just like, there's just can't be no way, but, you know, history repeats itself, and I was wrong. But anyway.
So Right,
Nico,
when are
do
you
you remember
confessing
when? Oh,
What?
When are you confessing to hacking everything? You
Me?
hacked Tartarus, dude. What the fuck?
Well,
Probably
here's the
the
beautiful
cheat
thing
engine.
about my like history in this game. It's all publicized, and
Yeah.
to this day, nobody will find anything because there is nothing.
Oh.
That's because I actually worked for the shit that I accomplished because I had
yeah.
pride and integrity, unlike some people.
Also,
Be like this motherfucker.
Also, having everything publicized and connecting, not a face, but I mean face later, that gives, we talked about this with Zoink and Doggy, it gives your image relatability and something that people connect with. But then on the other side of that is like early Zoink, when he would just beat stuff and just be like, hey, that was really easy. Bye.
Yeah.
Like, it's
Well,
just so much
Gave me a
less
hotball
relatable.
flashback. Do not say
Yeah.
those words.
Yeah,
in a sentence.
hotball is a good example too.
I think that's just a problem of people wanting to seem cool. I don't think that.
Yeah.
I think that started with like I feel like it started with N-Swish,
Yeah.
where it's like the whole not reacting thing to seem like you're so much better because you just don't care about the hardest level that you're beating.
I
It's
feel like
that's not cool. It's kind of lame because I don't know. To me, that's just like a little bit of an ego thing. Like you are trying to make yourself seem like you're so much better than like everybody else who beats a level and they like react like crazy, right?
is it
But
unfair?
I don't know. Is it like it's kind of like the fellows? Is it gay to like react to beating a level kind of thing? Where
Would
it's
it
like,
be
is it really weird to be excited that you beat a new hardest level? I don't know. In my opinion, no.
Can I
It's so
I do want to like add on to that. Would it be fair to give Inswish almost kind of a pass since they were like the first person to do that? Would that be a little? Would there be like a little fairness there because he was the kind of the first, and it kind of gave him a uniqueness in a weird like cognitive way, but like it's still what you said, and that it makes everyone else after just seem like oh you're just copying Inswish, you're just and they are
Yeah,
in a
I don't
sense,
know.
but-
Like, I think it's lame even if when N-Switch was doing it, but just because I think if people do it because they want to seem cool, I just think it's lame no matter who does it. It's fine if you truly don't have a reaction, but like, don't play up your underreaction. I guess, like, you know.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, did you like when we had Zoink on, he literally said that he initially like wanted to script his tidal wave reaction, but just
That would
like
have been
couldn't.
so much worse.
Yeah, see, that's just so cringe. It's like, how about just be a normal person and like have a reaction if you have one?
I
If you
get what
don't
you're
have
Be-
one,
saying,
if you
Reaction,
but
not
no,
like a
like
thing that you
I
Be
can't.
normal.
I can't imagine like having to like force my like if I beat deathcore, I'm like oh GG.
you know what?
Like,
Can we
I
talk about
couldn't be
something
hot about that.
important? Can we talk about something important? And I want to
Yes.
say, like, in the playing community, the top player community, can we stop lying about attempts? Can we stop? This is another thing where
People do that?
because this is adjacent to my whole like wanting to seem cool point. Stop lying about attempts. It's not cool. You're not cooler or better than someone else because you took 5K attempts to be the top 10. Just be
Yeah.
honest with yourselves and
Yeah.
other players. It's fine to take 100,000 attempts to beat a hard level. It's not. That doesn't make you worse than somebody else. Just go for hard levels and beat them. Stop lying to make yourself
It
seem
proves
better
you're
and
more
cooler.
dedicated to the game.
It's
I
more
honestly like it.
respectable, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Like I think we're long past, in my opinion. I remember back in 2018, whatever, people were so absolutely obsessed with doing things the fastest, but now like, why do you think people care so much about Vision doing Silent Club step? Because Vision is
Because
the
it's
one
a
who did it.
journey.
Yeah,
Well,
exactly.
because
It's
Vision
like,
didn't
you
lie.
you respect that, and like when someone's like, no, 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 I did it in 2 days,
Well,
and LeBron.
well, the thing
has
is,
a profile picture."
people are always like, "Oh, I lost attempts because the game crashed," and it's like, "Well, here, dude,
Dude, right? Do you remember?
like the thing,
Do you remember
I
Zagreus?
just
I just
hold on.
guess.
Just don't hide attempts. Don't hide it. Like if you took a lot of attempts for a level that other people took less, just own it. Own it. Just post the attempts, dude. Don't
Yeah.
feel ashamed about taking more attempts. Just post it. Like it doesn't make
Yeah,
you
I
any
don't
worse than
understand
anybody
that.
else. Just be honest. Just give your honest opinion about the experience you had, and like give us the hard numbers. You don't have to lie to seem cooler or better. I just want people to like actually take that to heart. Like people just need to be honest, and people are not that nowadays.
You
People
know
are
what's
not
funny?
honest with themselves or other people.
I feel like this is again with the demon list. Like people want to fucking it's part of
yeah,
it.
it all ties back to that. It all ties
It
back
literally is like people are
Question,
trying to like be nonchalant and look better than they are when it's like who the fuck cares about that? Seriously.
Yeah, no, nobody.
They're
It's just
the only
you.
people
You
that
wanna,
do are just a fucking minority of people. And why does it matter if they make fun of you because you spent 50,000 attempts on something? Like, holy fuck, get some integrity,
Like, really,
please.
it only matters if you took a really small amount of attempts and you either having a small. If it's not that, it just doesn't matter.
Listen, also on top of that, nowadays with GD and especially like the landscape of top players being so far ahead, you gotta full well know that whatever you do in this game, someone like there's always gonna be someone better than you who's gonna come around and just fucking stomp you. And that's just
Yeah.
how the game is. And there's nothing wrong with that. And like there's no shame in that sort of stuff. And I remember like I was gonna say, I'm not sure if you remember this, right? Do you remember Zagros by chance?
Not really. Not really,
Zagreus.
but dude, I
He was
wanna.
no, dude, you're gonna fucking laugh at this. On stream, I popped into his stream. He would intentionally play in the editor, to not have the attempt count go up, and he said that on stream. Like,
I don't remember that.
What are you doing?
I
That
don't
guy
remember
needs to
that,
go
but-
to a mental institution. I'm sorry.
I
Like,
don't
some-
remember that, but
Christ.
I actually wanna argue with you on this. I actually don't think it's good to say there's always going to be someone better than you because that's just like no. Let's not
It's a
say that.
balance.
Let's say anybody can be the best if they really want to and they have the time and energy and they care enough.
Yeah, no, true.
Because I hate the thing where people are like, well, there's always going to be someone better than you. That's not true. If you want it, you can do it. Don't
You know-
take the attitude like
That-
it's okay. It is okay if someone's better than you, but if you want it, that doesn't mean you can't have it.
You know what that's
No, if you
similar
want
to?
something bad
That's
enough, go get
similar.
it.
It's similar to the ideology of like someone always has it worse than you. It's the same thing.
Yeah, exactly.
That is like the worst way of thinking.
Yeah, like for me,
Yeah.
in like when I say that mainly, I sort of meant what you meant in the sense of like, if like anyone in the game can like spend all their time to do something and have the hardest achievement. Anyone can do it. It's just to be okay with the fact that you might not be the best currently or whatever, or you might not have the time to put in all those hours and stuff. Like, and the reason I say that is because I once upon a time claimed myself to be a good player because I almost beat a top 10, and I have now my hardest demon's 140, and that was almost the top 10 I beat. Like, and at the same time I'm doing Death Corridor, which is like 15 and 20, and I know like I am spending so long on this, and I'm trying my absolute hardest. And I know that like Zoink or like any of the top players are gonna just take 2 days on it, and there's like nothing wrong with that. Like I'm pushing myself, and I know what I can do and what I'm capable of, but to not let other people's greatness affect your own perception of yourself. Because
Yeah.
to other people, like again, Zoink is so incredibly gifted to the point where like yeah, other players will be envious because they're like, why can he fucking do it so much faster than I can? Like, and
Yeah.
that's just a part of it, and it's not something to get people down. It's more to just be okay with it because that is something that like will exist. And,
Yeah.
like right, you
Yeah.
definitely know it because of like Melee, for example.
Yeah.
Like that, it's like the same shit in that game.
Yeah, and I think it's just like I agree with you. There is like it is reality that there are people who just have more time and more dedication. And I think my point was mainly like
You can still do anything.
don't let that be the reason you don't succeed on.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Don't let
I'm trying to say
the
like
fact that somebody else is better than you hold you back from.
no. That I'm
It's
legit
more
saying like
yeah.
if like be okay with the fact that that can be a reality and do
Yeah.
what you want to do regardless.
Yeah, like for,
'Cause
for me in
when
Melee,
that
it's more
holds people
like
back, dude. Oh my god, that is the worst shit. Like, and I can only imagine like, especially during I'm so glad that like verification stealing has been like completely removed out of this fucking game.
Well, there's
'Cause remember
one.
2018,
It just
if you were
happened.
verifying something for too long, dude, your time's up, buddy. We're taking that shit out of your hands. Like,
Dude, it just
how is that a
happened.
thing, man?
It's not. It literally just happened. It's still a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're like, again, but like before, it was the fact that the community was like for it. They didn't give a shit who did it. They just wanted it done. Like we talked about this last
The dark
time with Doggy.
era. Yeah, 2018.
Yeah, like the dark era of like 2018, where people did not give a shit who did what. They just wanted it done no matter what it was. At least now, like people still care. Like again, like I think personally, I prefer Vision Silent Clips of Completion over Zoink, just because I like the story and that's how like that's just me. But like it's the same thing.
But what Riot said, this just happened. Twice.
Yeah, it
the
just
guy did
happened.
it twice. Just a fucking Russian guy that's like,
I still
"Ooh."
cannot believe that
Yeah.
he did the second time. Do you really? Okay, like I'm being honest, dude. Did you really fucking have to?
No.
Dude, come on.
No,
Dude,
You took the
cloud
victory lap, man.
attention-
provoking.
attention is the most addictive drug ever on the internet. Like it's people you see it
Yeah.
time and time
That's
again,
why space existed.
GD or not.
Yeah.
People will do anything, and I mean anything, if they can get some attention from it. And we all know that. It's nothing new. And
It's
guess
so
what?
sad, dude.
A Russian
Because
guy.
people want attention.
Yeah, and
naturally.
guess what? A Russian guy
yeah.
beat Eyes in the Water. He's like, guys, I beat it. XD. Like,
Times two. Dude.
cool.
I
Like,
beat it.
fuck off.
Twice more than you.
Yeah.
No, just like I kind of whatever. That shit's just sort of sad to
Yeah.
think about. I mean, we could all we could do is just say like that shit ain't cool. Because I mean, I think we all can agree. Like,
Oh, yeah, and there's also
as
something-
a community in general, that shit just not
They don't
cool.
care because their friend group thinks it's funny. That's
Another
all they
thing-
need.
Another thing
Yeah.
we didn't talk about, it relates back to Russians, and that is why
Oh, no.
Acheron had to go public.
Mm-hmm.
Mm,
What is it they don't do?
So
mm.
yeah, if you want me to talk about that, I can't because I literally don't know. Like I would, like I told you,
okay.
I had like left the Acheron thing before it was even finished, so I just don't even really know the whole detail behind it.
Someone made a stupid decision. Someone
Basically,
made a really
something.
dumb decision.
I don't want to put words in Exon's mouth, but Exon apparently like holding the level, be like, if you don't do this, I will leak it, and
Yeah,
and then
no,
Rihanna,
that
I
was-
think, was like, you know what, fuck, whatever, just
You know,
upload it.
that was like I remember hearing, like, oh, we gave Exon a copy. I said,
No, but
"You
this is the
guys-
guy
I
that-
left y'all alone for a fucking day, and y'all did what?
No, but this is the guy who definitely beat Abyss of Darkness in 2018, and all
And
of
Sacred
his fucking
Circles.
fans are just like,
Dude,
like,
don't forget
it-
Sacred
dude.
Circle, man. And through the gates.
what the
Yeah.
fuck?
In all fairness, he's technically Ukrainian, but like, it's the same. It's the same community.
It's just, dude, fucking whatever.
It's actually that
Again,
SpongeBob bit.
somehow, Acheron and Eternis just had like, well, Eternis isn't done yet, so praying for the best. But dude, the luck, dude.
I'm gonna get a
We
DM
got,
from
like,
him, and
the
he's gonna be like,
worst
"You have
RNG,
made
bro.
grave mistake."
Oh no, the way he does is so funny. Oh, I've had too much of that. Jesus Christ.
Right? Have you ever dealt? You don't, I mean, you don't have to answer, but have you ever had to deal with somebody with Russian authority being like, "You have made big mistake" for just like something that just
Russian
doesn't matter?
authority.
Just
I don't
yeah,
know.
just like people in the
Um,
community who have power. You know, quote.
Not really. Nobody really holds power over me.
Aw. I've had it worse. I've
You
had it
have
worse. You
had
don't
great
know.
mistake.
Just because, like, I
I
don't.
exposed one of them for being a creep, and then they threatened to like copyright strike my channel, and they were gonna do it unless I like said stuff.
They're-
So I
they're
don't, but
crazy,
it was
man.
stuff I'd already said, and they said say it.
Can I
I'm like,
about
okay,
that sort
it
of
was
thing?
close.
Yeah, go for it.
I want to say because it's very important. I'm out. I had a whole discussion with somebody else about this recently, about like that side of the community, and genuinely, like, this is probably a fun fact that a lot of people don't know. Half of my subscribers are Russian, and
Yeah.
I don't speak a lick of Russian. None of my
No.
videos are Russian. Yet,
I
like,
know
half
Briet.
of my subscribers are Russian, and I've had nothing but like good experience from like that community, and also like with. This is so funny that I'm saying this. Dolphy raided my Death Corridor stream, and it was the nicest chat I'd ever seen in my whole life. And like I was like using like I was on call with a few friends where we were using like a translator to talk to. It was like so nice, but unfortunately, there's just a lot of like
Yeah.
a lot of the people with quote unquote like influence and shit, like Irelia and stuff, who will just like push whatever the fuck they want to. And unfortunately, like that side of the community is more privy to just believing whatever like the content creators say. Like over here, what I mean is like a lot of the like
Western
for
world.
example, it's more opinionated. You know what I mean? Like if
Yeah.
something happens, you're gonna have a million other people on Twitter, on YouTube, whatever, saying like their piece. And over there, it's like you got 5 content creators, and they're all saying like the same thing.
No, yeah, they're all together. I think Vernon
They're
said
all
something
like
else. They're,
yeah,
they're,
they're all a
group.
part of
They're
a group.
like a
Yeah, exactly.
single
That's
group.
what I mean.
They arrange the same things.
Yeah,
they
I
say.
didn't want that to come off
Wait, what happened
as
with
like
Dolphin?
bad or worded badly, but it's just quite literally that like all the people that discuss those things are all in like a group and have similar interests.
Mm.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
Well, it's because they're outcast if they're not following along.
yeah,
They
it's
made
it's a
their own
culture
demon list,
problem.
man. They made their own demon list just to allow hackers.
Exon.
Mm.
And Exon's
Dude.
not banned on there, so.
No, dude, formerly verified by
I
Exon,
know.
by the way.
What the fuck does that even
Yeah.
mean?
You know exactly what that means.
That is actually just copium.
What do you mean he did it, dude?
Dude, Sakupen Hell was formerly beat by Nocktoly, too.
Dude, you should listen
wait.
to the Irelia anti-exposing of the anti-exposing.
I don't think
it
I
goes
will.
something like this. He didn't click, so like there's no like click delay, and like yeah, he's just
Yeah.
really good, dude.
Yeah, I don't know, it's cringe. They invented anti-exposing.
That is so
I don't know
true.
what that is. It's like anti. I'm gonna anti-expose. Like you can't unexpose something if it's
Wait.
been brought.
Wait,
Like,
right,
when you
right.
had anti-exposing is like making everyone forget it.
Do you remember when the Dolphy stuff was going on? Dolphy was telling us he would make an anti-exposing and then never did because like the community
Yeah.
did it for him.
Yeah. So when you asked me that question earlier with the whole like Russian thing, so you remember like Owen N level got his like house, a picture of his
Yeah.
house sent to him by Russians, right? When he was like
Yeah.
trying to
God,
expose.
I
Dolphy,
I
right?
think I
So-
remember that.
I was involved in that too, because like Owen
We were all
came to
working.
me. Yeah, Owen came to me, and I started like believing the claims he was making. And like, okay, this is about to light up the chat, and I don't care because this is still my opinion, and nobody can change my mind on this. And you can disagree with me, but I still think Dolphy cheated Tartarus to this day. But the reason I dropped the topic was because he had more or less he had started threatening me, and I just basically said, "All right, fuck off. Like, let's just drop this topic. I don't want to deal with this shit because I don't want to like get my personal information leaked too." But so that did kind of happen. But I just dropped the subject because I didn't want to deal with getting threatened over like an opinion.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's just ridiculous.
Yeah, like that was like the shit that happened with. That's why, like I said
The
earlier, I didn't
O.J.
bring up the
Simpson
house
of
thing.
PD.
Yeah,
I was
dude,
gonna say the
literally,
O.J.
literally the
Simpson.
fact
I
that
didn't
like
do
N
it.
level,
But if I did,
N level, like just like some dude just
Yeah, he
was
made
like,
a book
"Here's
if I did it.
lol," like
Sorry,
holy
we're-
shit, bro.
interrupting a little
But
bit.
yeah, also
Like, I
fun
was-
fact for y'all.
Well, let me
Oh,
say
yeah,
real quick.
yeah.
I was never directly threatened but it was more or less implied, like the
That's even
usage
worse.
of his like subscribers and fan base, and like there's history that it happened, right? So like I kind of had the thought like it was going to happen to me, so I was like, I'll just drop it. Like, anyways, I still to this day believe it. Now I will say like nowadays I think Dolphy is legit. I just don't think he beat Tartarus legit. But I think nowadays he is a legit player.
Yeah,
I wouldn't be surprised,
I think he hacked something.
but I don't know enough to make a conclusion.
I'm
really,
about to
I'm not going to
ruin
jump to a
everything.
conclusion because I don't know anything. I'm not going to be like GD Twitter.
All
But
I'm gonna
I
say-
wouldn't be surprised.
All I'm gonna say, because I was a part of all that, whatever, and the sort of stuff like came back up recently-ish, whatever, and I looked
By the way,
into
can I say something really fast?
yeah.
I'm still mad that I didn't get invited to that. I wanted to join it so bad, and they were just like, we're full. I'm like,
Yeah, it's whatever. I remember
And
this
what?
is something I wanted to
Dolphy
bring
exposing.
up
Anyway,
about
keep
Dolphy.
going.
Oh.
It's the fact that like I still sort of believe that he did cheat something, and I believe that he was a really good player. And I'm not confident if he cheated specifically what. I have like I think lucid nightmares is one of the worst ones, or like cognition attempts, like the jumps in like Dolphy had a lot of weird stuff going on, and what people don't realize, this has been so swept under the rug and forgotten.
Oh my
The
god.
reason that Dolphy was like just sort of let off and let go is because guess what happened? Dolphy kept on saying, "I'm gonna make an anti-exposal. I'm gonna make an anti-exposal." Then N level gets his house sent to him, which again, I'm not saying Dolphy did that. No, just fucking people were crazy and they
But it
did that for
happened.
no reason.
Yeah.
But we banned, and by we I mean I was on the demon list at the time. Dolphy got banned off the demon list initially for not sending us evidence. He refused to send us the evidence that we asked for. He kept on basically saying that we were trying to like paint him out as some villain when we were just like, dude, give us your raw footage. And he would refuse and refuse. And the one time that he did give us raw footage, it was his Ouroboros raw footage. And it was fucking edited. And the reason I knew it was edited is
Dude.
because I put it in an editor. And you know how like usually in completions what people do is they'll have the music. And then the music will die down and they'll add their clicks in.
Dude, are you telling me this?
He
is so
sent me
funny.
that video without the clicks. You just hear the audio just decrease. I'm like, you just sent me the like why? This isn't your raw footage. Like why did
Dude.
Do you
do
remember?
this?
Do you remember? Do you remember what he said about the Audacity thing, where he was,
Oh my
where
god, not
he-
the fucking Audacity error.
where he just
But-
keeps
yeah, yeah,
dodging the
yeah.
questions and
Yes.
just being like, "Bleh." Sorry, go
He's
ahead.
like he'd be a really
So-
good politician.
So I just want to bring up, and Nico, I know you know this because this happened like relatively recently, like within the last year. But we had a call with Vernam recently, like within the last year, and this topic got brought up again. And like something that the public has never seen is like the screenshots of Dolphy confessing to cheating Tartarus. Like he confessed. Now you could say that they're fake confessions, but like all I'm saying is there are screenshots and like
Really?
like proof that he confessed. Now again, his confession could be fake. I'm just saying like these things happen.
The
And
thing
people
with
just don't know about them.
Vernam threw us for a loop in that whole thing because at first he was like on our side and being like, yeah, this.
That's
And
how
he
they
said
get
like,
you.
oh, I know all this info and all this that, and he'd show us, and then he'd be like, he'd just turn and be like, all I've been telling you is a lie, and we're like, why the fuck are you doing that? And
Yeah,
he'd be
because
like, yeah, no, go
also Vernam like proved that he botted his like firework progress video, like the original one.
yeah, then
remember?
retracted that. He said that like
Yeah,
that
I
was
don't know.
fake, like
It's been such a the waters have been so muddied about the whole topic, so it's impossible to say now.
oh,
but-
it's over.
I just say my opinion is that he cheated Tartarus, and that's it. You can't really change my opinion on it.
Yeah,
It's just
Mosey
what I
got
believe.
robbed.
It's just what I believe, and I think it's okay to believe he's legit. I just let people have their opinions.
Yeah, keep in mind, I would like to say, I think you're right. Like if we bring up old topics, if it's in regards to stuff like this or mod stuff, please don't like go after people in results.
Yeah.
We're not asking for shit. No, we're just
You know what's-
discussing something, and we don't want anything to come from it.
Imagine if Mosey, you remember how Mosey like was just like, you know what, you can have it, with Tartarus being raided. Imagine an alternate timeline where he was just like, fuck no, this is mine.
Yeah, well,
And
because
just, like,
I
nothing
pushed for it
happened.
to get rated on his account, and then he had to be like the nice guy. And
That is
Halsey-
just something that
Halsey-
like that's
Halsey was
that's
very defeated
admirable,
by that
but like
level.
I just don't understand that.
he was just very defeated by the level. Like, I'm not gonna get much into it because I don't think it's very necessary. But if you know about the post that he made in regards to Tartarus after the whole verification spiel, you'll probably get an idea to what I'm talking about. So I'm not surprised that he just was like, I don't fucking care, just take the level.
Dude, people in chat saying people are gonna go after Dolphy for this. Just
no.
Dude, Dolphy has a bigger channel than everyone in this call. Like, believe it or not, his channel is bigger than mine. Like, Dolphy is gonna be fine.
Oh,
Well,
wait,
how many subs Dolphy got?
Riot.
He has, like,
Remember when we all
400,000.
bought his mouse?
Yeah.
Dude,
Dude,
me,
this is my
you,
point is,
Xander, Atomic, and N-Level all bought his mouse.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not inciting, like, harassment here. I'm literally just
No,
stating an
it's the
opinion. And if
opposite.
people take my opinion and go, like, harass people,
Don't do that.
I'm just putting a
You
disclaimer.
haven't
Don't
asked
do
for
that.
it. We're not asking
Don't
for
do
it.
that, okay?
Yeah.
I think he hacked Tartarus too.
GG, it's over.
Now I'm
Now GD Twitter,
convinced.
dude. Now
If
you know what
Doggy
this is.
says so, I agree.
I'm saying all I'm saying for the Twitter people. You can just label this as a bunch of old gens yelling at a monitor. There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're just old gens yelling.
Yeah, we just don't get it now.
Dolphy and the
All I'm
Aggie."
saying is history literally would have been different if he had simply complied with us and we had literally banned him from the fucking demon list for not giving us what we asked for.
He would be an
So,
outcast if
yeah.
he did that, probably. That's probably why he
But
just kept
this-
dodging.
This topic will probably never know the real truth of.
Oh
and that's
no,
okay.
never.
That's okay.
There's no amount of digging. Like
buried.
we're talking about shit that's not made public, and we're literally saying to like all of you that are watching or will watch in the future, like you can't re-dig this back up. It's buried, and it's never nothing's ever gonna come from it. So that's
Yeah.
why like when we say it's just an opinion, like it literally, you can speculate. That's it.
You have made
There will
grave
never be
mistake.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
check my
Riot's
DMs,
gonna get a
like,
DM
buddies,
from
like,
Vernum just being like, "You have made mistake."
No, it's like, tell me what you just said.
No,
I
you
do
don't.
love
Dolphy's
every
never gonna come
Riot
to my
point.
death corridor streams ever again.
Yeah,
He's been nothing but
dude.
nice to me ever since all that stuff, which I really
Yeah,
appreciate.
it's just complicated.
Nice. Yeah.
Like, I'm sure he's nice. A lot of Russians are. It's just the ones that aren't are just fucking.
very loud.
That's yeah, very very verbal, very loud.
They're the ones that rise to the top.
Dude, like the fact that okay, oh my god, I don't really think this is controversial that I'm gonna talk shit about at a rally, but like that fucking channel, how on earth does that channel even like exist and have people listen to it?
What,
It's
like,
the same. It's for the same
yeah.
reason people
It's
like
we're
tune in
legit-
and watch
Bro.
XQC and.
The
Yeah,
double
yeah. It's just
FNMO4
all we
exposing
do-
videos on that channel was
Yeah,
so
all
funny.
we do is we
Oh my
like
God.
we'll make a video on something that we want you to believe for no fucking reason and none of it's actually true. Here you go.
Can I be
And
real?
then like
Yeah,
stop.
the thing is, the videos on that channel, that were like exposing FNMO4, the real horrible man. Those are still the most viewed videos on the channel.
Can I be
Bro,
real?
what they even say
like,
about
go
you?
ahead
They're
and make
like,
another one. Like,
"He's
hey,
English."
you suck.
Dude, can I be
Dude,
real
those
for a
videos-
sec?
that, you
those
make
videos
20
are
minutes out of that.
heat, dude.
Can I be real quick?
Fine.
I cannot fathom that there are real people who wake up and put on an XQC stream for like 4 hours and just spam Papegas and Omegalos. Like, those people are in a tough spot,
Yo, wait, wait.
and I hope you get better.
Riot, what do you
They
think
won't.
of XQC, man? This is an important question.
He's kind of like he's like I don't know, he's kind of like the clown you hire to laugh at. That's pretty much what I can describe him as. He's like a good.
I don't know how
He's
people
like-
watch him.
He's a really good person to reflect on and be like, hey, like at least I have my shit together, right? You can like kind of
No.
laugh at him.
Yeah.
You're like, at least I'm not that guy. I mean,
No,
in
he-
some cases
the
he has a
problem-
lot of money, but like at least I'm not that guy.
He used to be good, but then he became self-aware and just went downhill, and they became a fucking like bling master, fucking.
Then he started
like,
hanging out with
diamonds.
Sneeko and. Yeah.
Did you remember
Yeah,
when
it's like- Original XQC was funny because he wasn't self-aware.
do you know
He
about
was a bloke.
current XQC? I remember the last thing I heard two things about him in recent times. One, the most recent thing being fucking seeing a Twitter post of him showing his dad a diamond and crescent like.
That's
pendant
the
he
kind
got.
of shit like
That was
no
an
one
Ender Dragon.
fucking relates to that. There's nothing
and
relatable
he's
about
showing his
buying a
dad. His dad's like,
McLaren
"What the fuck
720S.
is that?"
There's
That's so
nothing
relatable.
relatable.
Oh, I remember when
There's-
I did
That's
that.
not even the worst one. The worst one was the clip of him being like, "Oh, the maids are coming to clean my room, and I don't even like talk to them." or
He's
know
a
their
fucking.
name. Like,
He is a
was
goddamn
embarrassing.
loser. He just
Dude!
is a bumbling
embarrassing.
idiot who just got lucky enough to make a lot of money and have a lot of people in unfortunate positions watch him and just spam papegas and just like. How
Can
do
I
you
get a
have
Pepega in
how
chat, please?
how do you have a parasocial relationship with somebody who's just like listen to it's not he is not entertaining. I'm
spitting.
sorry,
Oh my
he's
god,
not.
do you know that?
Have you seen Meat Canyon's
Reminds-
video?
what do you say?
I need to.
Me-
Oh
I
my
need to
God,
see
yes,
it.
I
That was
have.
so accurate.
Yeah. Good
That
good
was
video.
so accurate. I don't
Oh,
like that.
do you? That reminds me of just a GD player. He would flex his like diamond Rolex to me in DMs, like
Wasn't he
to
like
me.
15?
Yeah, he's like, I spent 20
That's your
grand on this.
school
I have a
grades,
mystery
bro.
job that you don't know about. Jokes on him. I now have a fake Rolex, so if I ever message him again, I'm gonna just show him it and be like, yo,
Just show
I have a
him the
better
Rolex.
watch than yours.
Yo,
Where-
get just
where
a
is
GD
it?
player on and let's
Somewhere.
dude get him on the
Bro.
show and we're just gonna like talk about watches and he's not gonna understand.
Dude,
Yeah,
we're gonna
I
get
know
we're gonna get
you.
XQC on and force
And,
him to do a wire transfer so we all get rich.
Yeah.
XCC, slide me 4 billion. Thanks, dude.
Yeah,
Dude,
slide
if-
me
if you
like
can
5
just-
million
Listen,
gajingles.
listen. If you can just give me a Porsche Carrera GT and a
Schlack
911,
coin.
Dude, let me
And
hold
just-
that triple Tesla,
that's
triple decker.
anybody in the
Never
call.
seen before.
How about this? How about this? We're about to lose all of our GD viewers. Anybody like cars, or is it
Oh,
just
it's
me?
over.
Just me?
Well,
not,
maybe.
not a huge.
Okay, we don't have to
not a
talk
huge
about it
car
then. We don't
enthusiast.
I
have to-
like
it's fine.
I like
Wait, wait,
cars
wait.
when
Everyone
I'm in a
fucking
nice
call, dude,
Uber.
don't stop talking immediately.
Yeah, dude. We
Riot,
just
me,
our viewers just tanked.
No, me, you, doggy, OG Fortnite when?
Maybe. Dude, the new Apex,
Goodbye.
the new
Dude.
Apex season is dropping Tuesday. When is the new
Ah,
So like
that.
the new Fortnite season is coming out a few days later. Like I'm gonna be on the Apex grind.
Dude, wait, I forgot to mention. Thoughts on squad wiping ninja?
Oh, dude, that's a
Oh yeah, you
classic.
did that.
That's a classic.
That's like the last topic we have on the sheet.
Oh no.
Dude,
My
I
blower.
legit, I got a fucking Tyler Ninja Blevins popped
Oh.
into my head, and like I don't know, it was like
Oh,
instinctual.
no.
I don't understand how kickers just miss. You know?
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
Ninja
I
was just
know what
not
you
having
mean.
it that day. I don't know what happened.
that is still one of the best sentences ever written and published on the internet. I don't get
What?
how kickers miss.
Or
You
all
have
of his
one
other
job.
all of his other iconic quotes, like the one where he's like, "Guys, if you ever get nervous around a girl, just remember they have had uncontrollable explosive diarrhea at one point." Dude, Tyler
I
Ninja
miss old
Blevins.
Ninja so much, bro.
Tyler Ninja
Ninja
Fortnite
has
Blevins
sex
has
with
had
fan.
so many like iconic quotes.
Don't neg.
Yeah.
You know what?
Oh,
You know what nobody likes.
Yeah,
Dude.
no, don't say that. Don't say
I'm
that.
not saying.
Don't say that.
Right, me, you, doggy, and Ninja. We do a video.
What's? Oh no.
We run it.
We can't say that one.
All right, how
Yeah, you
about
can't say that.
that? Me, you, Ninja, melee. We bring him on.
I can get the blev.
Yeah, we need
Yeah.
to ask. Can we email Ninja and be like, we're an up and coming podcast?
He would literally
Like,
not
we
even
want-
see it. We should be like, hey man, we're just
No.
anyway.
No, just
Say,
go to
we'll
his
pay
house.
you. We'll give you $10.
Just go to his house and ask him nicely.
By the way, Fortnite actually reminded me of this. I was gonna get to it at some point, but Riot, how the fuck did we meet again? We played PUBG in like 2017. Didn't I meet you through like Sunix or something? And we played like a duo, and like we barely said anything because we didn't know each other. And it's just like,
This is
I got
Dude,
this,
I-
I got this, I got this.
Dude, I have no idea.
don't
You know how many
fucking know
people
either.
I've met through
I
my
don't know
life? I
either.
genuinely just don't know. I don't remember.
Dude, it's like
I
it's
never
actually
remember
lost
how
media.
I meet people.
I don't know how we met. I don't remember.
I don't know
Dude,
either.
Wait, how did we
Dude.
meet, Blue? I joined your
I
server,
don't know.
right?
I don't know.
Yeah, I'll get into the origin story, dude. I got something for Ryan. I don't think I've ever told you this. Me and
Okay.
you met because of N level, right? Something like that. But fun fact, I had one interaction with you in 1.9 when I was a fucking kid. We were in a Skype call for 10 minutes. And I was like, dude, I just talked to Riot. And I was like 13. And now I'm 20 years old.
If it makes you feel better, I was 15. I was 15 when I was playing PUBG with Riot, and I'm not gonna lie, I was so fucking nervous, like the first ever time. Because, like, I mean, you know, I was young.
Bro,
and
yeah,
you
people,
change in the
that's
future.
yeah.
you get used to knowing that people are people. It's something that
Honestly,
you just, like
Yeah.
grow
Yeah,
into.
when you're up there,
Yeah.
you're like, okay.
It
You're like, damn,
that's what
everyone's
it
a person, bro.
that's what it always feels like. Anytime like I talk to someone for the first time who knows who I am, they always are very nervous. I'm just like, bro, I'm
Yeah.
just a guy, dude. You don't need to be like so nervous.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's hard to understand if you're on the other side of that coin.
Yeah, as
Yeah.
like someone
Because obviously,
who I guess would be
you
someone
know,
someone would be excited to talk to.
I
I don't know. Even when meeting someone like, I guess during the summer when I was working in broadcast, meeting obviously a lot of kind of well-known people, I just didn't care.
it's because you don't
I
fucking
learned to
know
not
who they
care
are.
because it doesn't matter.
You know what it
Like
is?
they're people.
You know what my take is? I remember like obviously like when I started playing, I've been playing GD for so fucking long. I had a bunch of people that I used to look up to and shit like that. And then now like I got to the point where I met all the people I used to look up to and I'm cool with those people now. And I just realized like yeah, we all just people, man. Like this might
Yeah.
sound bad, but like we ain't like none of us are special. Like we're all just
I
human
mean,
beings.
you
at the
get
end of the
that, you
day.
get that realization once
you're
you're like
there.
17, 16, maybe even
Yeah.
15. People like Zoink definitely, you know, it's different for
You know
everybody.
what did it? You know what did it for me? Honestly, shout
What?
out. I remember when like I first talked with Weo, and he was literally like his Soshi ski jump video like convinced me to get the game. So
I
and I
can
like
tell you my
always loved his
story in a
levels and shit.
minute.
So when I first talked to Weo and stuff, me and him were just having a back and forth. I'm like, holy shit, this is so cool. And he's like, oh, like I like your levels, dude. Like Diamond Blade and all that's really fucking cool. I'm like, huh? And he's like, yeah, dude, you make cool shit. And like I worked on a level with him. I was like, huh? And then that's when I started. I was like,
Bro
holy
is
shit.
actually like, huh?
You know, I Dennis was just like, I was like, huh?
Yo, Nico.
Wait, am I higher in the hierarchy now?
Yeah, right.
Nico. I wanna say this is like to everybody listening. There's lost media that I want someone to find, and I've talked to you about it before, Nico. Like after I beat ICDX, Weo had a bigger channel than me. He was one of like the biggest English community
Yeah.
members, and he did an interview with me right after I beat ICDX when I was like super new to the scene, like in terms of top players, and he put it up and eventually got deleted off his channel, but it was like right after I beat the level, and I it's like lost media at this point. Nobody, like, I can't find it. It's not on his channel, but if it's possible, somebody should try to find that video and dig it back up, because I'd love to like hear what I said, because I really don't remember. I just know it happened, but it would be really cool to like hear what I said.
Well, you guys
You
have a
don't
journey
remember.
now.
I don't remember that honestly. Because
I only remember
I
because
think I honestly like had a very, very, very vague memory you just unlocked of seeing like that in my recommended, but that's about it.
I bet if you had an old enough YouTube account and just went through the notifs like just forever, you could see like the embed. But
Truth.
that's about it.
Mhm.
Also, there's something I wanted to get out as well, of what we were talking about earlier about how you get a realization of like the intimidation of people up on the ladder in the community of really any game when it wears off. For me, it was the Sunix and Skullo friend group. And that is just such a weird thing for me personally, because I really didn't talk to anybody with notoriety until I was streaming Twisted Tranquility in 2017, and Bold Step and all of them just showed up and they were just like, wanna call? And like they didn't even know me. And then all of a sudden like I'm in their friend group and like those are my friends now. It's just the way that worked is so weird. Like it actually just worked like that. Like they just added me to a call, like they didn't even know me, and then like that was it. It's just so weird to think
Yeah.
about.
We're simple creatures, human beings.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I guess they
No,
just
very,
I
very
guess they
deep for
just
no
saw,
reason, but
I guess they just saw something in me and were like, we need them. I don't know. I have no idea.
don't
Yeah,
say
I
it like that,
mean,
like you're Jason.
You meet
Bourne.
people in the weirdest of like ways.
I don't know if
I think I
Riot
just
has
joined
any,
your server. I know how I met Ice Cave. I don't remember that though.
I don't know if Riot
That
has
was
any
a
stories
stupid
like
way
that.
of meeting someone.
What kind of
How did, we
stories?
And,
meet? How did we meet again? I forget.
You want in my profile picture?
I'll tell you in a sec.
True. Very me thing to do. Very. Now that you say that, it makes so much sense now.
Yeah.
If you have like a like a situation of where you're like just a hold on. I don't know. I'm having a brain fart. Hold on.
Don't have
What I
it,
was
bro.
talking about the starstruckness of people up on the ladder and in a community wearing off, and for me it was the Sonic Skull friend group. Do you have an experience like that, or was it always just like, yeah, people?
I don't know. I guess my only one in this community was really like Rob Top because he's a fucking game creator.
That's what
It's
I was
like,
thinking too.
The first time he showed up to my stream, I was like, "What the fuck?" But like, you quickly realize he's like just a fucking guy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just a really well-off Swedish man who has a nice blacked-out caddy
And a horse.
and a horse. Yeah.
Yeah.
Why
Well,
does he
it's
have a
his
fucking
wife's
horse?
horse, but
It's for his wife.
he's
yeah.
also got a gym.
I like how he all knows because you brought this up last episode.
Yeah, and I
You just
said-
said, oh yeah,
I
I,
I
said
can never
to
get
him.
over the
By
fact
way.
he's like, hey guys, look at my horse. Like, what do you mean you have a horse? I thought it was like a joke.
Of course he
like
has a
some-
horse.
I mean, when you have money, I guess.
Why
you
would
might
you
as well
think
have a
he?
fucking horse.
Why would you think he doesn't have a horse? What's wrong with you?
I'm sorry,
No.
dude. I know.
Yeah.
I'm being judgmental. I'm being weird. I'm sorry.
Yeah, dude, come on.
Yeah.
I'll
yeah, in
improve.
terms
I made a
of-
severe lapse in my judgment.
In terms of meeting people, like holy shit, like, I think 12-year-old me would be fucking celebrating right now, and now it's just like, oh, people.
I'm trying
Yeah.
to.
So
I'm
weird.
trying to think of we all probably streamed on like small YouTube channels at some point. My hoodie is falling off my chair, but I'm sure we've all had moments where somebody with some sort of, well, maybe not Riot, but for me at least, just being like 14 in 2016, just streaming like a random demon, and then somebody shows up and it's like,
Yeah.
that was
Oh,
exciting,
you
but I mean they are
unlocked
just.
a
It was when
memory for me.
Dorami played my challenge
Oh,
in a
That
video.
is exciting.
And I ended up calling with Dorami.
Blue.
Hold
That was
on.
the coolest thing ever.
That
I
is
became a
just
moderator.
Hold on.
You just
That,
did something I haven't felt, dude.
That
You made me remember in I'm sorry, but just
It's
in
fine. It's fine.
like early 2.0 or 1.9, I used to stream like just for like I don't know, like 10 people, and I was just building like this red level, and fucking Viprin and Gearon pulled up to my chat, and I went, huh? And I was still like 12, and they were just hanging out in my chat. I'm like, and you know what I did, bro? I was so ballsy. I was like, yo, Viprin, yo, hop on this. He's like, no. I'm like, fuck you, man. Like, I was ballsy, bro. I was asking Viper back in the day, bro.
those
Gotta hit me
are
up
good
for that.
times, but they are just people.
Yeah.
That's that's the number one thing you gotta realize.
I used to do that all the time. GD on Twitch is really dead now, but like 2015 to like 2018, it was really
big.
alive. And I would always do that. Like I would always, like I didn't raid people or host people that much, but like when I was bored, I would just randomly go into like
I still do
tiny
that.
streamers, and I would just like type in the chat, and it's cool to just make people's days, you know, just
I
like
know, man.
Yeah.
I would always
do
do that. I would do that
sometimes.
all the time. It was just like it was fun to do. And
That's-
I should
but
do
yeah,
that more.
That's me, but with YouTube streams. I'm sure somebody watching has had this with me specifically, but sometimes I'll just be really bored, and I'll just type in geometrydash live and just say something in someone's chat, and like 9 out of 10 times someone will be like, "Hold on."
Dude,
It's
I
so
do that on
fun to
Twitch.
watch, honestly.
I show up to
It feels
show up to
good.
stream, like
Yeah.
I like watching streams that are just like sort of empty, like 10 people vibes, and I'll show up and I'll just say something.
Yeah.
And like 9 out of 10 times, they're just like, that's not the fucking real Ice Cape. And they spend the next 10 minutes figuring out if I'm real. And it's so funny. Like, right, when you pull up to my streams, you see my chat.
well, that's
So-
like every stream chat I ever type in. It's just like
Yeah, that I mean, yeah,
You're
your
just right.
your
now, so
notoriety is something that none of us can relate to, and that's a good thing. Like, cause you know,
You
you've
did earn
just
it.
done well, and you've achieved
Yeah,
stuff
you're.
that's admirable. So, I mean,
Yeah.
is that also brings an interesting counter question. Have there ever been moments, I'm sure there have been, where you feel like you don't even want to type in a chat because you just want to talk, but it'll be this like thing where it's like, oh my god, ah! You ever have
Yeah,
that, or
that's-
is it always just
yeah, all the
Yeah.
time. That's why I don't normally chat in chats, because I know that's going to happen, and it's just going to like pull attention away from the streamer or like whatever topic is going on, because everybody's going to focus on me, and like even though it doesn't even annoy me anymore, because dude, I've been around for like 9 or 10 years now
Yeah.
in this community, so like I'm just it's normal. It's how it is. Okay, it's just like I accept it. It's fine. But it's more like, do I want to like disturb what's going on just to like I don't know, say something? Not really. And like, so I think a lot of people get the impression like you guys were saying before, I don't care or I don't pay attention. But that's what I was saying. Like, I lurk, dude. I pay attention. I pay very close attention. You just don't see me talk because I don't want it to be known. You know.
I get it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think when I started getting kind of views and subscribers on YouTube, I used to be really active in like Dorami's server. As weird as it is, I have like maybe 20,000 messages there, and I just stopped being active there because every time I would go and chat, it would be like, "Oh, it's you. You're like the spam guy." And that was the worst thing ever because I couldn't talk there anymore. I wasn't like one of them.
That was me.
And
I know.
I didn't end up talking there anymore over time.
That's one thing.
We all can relate to that.
Yeah, like one, I guess, sort of sad thing is, well, depends on how you view it. But for me, I remember being so much more active and like around and like in servers and stuff. And then after I made my server, and then like I just couldn't socially deal with it anymore. I like stopped being in public Discord servers since ETA like 2020, 2021. And like ever since, like now, like I don't have like interactions with just like people in the community. And that's why people are like, "Oh, like Ice Cube's so edgy and mysterious because like he's close." It's like, no, just like I like my privacy and like I don't know. Like I remember once I did this as an experiment. I was in a call, and my Discord name's never like Iced Cave or anything like that.
I can link it.
No, let's not do that.
Yeah,
Anyways,
I know.
so I joined this call in this public server, and I was just hanging out there for like a good 45 minutes with people. It was a pretty tame call, and I was just playing something on screen share, and I went to change my icons, and someone noticed it was me, and the whole like everyone started asking me questions and stuff, and I just was like, damn, I kind of. It's not like it's very hard to describe without like sounding like a dick, I guess.
Yeah.
It's just sort of like, it's not comfortable. It's for most people to be treated like any more than a person like everyone else. If like, I don't know why,
agree.
bro. For me, I'm just like I'm the fucking most random run of the mill person ever, and it just like I like socially literally shut down if I'm treated differently. And that's like just a little context for y'all why I like am as distant as I am with this community, because I will literally just socially be like just not do anything. Like that's just how I am, unfortunately.
Yeah,
I'm sure.
I think at uni, if a bunch of people I don't really know are coming to my room, I take the play button down. Like I don't want to have that interaction. I know if that's weird, but like
no, it makes sense.
I put it up for like the face cam, whatever, but like I don't like to have it up like at uni.
Oh yeah, that's
because
fair.
it's just everyone. I feel like people treat you differently if they know that, even if it's in a positive or negative way, and they ask, "Well, I don't want to deal with that."
Well, that's a day is we're all normal, bro.
Yeah.
We all can relate to that, man. I just like Nico said, like you just want to chill. I mean, I relate the least because I'm just the least, you know, I'm the least popular here, which is okay. But I still relate to it to a degree. But I'm sure you, Riot, like that's, you probably feel like you can't even go anywhere, like call anywhere,
No.
just like cause.
Yeah.
I feel like we always end up. Wait, sorry, yeah.
I'm just like and this is intentional. Maybe it is because of this whole thing, but like I'm a very isolated person, but like I do that on purpose, and it's not like I'm I do it because I'm like depressed or something. It's just how I live my life. Like I'm cool with just really like I can go weeks without really. No, I work a regular job, so I talk to people in real life. But like I could go weeks without really talking to anybody online. I just do my own thing. I play games, I have fun. Like I don't need to be around friends or be in a call with someone to like I don't know, live my life. So yeah, I like never join public VCs. It's just by choice. Like I just kind of do my own thing. But it's funny you mentioned that thing before, because it's like in real life, I always hear like my workplace. There's guys who like stream and do content creation as like a hobby, you know, and it's
Yeah.
like like their dream to like become a content creator. And it's just funny because I always listen to it. And I'm like, these guys, they don't know.
That's
Yeah,
the
they
same
don't.
thing.
Because I
That's
never
the
talk
same
about it, and I
thing,
never
man.
would talk about it.
Same thing at my high school. Like, same shit. I had so many friends who were just like trying to stream and just trying to, and I just don't say anything at all. And it's like,
It's
they
not what
have-
you think it is.
It's like
It's
they
very
have
far
no
from what you
idea,
think it is.
man. They just don't.
Yeah.
We all
I,
can. We all can relate to that too.
I had a friend at
Probably.
school who streamed like every day. He was like dedicated like every day for so long. He made videos, and yeah, I passed him like so quickly, and it felt like I wasn't doing as much. I felt so bad, almost.
Well,
Like I don't want to. I don't know. I don't know what the feeling is, but like I just.
the thing about YouTube that anybody who's ever been successful can tell you is that the people who try the hardest, who want it, like the people who try the hardest because they want to be like famous or get money or something, they're always the ones who never get anywhere because it's not authentic. It's always the people who just like it's by
Unless you're
accident.
Kai guy.
Yeah, but he abuses like the system that actually works nowadays, where it's like shorts and TikTok and all that shit. But like traditional YouTube, it was always the people who just like did it for fun or like used YouTube as a place as like an archive, and people just that's what I did. Like I never had the intention to like become popular. I was beating hard levels in a game, and I wanted to like share that with other people. It was never about getting subscribers or like.
Yeah, that's
money.
how everybody should. Like, if there's anyone listening, if you want to make it on YouTube and really want to get yourself out there, the number one advice I would give personally is do not think about money at all in the beginning. Don't think about numbers. Don't think about anything. Do things because you like it, and that will get you farther and more authentically far than any other way, really. At least from my experience. Like, do not do something if you know that you don't enjoy doing it. Just don't do that. Seriously.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
by now, dude, pretty much my entire YouTube library is demonetized, and like I'm sure people notice, I never like pitch the songs in my videos. I don't do any of that just because like
Yeah.
I don't need the money from YouTube, and I don't care enough to like. I just make YouTube videos for fun now, dude. It's not about the money. Like I don't care. Like I don't take the Xen route where it's like pitching songs and like
every single time
farming the same level like 5 times, like the strangest stereo madness completion, or like it's like
8.
Well, from
I don't know.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's just my point.
Yeah, I would say I would add on to that and say I completely agree. At a statistical standpoint, obviously, if you're making a bunch of money for it, it is smart in that regard. But at the same time, you're literally throwing away your dignity for that. Like that's partly why I stopped making the exposing videos. Even though I enjoyed doing it, it just felt like that. I felt like that was going to be my legacy if I didn't stop.
Yeah.
I'm sure you can relate to that with lip spam. Nico could probably relate to that in some other way.
About what?
But like
impossible
the real respect that you get comes from authenticity and not money and not numbers. Like seriously, I'm not gonna name names, but there are some people in this community who fucking annoy the shit out of me because because it's very clear that all they care about is just being the biggest person in the room and having the biggest light shine on the back of their head. Like it's goddamn annoying, and I'm not gonna name names because you can just figure it out for yourself.
It's really not difficult.
It's really not, but
that's what Doggy's
like,
in chat's so true.
It's
I think with
I mean
copyright in GD is like a thing that's annoying. Like,
dude,
there is no I
there's
have
no getting
lost
around it.
so much money to copyright that I have given away basically because I didn't want to pitch videos.
Yeah,
like it's probably between 5 and 6 figures.
You know what's the fun thing, dude?
I don't know about 6 figures.
Could have
between 5 and 6.
People often for
Not
some
6.
reason like to claim that I make hard levels or whatever, and I do like my projects for like views or whatever, not because I'm passionate about it, which just lol. Like my slaughterhouse videos could have made me like life-changing amount of money, but I legitimately just decided that I rather have the music that I intended to be played to give off like you know, the entire emotion that I wanted that to evoke in that level. Like I spent so long in it. And, like I spent so long in it, and it meant so much to me to like, if I had the option now to go back in time and like pitch the song or whatever, or, like do something, like, it would sound like shit, but it would made so much money. I wouldn't fucking do it.
Do you want to
Because
know?
to me, like
I
my
don't
passion
know
is
about that. I might
listen,
have.
my passion with creating is way more than like this shit has always been like. Again, I never did YouTube because like I wanted money or popular. Like I did it because like I enjoyed doing it. It's always been a hobby to me. So
Do
like
you-
when something like that happens for me, it's just like, oh cool. But like if I want money, I'm gonna go get a job. Like that's kind of
Yeah.
like what my mindset's been.
Do you want to know?
With that, with Slaughterhouse, it's like passion is good, but $10,000 is $10,000.
Nah. All I'm
I don't
saying,
know.
dude, no
I
chance.
might.
Nico,
Like what it was like. Yeah.
Yeah.
do you want to know? There's only one video on my channel that I have butchered for just the sole purpose of getting it monetized, and that's the history of SpaceUK. I made it originally because it was my first documentary since like the very first ones that were were very clearly just me finding my footing. But that was the first one that I just used the original footage, didn't care about it getting demonetized. But then after it got 400,000 views, I kind of thought like, you know what? And you know,
about,
I'm,
like,
and yeah, I
have-
may have lost like $4,000 on it, but you know what? It's fine. It's
you
okay.
know, like,
We move
dude,
on.
I have like 16 million and no 17, 18 million in Slaughterhouse views that I just like decided like. Call me stupid for being creative integrity overall, but it's just like where my passion is, I guess,
know.
and just what I believe in.
Yeah.
Do I recommend other people do it? No, not really. If you need money, dude, like I get it, but
If
for
I was
me, it
struggling financially, then yeah, I probably would pitch, but
Yeah.
there's
I mean,
Dude,
I just
to
think
be
it's
fair,
smart.
dude, the Slaughterhouse pitches are so bad. The Slaughterhouse pitches are the worst things on
Yeah,
earth.
when
You
you
just
listen
make
to
it
it, it's like,
unlistenable. Or just turn the fucking audio
Oh.
off at that point.
I gotta use the bathroom again.
My God.
You can just
we gotta end soon. It's
Well-
been it's
Oh.
3 in the morning.
we're 1 minute from 4 hours, by the way, so you guys
I have a
can
question.
start like one more
4
thing.
hours.
I'll be right back. Keep talking.
I might have a last thing. If you want, right? Would you want to play a game of Melee on the podcast?
On the podcast?
Yeah. I mean, I've got my ass beat, but might as well.
I'm down, but why don't we wait till after so we can wrap it up so Mr. FNM can go to sleep.
Yeah,
it
true,
seems
dude.
pretty
if you want
late.
to fucking turn
But listen, I'm down to, because I can tell we have a lot more we could discuss. I'm down to always come back for another one, like at another
Oh
time.
yeah. No, yeah. I'm happy to do that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, hey, dude, it's always nice. Like, I think this, like, the reason that I like this idea and I like getting, like, people like you on, for example, is because, dude, we have, like, voices that, like, we never share, pretty much, in relation, like, if it's our projects or, like, who we are as people, like, people don't get that from us because we are, like, as isolated as we are, and, like, shit like that. So it's nice
Yeah.
to, like, bro, giving, like, just fucking talking about
Well,
whatever, dude. Just so nice.
It's different because, you know, with people like Zoink and Doggy, who are the 2 previous episodes, like, they're relatively new in the community
Oh, yeah.
compared to me. Like, I've been around for so long that we could go on for hours
Oh,
because
yeah.
I have so much
Yeah,
that I could
that's
talk
that's
about.
the great part.
That's why I'm saying, like, we could do a whole nother episode just as long because
What I
there's
missed?
just so much to be talked
Yeah,
about.
like we're just talking about how we don't really struggle to come up with topics today
Oh, dude.
because good old Riot here's got so much, to talk about compared to
We still, by the way,
Zoink.
Oh, no,
I mean,
Blue, you
Zoink
missed
was
it.
great
Blue, you missed
episode.
it.
what I
Legit,
missed.
Riot said the only thing he misses. Riot said he'd be down to come on another time because like legit like because
okay.
we
We can
could
arrange.
do like legit.
Yeah, 'cause,
so much
like,
more.
Yeah, because we're already at 4 hours, and I'm like, we could keep going for another 4
Yeah,
hours.
no,
There's
it's
that
3
much.
hours.
No, it's been 4.
Yeah, for sure.
It just hit 4. I just
Yeah.
you made me
Like
look
I'm
over.
saying, because there is just so much to
No.
talk about because of how long I've been in the community that, like, I mean,
What?
there is, like, next year, there will be 10 years of my history within this game.
That's crazy.
Next year.
You gotta get a video.
It's not
made.
even... It's not even that far away. I started playing GD in, like, March or April of 2014, so in, like, a couple months, I will have played the game for
3
10
hours.
years.
Yeah, I mean,
Is it daylight savings or something? No, we
You got
started we
daylight-
started at midnight. It's now 3 a.m.
4.
3
It's-
hours.
I'm looking at the 4 hours ago in question. Chat, can
That's-
we roast this man for
what?
being British?
It's
British time
been.
zones.
Is it daylight savings? No, look, we.
Did you get cucked by daylight savings just
look,
on the
look.
podcast? That's fucking hilarious.
No, look, I'm telling you right now. Look,
Yo, let's get Exon on for
And it
part
is
2
now.
with Riot.
I'd
You
love to
guys
get.
have a distorted warp perception of time. I've watched 3
Listen,
hours pass.
I do want to add on to what Riot was talking about. We didn't even get to some of the topics I wrote down. Like, I was actually gonna. I had plans to talk about Call of Duty because Riot, used to play it and I used to play it. I wanted to
Yeah.
talk about zombies and what he thinks of it now. Like, we literally didn't even talk about him losing his channel and getting it back. We
Bro,
literally didn't even
yeah.
talk about it.
True.
Just call this Riot Part 1 and schedule
That's
a
true.
Riot Part 2.
If you want, we can just talk about you getting hacked and just call it a day. Because I feel like that's the most important thing we missed.
Me getting hacked? When did that happen?
Fuck, sorry. I mean, channel
Losing a
getting
channel.
deleted. I'm confusing
Oh.
with Doggy.
Deleted. That's
Dude,
normal
never
happens.
advertise your Twitch, bro. That was fuck. I can't believe they
Yeah,
actually
yeah.
did that to you.
Well, yeah, I mean, okay, yeah, so the way... What?
It is daylight savings. Holy shit. Okay, now I stand corrected.
Didn't
Wait, anyway,
didn't that
carry
get
on.
abolished in America? We don't have daylight savings anymore.
It just ended. I'm so confused.
You just got
Interesting.
Time is merely an
It's
obstruction.
4 a.m. I'm gonna wake people up.
Okay, so the way like my channel got terminated, right? So this was summer of 2018 when I was like on the Fortnite grind, and I was actually starting to like see success, right? I was streaming on Twitch. I had like 150 Twitch subscribers, which is like pretty good for, I don't know, I had like average of like close to 100 viewers probably for Fortnite, which isn't much, but like I was starting to get somewhere for Fortnite. And so I forget what it was, but one of these days I was doing a sub special where the entire weekend I was going to, it was like a Twitch Prime thing. Like if you subbed, I would like get in a squad and I would play with 3 subs and we would cycle people through, right? To like make sure I played with everybody. And to kind of like kick that off, I posted a video on YouTube announcing that I was doing it. So I posted that video, left it there, then I started streaming, and like an hour or two into the stream, I went to go like check the YouTube video to like unlist it, and like I don't remember exactly, but it was basically like I couldn't log in or I was like logged out or something, which is like unusual.
God, that's the worst
So then
feeling.
I tried logging in and it basically
Yeah.
said like my account was limited because I had to like agree. Because when you get like suspended or whatever, you have to like, before you can start using your account, you basically have to like check that you agree that you like violated their terms of service. So like before I could do anything, I had to go to that page and say, yes, I acknowledge like I violated this. So I did that. And then it locked me out completely. And it said that it was a suspension for like, I don't know, it said temporary suspension. And when I looked online, I saw everything that like talked about temporary suspension being like a month, 2 months, maybe 3 months. And this was in August. So I thought, based on my math, I thought October rolls around, my channel should just get unsuspended. So October came and went and it never got unsuspended. So then I started emailing YouTube support, and if anybody's ever done that, they know how useless they are. You know how you can never talk to a real person. It's always the way Google and YouTube support works is it files you through these like support channels where you can never actually talk to a real person. You like click links and it just sends you to new links. And at the end of the link chain, it's like, here's how you solve your problem. And it's never like, there's never an email you can like talk to a real person. It's always just some stupid shit. So eventually I submitted like a ban appeal, like a suspension appeal. And of course, even their email system is all automated. So like whenever I would submit a suspension appeal, the bot would just reply like, we've decided to like uphold our decision and we're not going to like reinstate your channel.
You know
And
what's
so
bullshit about that? Sorry to
What?
interrupt. But was this before verified creators had like an extra degree of connections to YouTube representatives? Was this back in the day when like it just literally didn't make a difference unless you were like the top 0.1% of creators?
I don't know. I actually don't know.
Okay.
Not sure. But so the first suspension, the first ban appeal failed, and then after that, I kind of just gave up. And then every few months, I would come back and submit a new one and try to like plead my case, and they would just always send me the same like, our decision is standing. We're not gonna reinstate your channel. And then eventually through 2020, if everybody remembers, and the Pestis channel had the same thing, something similar, where his channel got like taken down, and he went through that whole thing. And he was so popular that his his issue got like trending on Twitter, and as a result of that, my whole issue kind of got brought up again, and just out of sheer luck, I like submitted another request, and literally just like I said, by sheer luck, they were like, "Oh yeah, we'll reinstate it," and it came back out
That's
of nowhere
crazy.
after 2 years.
That's still
And
crazy.
it is crazy that it took 2 years to get like a temporary suspension undone just because of how poor their communication system is for
That
like,
was
their
in
creators.
2018, right? When you initially got
that must have been
suspended?
awful.
When was it?
Yeah, I
2018?
got suspended in August.
You know what's
2018.
weird? How this is like so like it just doesn't make sense. It makes more sense now, but back then, remember, I don't know if you remember, my channel was just monstrously tiny. That's probably not the right word, but it was just super
Yeah.
tiny. I had less than 5K. And somehow I was able to get contact with a real human being, but you weren't?
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck
And
kind of sense does that make?
You know, back when like networks used to be the way for YouTube, like
God, I hated
I was
that.
partnered with Curse, and still partnered with Curse when my channel got suspended, and I reached out to my Curse manager, like representative, and they basically said, "Yeah, there's nothing we can do for you." And when your channel gets terminated, like
Useless.
I lost my like partnership with them because my channel was gone. So like Curse was no longer
That's
like
so
my
dumb.
network, and like all these networks have dissolved. Like it's not even a thing people do anymore.
Yeah.
People just use AdSense, and like they're not partnered.
It's good because networks are fucking bitches anyway.
Yeah,
Machinima? Remember that?
because they take
Yeah.
because and you think about it, networks were kind of dumb in the first place. Like really, all they offered you is they took a cut of your earnings, and
Yeah.
they occasionally could like make collaborations happen, and they like also had like licenses to certain copyrighted songs that you could use, but it's like there wasn't much that they had to offer. It was just kind of the thing that you did if you wanted to make it as a YouTuber, just because that's what everybody else did.
Do you
But when you
remember-
think about it now, it makes
I
really
was in
not a
one
lot
for
of
a
sense.
bit. They literally don't do anything. They say we're gonna get you sponsors. It never happens.
I can
Yeah.
talk about this because I've done research on this for a video actually. Dude, do you know like the extent of just how much Machinima would fuck people over?
Yes.
Because
yes, I
the
know
whole
about it.
idea, because this was back then, like you and I both know, this was back in the day when gaming content was just impossible to get monetized at all. You couldn't make money because I guess it just wasn't viable. And so literally, if you were a gaming creator, your only options were either make nothing at all or join Machinima. And guess what a lot of people did? They got roped into really bad contracts because they were under the idea of, well, I can make this, it's either this or nothing. And so then like 15-year-old like COD prodigies back in the MW2 days would sign to Machinima for like just awful contracts of like upwards of 4 years. And Machinima would take like 80%. Like it was terrible. And this happened with PewDiePie, Pyrocynical. This happened with so many fucking creators. Like, even PewDiePie got screwed over by them. Like, they did not give two shits about you. They really didn't. And if you guys remember, when Machinima's final blow, remember when, like, out of nowhere in I think it was 2016? It might have been 2018, 19 or something. Their channel just completely, all the videos gone. And they made off with, like, whatever, millions of dollars.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just why.
And there's also, I also read into this too. There's actually proof of some creators getting more months added into their contracts without Machinima actually telling them, which is just like that's just the tip of the iceberg, really. I could talk about that endlessly, but I just don't know enough about it, even though I've researched it. It's just terrible.
Yeah.
And Machinima is not the only network that did that too. There's a bunch of networks that did that. Machinima was just the largest. I don't know if... No, you were in Curse. I don't remember what I was in.
Dude, nowadays, I remember the only time I've had to deal with YouTube, I went to their thing for support, and because I had only needed it when I had like 100K, it literally just says skipping the line, and then I'm instantly talking to a real person. I was like, oh.
Stupid.
Like, they do give special treatment now.
What?
They do.
I
It's
didn't
good.
know. Wait, how do you do this?
If you go to your channel, you go to YouTube Studio, I believe. They might have changed around where it's at.
Riot, do you remember...
Yeah.
Do you
Oh,
remember...
yeah, it's the Chat, what's
wait a
creator
sec.
sport?
Oh.
Do you
Yeah, you're
remember?
number
Sorry,
one
I'm
in
too
line.
Tired.
Yeah,
I'm like
it's fine.
tired drunk right now.
Yeah, I did it and closed it just to test. Legit, you click it says you're number one in line, bro. Like, damn.
Riot, do you
Like, fuck.
remember when Tosh got verified in 2015 and because of YouTube networks, and this is how creators under 100K back then would get verified? Remember for like a long time that was his thing?
Yeah. Yeah.
God, that was back then. Like, if anyone's watching who's not aware, if you've ever seen a channel that has less than 100K that's verified, they either have business connections to someone related to YouTube themselves to get that, or they got it through a network that got them verified like half a decade ago, actually longer, like 8 years ago. And you know, the one I remember the most is that guy named A. Lamau. Remember that guy?
Ooh. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, remember him?
Yeah?
Where his entire personality was just the fact that he was verified, because of course.
That woke me up.
Sorry. Yeah,
Huh?
we've been rambling for 4 hours. Jesus. That's a
Let
long
this man
ass time. Yeah.
Sorry,
making
I
him
just
cry.
completely destroyed my setup.
Yeah, right.
So
You
he's
got
got a
a
clip of that, what
did
the
your
fuck?
11 o'clock go off yet?
Huh?
Shut up, dude. Shut up.
Holy shit. Are we ready to wrap it up? Anything else we got to talk about?
I'm good. Like I said, we can do another one because there's probably a lot
Yeah,
more
true.
we have.
I
discussed.
did put a little effort into researching some things to talk about just so we could keep it flowing, but we've been going on for 4 hours. Holy fuck, man. I guess we could transition to the ending card and just, you know, get it over with. All right, well.
Yeah, I mean,
If-
part 2 coming soon? Question mark.
Yeah, dude, I had a brainwave last week where I was like, oh, dude, imagine Riot and Cyclic, but like, that's never ever like.
We'd just be here and we'd be like, "Yeah, what do you think, Cyclic?" Cyclic
Ham
would
water,
just
ham
not
water, ham
say
water,
anything.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he speaks English.
Yeah, he would just
He
would just listen
he speaks
and nod.
he speaks enough English from what I've seen. Like, I've been into streams and he could tell me like what time it was and what he was doing. That's about it from what I can see. But
I'll send him a GD message.
if you
I'll
guys
get that
have,
going.
especially Riot, if you guys have anything else you'd like to get out there before we end the episode, now would be a really good time.
I don't have anything other than I said a lot of like hot takes, I feel like, this episode,
You
but I feel
did.
like people should really reflect on what I've said this episode and really take it to heart, because I think a lot of the stuff I said is important, and I feel like if more people kind of adopted like the stances that I have on certain things, I feel like the playing community in specific could be a lot healthier, and it would be so much better for everybody else.
All right, yeah.
Yeah.
Last thing. You have any plans for the future that you want to tell anybody, or are we just good? Anything
No, those
you
are
wanna
all.
show?
Those are all.
We covered
We're
it
keeping
all?
those close to the chest right now.
Oh,
Any future
Yeah.
plans we don't discuss as of now.
That's a good
We
idea.
keep that on the low.
Yeah, it's on
well,
the
in the
road.
future they'll be true, they'll be public, and then we will all know and we can talk to you about that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
for
true.
sure.
Boom.
Thanks for coming on, man. I'm glad we got to
Yeah.
catch up personally too, because it's been fucking years.
Yeah, it was a good
I
time,
need
dude.
to- Yeah.
I knew.
just, like,
I told you it was gonna be
I'm gonna add
fun.
you. Oh wow, you're
Yeah,
one of those
you-
people.
you-
Okay.
yeah.
Right is not accepting from.
All right.
For a good reason. Listen.
Yeah, that's what we
He
talked
knows.
about.
He
Come on.
knows.
No way.
All right,
There you
well,
go.
Riot's gonna kick my ass
There
in
you
melee,
go.
so that's about it.
All right.
Oh,
See you
yeah.
guys.